Our story begins with the arid expanse of the Red Desert. In this barren land where life struggles to take root, a lizard finds itself pursued by a cackle of hyenas, their laughter echoing through the desolation. Before the little critter could meet its end, a whirling blade intervenes, slicing through the air with deadly precision. A young boy, the axe's owner, charges in, flipping the roles of predator and prey. His steps kick up clouds of red dust as he closes the gap with a hunter's determination. With another axe gripped tightly, he lunged forward, a whirlwind of ferocity. The clash of instincts ended with the boy slaying the pack leader, unleashing a bone-chilling howl. The remaining hyenas scattered, tails tucked in fear, their courage shattered. The little lizard, wide-eyed, marvels at the boy's prowess, its tiny heart racing with awe and newfound admiration. Saved from its doom, it decides to trail after him, much to his annoyance. Too small to eat and seemingly useless for hunting, the boy tries to shoo it away, waving his hands and grumbling under his breath. But the lizard persists, undeterred. Frustrated, the boy chastises the creature until it reveals its hidden talent. Breathing fire like a living flamethrower, a spark of defiance lighting up the arid air. Their quarrel is abruptly silenced by a deep rumble from beneath. The stone they chose for a resting spot stir, revealing itself as a slumbering beast. Thus, the unlikely duo flees for their lives, pursued by an enraged earthen rhinoceros, its massive form barreling through the terrain. They scramble through the desert until they reach a cliff. With no time to spare, the boy leaps into the unknown, indifferent to the drop, the wind howling in his ears. Thanks to his unnaturally strong legs, he absorbs the fall with ease, landing with a thud that would have crippled an ordinary person. At the bottom, he encounters a hooded figure seated beneath a withered tree, an aura of mystery surrounding him. Curiosity flickers in his eyes, but the rhino is still on his trail, its enraged bellows growing louder. Gripping his axe, the boy resolves to stand his ground, ready to prove his lineage as a descendant of the Black Dragon. The hooded figure rises with patient grace and lowers his hood, revealing white hair and piercing blue eyes, commanding an air of strength. Bro is literally Griffith from Berserk but with straight hair. The beast locks eyes with the man, and in a breathless moment it turns tail, retreating without a fight. Such is the weight of true aura, an invisible force that needs no weapon. The boy is dumbfounded, his grip on the axe slackening in disbelief. The enigmatic man smiles, asking if the boy is unharmed, his voice calm and soothing, yet carrying an edge of authority. Little did the boy know that this chance meeting would alter his destiny and reshape the fate of the world. Ananta, the young hunter, leads his savior back to his village. The weight of the encounter is still heavy in his thoughts. The villagers, naturally curious, gather to learn about the foreigner, their whispers a mix of wonder and caution. Ananta's sister, however, is more concerned about her brother's disappearance. She scolds him for wandering into mystic territory again, warning of the dangers that lurk there. To make matters worse, he's brought home an odd critter and a mysterious stranger, complicating her worries further. Ananta eagerly introduces the man to his sister, Ashta, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Ashta's illness strikes, forcing her into a fit of black bile coughing, her strength fading as quickly as it came. Worried, Ananta urges her to rest inside, his voice tinged with guilt and concern. The foreigner is escorted to the elder's home, treated to hearty food and warm hospitality, the villagers showing their gratitude to the man who saved their young hunter. The man, introducing himself as Gyuyo, is welcome to stay as long as he needs, his presence both an enigma and a source of curiosity. Yet the little lizard remains wary of him, its tiny eyes never leaving him, as if sensing something the others cannot. The village head assigns Ananta as Gyuyo's guide during his stay, a duty the boy accepts with pride. When asked what brought him to such a remote and unforgiving land, Gyuyo explains he's an explorer researching the culture and incarnates of different regions. To clarify, he unfurls a map, its edges worn from countless journeys, and shares tales of his travels. From the great empire of the east, through the icy ridges of the north, to the vast forests of the west. Now he braves the treacherous Red Desert, seeking the legend of a special incarnate. The incarnate known as Ajidahaka, a mythical being and one of the first 6 incarnates to receive divine power. Ajidahaka is heralded as the strongest among them. Feared and revered, this legendary black dragon has loomed over history as a symbol of untamed power. Dubbed the evil incarnate, Ajidahaka the black dragon is the object of Gyuyo's quest, a legend waiting to be unraveled. Mr. Gyuyo stayed with Ananta and his sister. He even whipped up a medicine made from boiling Gaillardia to improve her compromised immune system and vitality. One sip of the soup quickly made Ashta feel a lot better. Today, he intends to go down the nearby river to investigate something. Ananta wanted to tag along. Being Mr. Gyuyo's guide, the duo set out for the riverside. Before they departed, Ashta lovingly reminded her little brother to be safe out there and come home in one piece. As the duo left the village, the boy noticed that the grown-ups were shooting poisonous glances at the foreigner. It did not take them too long to reach the expansive river of the Red Desert. While grilling and eating fish that they caught in the river, the boy asked Mr. Guyo if he had made any progress in his research after a week since arriving in the village. Unfortunately, progress is slow. All he had were small fragments of the history of the Black Dragon's descendants. Ananta's ancestors used to suffer constant attacks from outside forces, but thanks to the Black Dragon's help, they were able to hold their ground. The current-day descendants of the Black Dragon, like Ananta, continue the tradition of being warriors worshipping the Aji Dahaka. That's about the extent of what Mr. Guyo knows as of now. For some unknown reason, the adult villagers just keep on refusing to tell him anything more. It's as if they're hiding something. Ananta dismissed Guyo's concern as overthinking. Changing the subject, Mr. Guyo asked why he was still hunting behind his sister's back. Guyo didn't want to say anything, but the kid was getting more and more injuries from his daring escapades lately. Even though Ashta might catch on soon, little bro still wants to keep his side hustle a secret. He doesn't want to make her worry any more than she already is. You see, winter comes quickly in this accursed land. He wants to hunt and stockpile as much food as possible before the cold comes. The siblings grew up without their parents. They both died from a disease while Ananta was just a baby. Since then, Ashta has always been protective of her little brother. Ananta feels guilty that his sister's life had always revolved around taking care of him, even missing her prime marrying age. So, he wants to prepare a dowry for her so she can actually start her own family. Guyo asked if it was difficult, and the boy just smiled and answered that it wasn't. Everything he does is for the only family he has, after all. Enough of depressing family talks. The boy is curious why Guyo's so interested in incarnates in the first place. It's simple, really. He's looking for the treasure of the gods. These treasures are said to be the source of the first 6 incarnates' powers. They are relics that transcend the laws of the world and the understanding of the human mind. If anyone can get their hands on those 6 relics holding the power of deities, they would be reborn and see the world that lies beyond the curtain. Hearing about the treasures, Ananta slipped up and asked Guyo if he was after the village's old scale. After a whole week of nothing, Mr. Guyo just got his first lead, and it came from the kid. Realizing that he messed up, Ananta caved in on the condition that Guyo never tells anyone that he blabbed. Back when they were kids, his sister told him a story that stuck in his mind. While it's true that the Black Dragon chased away the ancestors' enemies, the beast's rage never subsided. He went on a rampage until the entirety of Red Desert turned to ash. To control his fury, the Black Dragon willingly surrendered one of his scales to his followers. With the power source removed, the Black Dragon fell into a deep sleep. His followers built a hidden shrine somewhere in the vast Dragon Valley where the best warriors stand guard to protect the scale from falling into the wrong hands. Before Mr. Guyo can ask Ananta to help in tracking the shrine, the kid draws the line. The sanctity of the shrine forbids any foreign influence from entering the sacred place. Ananta has no problems guiding Mr. Guyo anywhere else, but the Dragon Valley is off limits. The man did not fight him on that, but he asked the kid to accompany him to one more place. By sundown, they reached a cliff where the vastness of the Red Desert and its beauty can be seen the best. Under the light of the setting sun, Mr. Guyo started professing his dream. He longs to find a world beyond the current one, a place that connects to the land of gods. Until he achieves that dream, he will continue his exploration even if he has to scour the whole planet. His journey will never end, even if he has to make everyone else his enemy. Then, Mr. Guyo asked if Ananta had ever made the connection between his ancestry and the legendary incarnate. Guyo explained that there's a high possibility that Asta's sickness is directly related to the Black Dragon's curse. Aji Dahaka is as enigmatic as the rest of the all-powerful incarnates. But what's known is that he's the servant of the evil god in command over curses and death. It's not too far-fetched to think that a creature that serves under such the vilest of gods would one day turn around on the people. Guyo continued by saying that the Black Dragon was simply using Ananta's bloodline to pass on the evil god's curse. The kid's parents died due to an unknown illness, and now his sister is hopelessly suffering. Little did Ananta know he was being gaslit and played by the man's unparalleled silver tongue. Hearing that the death of his parents and his sister's suffering are caused by the Black Dragon pushed him closer to crashing out. Seeing the kid slowly buy into his version of the story, Guyo grinned as though he were a fisherman luring his catch. Guyo pulled out a radiant flower and urged the boy to take it to the treasure in the village's care. Using the flower, the curse of the Black Dragon will finally be lifted, curing his sister from her debilitating sickness. Guyo's practically urging him to break the rule of the village. But Guyo cleared up that he's simply providing Ananta with a choice to take matter into his own hands. No matter how it pans out, the choice will always be up to the kid. Unbeknownst to Ananta, he's slowly being influenced by a biblically accurate angel in human form. Ashta woke up in the middle of the night with her little bro missing. She worries and wonders where the brat could be at such a late hour. Wherever he is, Big Sis prayed that he's safe and he doesn't catch a cold. If you guessed that he's in the Dragon Valley Shrine, you'd be right. The guards posted up in the entrance went on high alert as soon as they saw the figure of the white-haired man walking closer. They warned Gyuyo to stop in his tracks as barging into the shrine is a serious crime. Seeing that the foreigner is not listening, one of the guards charged with his spear. Gyuyo grabbed the spear tip with his bare hands, shocking the guard. His shock turned to numbness as he was knocked out by a roundhouse kick to the back of the head. While the other guards watched, Gyuyo finished the jab with a brutal punch while the opponent was down. With the first obstacle taken care of, Gyuyo asked Ananta to come out of hiding. The boy is still gripping the radiant flower in his hand. This is his first time seeing Mr. Gyuyo's combat prowess. That white boy had no trouble taking out the village's mighty warriors. The duo walked into the shrine, eager to finish what they just started before the sun rose. Even inside the halls of the shrine, the stronger guards did not pose any threat at all. It only took a few minutes for the duo to reach the final room. The radiant flower shone brighter, and Gyuyo started snickering mischievously. He stopped himself from giggling and told Ananta that there was no need to be afraid anymore. Everything is going according to plan after all. In the center of the room, Gyuyo unearthed the contents of a small tomb. Inside is the final treasure of the first 6 incarnates, sealed by runic markings. The one scale that goes the other way is Aji Dahaka's inverted dragon scale. Gyuyo thanked Ananta for guiding and accompanying him up until now. The kid nervously asked if doing all the things they'd done could really help cure his sister. Gyuyo held onto his shoulder and called him a dumbass human. A numbskull so incredibly easy to fool. Ananta's heart dropped to his stomach. It is time to make the boy face the consequences of his foolish choice. Gyuyo grabbed Ananta's hands, holding the radiant flower, and forced it near the inverted dragon scale. The scale and the runic marking reacted violently against the flower. The reaction's power explosively went out of control until it produced a beam of light extending up to the heavens. This beam of light was visible all throughout the Red Desert. It can be seen from the village, worrying Ashta. After the light, then came the rumbling of the earth itself. Under a hidden cavern away from prying eyes, a gigantic dark figure awakens. His eyes flashed open, full of malice and fury, like his 1,000-year nap just got interrupted. Aji Dahaka sensed that someone was diddling his reverse scale and stood up. He opened his strong wings and burst the ground open, sending tremors throughout the desert. With unbelievable speeds, he flew up with only one place in mind. The villagers who were jolted awake by the tremors looked to the skies in horror. Their god, the subject of their fear and veneration, the Black Dragon, has shown himself after a long slumber. On the way to his shrine, Aji Dahaka wonders just what fool dares to cover the power of the gods. The entire shrine that stood tall for generations had been reduced to rubble. Our sweet summer child, Ananta, is lying face down on the debris, both of his arms cut off by the beam of light. When he woke up, he was so mesmerized by the sight of Mr. Gyuyo standing in front of the light that he didn't even feel the pain of his limbs being severed. The radiant flower has turned into something else, something more primal and powerful. Mr. Gyuyo clenched its long and hard stem, excited to finally have the missing piece of the puzzle. This is the miracle that will bridge the horizons. Upon taking the mutated flower out of the beam of light, Mr. Gyuyo's clothes randomly evaporated, exposing his chiseled body. He built different, for real. Without any hint of hesitation, he stabbed the hardened stem right into his stomach. The radiance of the flower quickly flowed right into his solar plexus. Every nerve, vein, capillary, and artery in his body was filled with infinite power. After his guttural roars of agony faded, he was left groveling on the ground. That's when Aji Dahaka finally arrives to punish whoever disturbed his slumber. He asked the foolish mortal if he even knew the consequences of taking the inverted scale. The evil incarnate demanded to know the naked bastard's name. Gyuyo just smiled like a real chill guy. A swirling power enveloped him in a cocoon, and once he emerged, his wings lit up the dark field. With 6 wings, a disgustingly monstrous face, sharp talons, and an eye that sees all, Mr. Gyuyo introduced himself as the Wings Incarnate. When Ananta managed to open his eyes and make sense of the situation, he saw a big-ass dragon fighting against a weird-ass angelic bird. Aji Dahaka can feel the multiple treasures that have been absorbed into Gyuyo's body. He thought that it was impossible for an ordinary incarnate to withstand so much power, but he thought wrong. The flame of anger inside the black dragon's heart was stoked as he imagined what this bird did to the owners of the treasures he absorbed. Gyuyo honestly answered that he simply killed 5 out of the 6 original incarnates and stole their treasures. Tonight he intends to finish the job and kill the last one. He flapped his wings, and his feathers shot out like a hail of bullets. Aji Dahaka simply used his scaled wings to defend against such a simple attack. Without the treasure of the gods, this ugly bird is pathetically weak. Gyuyo was unfazed by the trash talk from the last remnant of the Age of Gods, for he's determined to tame the dragon right here and right now. Azidahaka dared him to try it while blasting a pillar of scorching flames into the skies. Gyuyo easily maneuvered out of the way. His 6 wings were not just for show. Since he wants an aerial battle, the evil incarnate joins him in the skies. It has turned into a cat-and-mouse game. Only if the cat and the mouse were a dragon and a thieving, biblically accurate angel. They continued to rise in altitude with the black dragon hot in Gyuyo's heels. As they rose even higher, Azidahaka conjured multiple fire spells around his body, all of them homing on the thief. The dark flames shot out fast and strong, like nuclear bombs with untold power. Gyuyo focused his power on the singular eye in his chest and chanted, "Let there be light." Bro is trying so hard to be God. As pretentious as it was, the light effectively neutralized the dark flames in one fell swoop. Since his flames didn't do any damage, the dark dragon summoned the power of darkness. It was so menacing that it changed the art style. He slashed with his wings, and the dark hail of blades rushed to tear Gyuyo apart. But the wings incarnate simply grinned at such a mediocre attack. He countered with a hail of blades of his own, each one made of light itself. Gyuyo flexed his terrifying control and power by accurately pinpointing each dark blade and bursting it with his own. Each of the light blades continued their momentum, eager to pierce the dragon's body. Once they converged and skewered the evil incarnate, a massive and bright explosion lit up the night sky for as far as the eye could see. The villagers could only watch as their god got bodied by the random foreigner they took in a week ago. Meanwhile, armless Anata struggled to get back on his feet. He tried his best to catch his breath, but taking in air to his lungs felt unbearable. Even in such agony, all he worries about is his sister. Finally, the last of the first 6 incarnates had fallen. His once mighty figure has become disheveled and riddled with damage. Gyuyo, on the other hand, looks like he can go for another god-level battle and be fine. He smugly smiled after destroying the dragon's heart and defeating the final boss. He deserves to be a little smug. His infuriating snicker is pushing it, though. Finally, after all the hard work he had put in, he had all the tools to rise to the heavens. And so, Mr. Gyuyo, the wings incarnate rose to the clouds and never stopped. Ananta looked at the consequences of his foolish actions, fearful and devastated. He thought he was just trying to help his sister, but he ended up creating a peerless deity. With Azidahaka's dying breath, he called on the child and asked if he helped in bringing ruin to everything. Ananta trembled under the gaze of the dying dragon as he apologized for his foolishness. As an evil god writhing at death's door, Azidahaka has no mind to forgive the child's foolish actions at all, and so he bestowed a curse on poor Ananta. A curse that came at the cost of the evil incarnate's physical body, letting his flesh rot away in darkness just to spite a kid. The remaining power in his gigantic frame sizzled and bubbled up. Azidahaka's remaining spiritual force took the form of pure darkness and ferocity. The body that has been deemed too tough to pierce is ripped apart to make way for the Avatar's escape. Ananta stared at the perverse wailing of the evil god, his little mind barely comprehending the horrific scene. Fueled by unfathomable hatred, the dragon's spiritual force took the skies once more. He visibly burned through his dwindling spiritual force every second, but he had one last petty agenda to do. Once Ananta realized where the monster was heading, he felt dread crawling up his spine. This goddamn dragon is heading towards the village. Looking like a physical representation of hell itself, Azidahaka reached his destination in the blink of an eye. He saw the ancestors of the men and women that worshipped him for generations, and did not even hesitate to burn them all down to ashes. The screams of agony from being burned alive filled the air. Ashta, Ananta's caring and affectionate older sister, was one of the unfortunate victims. The whole village has been annihilated in just one flyby. Ananta cried and cried. He lost his arms, and now he has lost everything else too. But the evil incarnate is not done with him just yet. Before completely dissipating into nothingness, Azidahaka finished the curse on the boy. He slammed his spiritual body right into Ananta's fragile little armless frame. He entered every orifice, invading the boy's body and slowly reconstructing his severed limbs. His veins were strengthened and filled with the power of a dragon. His heart pumped and circulated pure darkness throughout his whole body, and his physical form transformed into that of an incomprehensible monster made of hatred. Ananta's figure shifted and mutated, his bones crunched and expanded, and his flesh bubbled and ballooned. With this integration, the foolish mortal shall forever wallow in a mire of death and calamity. The kid has turned into a full-blown vessel of the dark dragon's remaining power. Thus, the years roll forward, unveiling Ananta's warpath, a relentless march of vengeance forged in blood, darkness, and fury. A fierce beast once told a valiant warrior that without fangs in his mouth and claws in his hands, his greatest weapon would be something else. In this draconic beast case, his anger and tenacity are his weapons. He went through a pack of wolves like they were cannon fodder to be ground down to paste. From his blood and sweat, his flesh and bones, he swallows the corpses of his enemies. Targeting the alpha of the pack, the beast ruthlessly bit a chunk of neck meat. With superior force, he ripped it apart, making the blood and gore burst out. With the wail of a dragon's rage, he shall kill and kill. In this world, beasts possessing mysterious powers are dubbed as mystics. The few mystics that were made in the form of humans, molded by the gods, were called the incarnates. Most of them helped humanity in their own ways, but there were those who became drunk on their own power. They were thusly dubbed as evil deities. In some random creepy forest, a group of raiders hunts down their remaining prey. They laughed and joked around while slaughtering civilians. With the blood of the innocent still dripping from their blades, they took all the valuables worth selling before heading back to their hideout. They jested that the monster of the woods might be watching. When they saw all the dead wild beasts strewn around the area, they realized that their jokes might not be far from reality. At first glance, it seems like a territorial fight, but it looks more like a massacre. And among the corpses was a man leaning against the remains of a dead mystic. The raiders immediately dismissed the idea that a single man slaughtered all these beasts. Just when they were about to look for loot, a familiar lizard stepped in to bite on a raider's ankles. Before they can get rid of the little critter, the mysterious man awakens. He unleashed a vicious punch that knocked out one of the scumbags. He boldly declared that anyone who dares to lay a finger on his pet will meet their bloody end. Still clueless as to what they were in for, the raiders drew their weapons and turned them to our boy, Ananta. A few years have passed, and he has grown into a bloodthirsty warrior. He warned the raiders that if they still want to see their loved ones, they better leave now. You see, sleep doesn't come easily to him after hacking anything other than animals. But he won't hesitate either. Not listening to his warnings, the raiders surrounded and charged at him. With his trusty axe, Ananta ripped through the battalion of hardened raiders, painting the ground with their blood and innards. Recognizing his threat level, the crossbowmen maintained their distance and locked their weapons on him. As soon as they fired, Ananta took his lizard pet into his arms and shielded the little critter using his body. If he was a normal human, the damage from the arrows would have been enough to kill him. But he is far from normal. Ananta's demon screeched with an unholy sound as the power of the black dragon was released. After all these years, the spirit of Ajidahaka had completely melded into his body. The evil deity took over, amplifying his power and ruthlessness to an insane level. But Ananta fought through it and stopped the transformation halfway through, dispelling the dark energy. He plopped to the ground and gritted his teeth through the pain. In the end, he was taken alive and was brought to the raider village. The village boss couldn't believe that a lone man could possibly take down such a powerful wolf mystic. While tied up in a post, he warned his captors that they should burn the mystic corpse as soon as possible. When asked why he fought and killed the beast, Ananta simply answered that he was hungry. The raiders who captured him are still wary of the transformation they saw with their own eyes earlier. Their fear is reinforced by the recent rumors of an evil deity that eats dead bodies around the area. But all the boss can see is a human. A human can't possibly leave such a massive and gnarly bite mark on the wolf mystic. That means this Ananta guy is an evil deity in disguise. Hearing their remarks, he scoffed and laughed at their cluelessness. He finds it ridiculous that these lowlives think they are safe inside their flimsy wooden walls. They were stupid enough to tie up an evil deity that eats mystics in mere chains. These dumbass raiders can't even restrain him properly. The unsettling atmosphere was worsened by the stench of dripping putrid blood. The corpse of the wolf mystic has broken free and chomped down on one of the raiders. Ananta had already tried to warn them that it was no ordinary corpse. It's a mystic who has become a servant to another evil deity. In other words, an abomination. The warning bells of the village sounded out, warning the raiders of the emergency. The wolves hiding in the woods have come to rally with the corpse of their leader for a coordinated evil deity attack. Behind them was the silhouette of the horned culprit orchestrating the assault. It's a rotten evil deity that emanates the aura of death. With its directive, the wolves worked together to climb over the walls one by one. Once inside, they took the raiders by surprise. These humans were no match against the relentless charge of the beasts. They had to resort to using fire as a means to stop the downpour of wolves inside the village, burning the walls that protect them in the process. While most of the wolves burn to a crisp, Ananta readies himself for the real fight. His bones crunched and expanded. He beckons to his hunger and thirst to spew and rage. With blood and sweat, flesh and bone, Ananta transformed into the black dragon. His sights have been set on the evil deity, the root cause of it all. He vowed to open his jaws wide and devour it all. Ananta is not fucking around. He faced off against the evil deity and threatened to disfigure the bastard once and for all. After he is done, the deity's face shall embody the terror of a prey facing death. As a response, the deity lets out a horrifically shrill roar. From the woods, the rest of the beasts under the deity's control came rushing in. Boars, wolves, elks, goats, and stags poured in, setting their sights on the black dragon. As soon as they got inside Ananta's kill range, they were crushed into meat paste. With his empowered dragon claws, Ananta lunged forward, shredding through the beast tide like paper. As he gets closer to the mastermind, the deity uses its dark magic. Infirmity becomes you. Its body crackled and morphed, becoming bigger and sturdier for combat. And so, the two powerhouses clashed. Ananta did not bother wasting energy on defense. As soon as he got close, it devolved into a full-on bloody brawl. With his claws, he slashed and stabbed away at the deity's body. The enemy kept up with his ferocity, responding with vicious slashes of its own. That gave the black dragon an opening to exploit. He grabbed the deity's limb, catching it off guard. He cocked his fist, charging it with the power of the evil incarnate, and sent the deity flying with a malicious uppercut. After sending the bastard flying, Ananta relentlessly chased, chaining another combo, refusing to let up. After maiming the deity beyond recognition, he slowly dispelled his transformation, gradually turning back to his human form. It looks like the fight ended in a completely one-sided manner. Surprisingly, beneath the fearsome form of the evil deity was a young woman with white hair. Ananta grabbed the girl by the neck, yanking her out of the gore. Based on the empty look in her eyes, it seems like she's been moving unconsciously the whole time. Ananta's single moment of hesitation left him open for a sneak attack for a split second. A giant crow came down from the skies, launching sharp feathers. It finally makes sense. The girl was just another victim. The evil deity that had been eating corpses was this giant crow all along. The murder bird's body cracked and shrunk, revealing an old man dripped out with the aura of death. He was quite impressed that Ananta managed to defeat his best puppet. He has been watching the young man since he wandered into this land, curious as to what he seeks. Ananta is not a fan of useless and long-winded drivel. He tossed the girl to the crow, ready to throw hands at any moment. He has no interest in the inane mumblings of beasts. He taunted the crow to come at him, and he'll be happy to end the bird's miserable life. Birdman's power is the ability to control the dead. The idea of killing and taking control of the black dragon's corpse to make a much more formidable puppet than the deer is endlessly appealing to him. Casting infirmity becomes you. The dead wolves, and the plethora of beast corpses in the vicinity, regained the fire of life. Even the dead raiders stood up no matter how badly their bodies were maimed. Ananta has been surrounded at every angle. He is on track to be swallowed in the sea of bloody corpses controlled by the crow. The wolves bit on his flesh, arrows burrowed into his skin, blades stabbed into his frame, and the corpses bulldozed him in every way they could. Seeing Ananta's blood flow freely, the crow laughed and mockingly asked if that was all he had. With his sharp talons, he delivered the killing blow with a supersonic stab. All that's left is the final cry of agony before he finally croaks. Instead of an agonized scream, Ananta's mouth curled into a twisted grin and an amused laugh. The power of Aji Dahaka enveloped his body once more, erasing his grievous injuries immediately. His aura overpowered the stench of death, thwarting the crow completely. One look at the black dragon's form up close plunged the crow into the depths of horror he never experienced before. Ananta likes giving his enemies a little bit of hope before he goes sicko mode. Now, he wants to hear this bird croak and howl like the foul beast that he is. Beckoning the power of the evil incarnate, he chomped down and crushed the crow with his fangs. It was a complete and utter mismatch of raw power. With the godlike powers of the black dragon, the crow might as well be a normal chicken dinner. And so, his soul was consumed and incorporated into the sea of countless beasts that Ananta had devoured over the years. While he was mercilessly feeding on the mastermind behind the anomalies in the woods, the woman woke up to the sight of horrors beyond human comprehension. She saw the young man's incorporeal dragon form looking back at her, and a primal fear was instilled in her heart. Stepping away from the hellish scene, Ananta walked towards the girl, making her flinch in terror. He outrightly asked if she had been freed from the evil deity's control. Her head throbbed in pain as memories of a radiant being with 6 wings flashed in her mind. As soon as she mentioned those brightly shining wings, Ananta's eyes flared with fury. He reckoned that she might be another victim of the wings. Ananta introduced himself as the only surviving descendant of the Black Dragon, the one who will devour all evil deities in this cursed plane and kill the wings incarnate. When the sun came up, the only survivors of the massacre were the girl, Ananta, and his lizard. Still reeling from the shock of being brainwashed, the girl could not understand anything about his proclamation at all. She has no clue what the Black Dragon or the wings incarnate are. When she tried to remember by digging deep into her subconscious, a jolt in her brain knocked the girl unconscious. It's a hassle, but she might be somewhat useful for Ananta's mission. While she passed out, the nightmare of being endlessly chased by the deer deity kept on replaying in her mind. She slipped on the blood of her victims, staining her body with her sins. The men and beasts that she devoured while having no control over her actions haunted her psyche. And above all of it is the wings incarnate, the sole source of light in her dark and bloody world. His smile brings a sense of comfort, a salvation from all the harm and suffering she caused. When she woke up from the nightmare, she was greeted by a cheerful girl. Based on her bunny ears, she looks like another incarnate. Ananta, on the other hand, ordered his pet, Ruby, to take care of the corpse mountain from the battle. With Ruby's little body, she unleashed a massive flame that burned the remains of yesterday's war. As the fire flared up, the souls of the damned unleashed one last ear-piercing screech. With that, all the abominations that were under the evil crow deity's control have been taken care of. Ananta walked towards the bunny girl and smacked her in the head for bringing him worthless information. As an info merchant, she's quite bad at her job, and Ananta wasted his time with a bad lead once more. But since he took care of the problem in these woods, he's entitled to his pay. The bunny girl is more concerned about the mystery girl's identity, though. She doesn't quite understand what's happening yet, but she remembers that her name is Nadia. Bunny girl was quite fascinated to meet yet another victim of the Wings incarnate, apart from Ananta. She brought out a magical pocket watch and pressed down on the pusher. Suddenly, a massive sinkhole appeared beneath their feet. They all fell down the hole. Ananta and the bunny girl are used to it by now. The same can't be said for poor Nadia. After a few seconds of free fall, the group arrived in the outskirts of a town surrounding a giant tree. Bunny girl finally introduced herself as a member of Rabbit's Foot, the largest information vendor on the continent. The ever-adorable info merchant Whitefoot. She and Ananta have been a longtime partner of sorts. Right now, they are in the largest trade city in the south, the city of Carpes, and the colossal tree before them is the White Lotus Tree. Nadia interrupted her explanation. While she is grateful that they saved her from the grasp of the evil deity, she has no intention of listening to one-sided lectures. What she wants is some answers to her questions. First off, why did they even bring her to this strange city in the first place? Ananta rudely shuts her up and orders her to follow him. It's better if they just show Nadia the reason why they're here. She asked who exactly this Wings incarnate they were gunning for, souring Ananta's mood even more. He scowled and answered that he's a vile beast that fancies himself a god. Whitefoot added that the Wings incarnate can impart great power to others, much in the way the old gods made incarnates, but in this false god's case he imparts imperfect power, such that it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Finally, the group arrived in the seedy underbelly of Carpes. The black market is where slaves are being sold. Something happened recently that has caused a boom in the local slave market. Slave hunters are hard at work to bring in all kinds of foreigners and vagrants. They even go as far as selling off mystics. Before Nadia could ask any more questions, Ananta kicked her down to one of the slave houses. When she opened her eyes, she was surrounded by people who had their lives forfeited as soon as they were caught. They are slated to be sacrificed to the Wings incarnate. They are the lambs that will be living sacrifices given at the top of the god tree, the fuel for the false god's power. And just like them, Nadia is going to be a key piece that will help Ananta get the Wings incarnate. From now on, she will play the role of bait. The rest of the plan will be left up to Whitefoot. Before Ananta left, Nadia asked if he had gathered all these human sacrifices himself. She called him despicable for committing such an atrocity. He's basically using innocent people as tools to get what he wants. But Ananta firmly believes that you can't get revenge without getting a little blood on your hands. Nadia's protest fell on deaf ears, but Whitefoot agreed with everything she said. She joked that just thinking about all those poor people waiting for their horrible fate brings a tear to her eyes. But in Nadia's case, she has no choice but to play her part. She killed countless people while under the control of the evil deity. It's a bit hypocritical of her to criticize their methods when she had caused more suffering than anyone else. Even if she had not done it of her own free will, it doesn't mean every crime she committed just disappears. Whitefoot asserted that Nadia's anger shouldn't be directed at her and Ananta. She must remember that they share a common enemy, the wicked Wings incarnate. Meanwhile, our boy had already arrived at his next destination, Carpes' Colosseum. He's checking his gear and getting ready for more bloodshed. Whitefoot found him in the Colosseum gate. She's worried that they might have overdone it this time around. Nevertheless, she managed to get Nadia to agree to help their cause. Right now, she's being led by the Guardians of the Wings to the temple in the White Lotus Tree, as planned. The living sacrifices will definitely be their ticket to meeting the Wings incarnate. They have Nadia inside the temple, a place usually inaccessible due to the White Lotus Tree's barrier. Offering her as a sacrifice also grants Ananta permission to fight in the arena. The winner of the Battle Royal will be awarded the White Lotus Tree branch, gaining an audience to meet the Wings incarnate. Whitefoot thinks the plan is way too convoluted. If Ananta wanted, he could have just demanded the attention of the false god by going on a wild and murderous rampage. As cruel as he is, there are certain lines he refuses to cross. He might be a monster, and yet he insists on distinguishing himself from beasts. He is trying to exact revenge while adhering to his ideals, as ironic as that might sound. Ananta just finished a feast after consuming an evil deity. Right now, he needs a bit of a workout. He told Whitefoot to stay put and watch him as he slaughters beast after beast. She's just worried that he'll attract too much attention that could derail their plans. In the arena, the fight is already raging on. A line of organized knights raised their shields and spears against a colossal cheetah. The beast snarled, but the captain was unfazed as he rallied his troops. Their formation was disrupted not by a beast attack but by Ananta's sudden entrance. He called them clowns and demanded that they stay out of his way. The cheetah dared to raise its claws against Ananta, and he easily countered with a vicious double axe chop to swiftly end the bout. Whitefoot had already warned him not to draw so much attention. Yet here he was, dicing up a mystic like it was nothing. The knight captain could not believe his eyes. He had never seen a single human overpower a mystic to this degree. With the cheetah weakened, Ananta jumped in and whacked the overgrown kitty in the head. The crowd was speechless as they all heard the crunch of the mystic's skull. Ananta unleashed a guttural war cry that echoed throughout the whole arena. He sets his sights unto the god tree, itching to come up and chew the wings incarnate up alive. Meanwhile, the human sacrifices, including Nadia, have been escorted past the tree's barrier. The man waiting for them at the end of the ruins assured them that they have nothing to fear, for they are wholeheartedly welcome to his temple. The temple is protected by a barrier so powerful that people call it holy ground. No one knows why, but the Wings Incarnate has established it as his nest and demands living sacrifices. Those who offer sacrifices are given the chance to fight in the Carpe's arena. If they prove their might against powerful mystics, the fighters are rewarded with a god tree's branch. They are then bestowed a great power by the false god and inducted into the Guardians of the Wings. In order to break through that airtight defense, Nadia will blend in as a sacrifice. She begrudgingly agreed with the plan, but she's still curious as to why Ananta is so hell-bent on killing the Wings Incarnate. Whitefoot can't tell her the exact reason at the moment, but if there was ever such a thing as revenge incarnate, she couldn't imagine a better fit than Ananta. Back to the present, the dubious-looking Wings Incarnate called on to his sacrifices to lift their eyes and behold his presence. He asserted that he is the Holy One, revered by all, the master of the sacred tree, and the one that resonates with the drum of enlightenment in the world of darkness. Behold his holy name, Balzac. Bro's name is literally Balsac. He promised that his living sacrifices would know compassion and would attain immeasurable joy. All they have to do is commit themselves to the wings of salvation. One of the sacrifices dropped to her knees and begged for her and her little sister to be spared. Balzac raised his hand, applauding their noble heart, before making the girl's head explode on the spot. Her little sister watched as blood, skull fragments, and brain matter blasted everywhere. None of the sacrifices dared to speak up after that. Balzac plopped down to his throne and insisted that all were equal before death. All he did was liberate the girl from fear and pity. Nevertheless, everyone shall soon be reunited with her in nirvana. One of the guardians motioned to draw his blade after noticing something peculiar about one of the captives. Nadia finally had enough and summoned her monstrous deer form. Her aura spread around the temple, choking the guardians one by one. She called out Balzac for being a false savior, just another vile murderer. He didn't expect that an incarnate was hiding among his sacrifices this time around. He found it amusing. Yggdrasil Cernunos. After chanting those two words, Nadia was cloaked by the dark energy of the incarnate inside her body. She still feels the guilt and burden of being responsible for countless atrocities. She almost succumbed to her own power, but she was brought back by a kid's plea to not lose. With renewed determination, Nadia beckoned Yggdrasil to raise a forest inside the temple. The vines and branches grab hold of the guardians, while the rest of the winding stems form a protective barrier around the sacrifices. Nadia assured everyone that she would protect them all. But Balzac quickly answered back with a lightning-fast attack against the impertinent foul doe. He feels insulted that a nameless incarnate from the borderlands would even dare to challenge someone as renowned as him. But now that Nadia's mind is clearer than ever, she finally remembers that she is the nature incarnate. Nadia was able to block the first attack and didn't feel any real threat. Beckoning the power of nature, she formed a hammer made of Yggdrasil vines. With this wooden construct, she intends to crush Balzac once and for all. With a cheeky grin, Balzac summoned an immense and ancient power as he chanted his spell, "Annihilation becomes you." The explosion can be heard all the way down the Carpe's arena. Ananta knew that he was running out of time. Nadia watched in horror as her attack shattered into a million little pieces. Yggdrasil Sucellus, her most powerful offensive spell, was neutralized in a single blow. Balzac asked if that was the last of her unsightly tricks. He snapped his fingers, and a massive creature burst out of the ground. By its decrepit appearance, the creature looks a lot like an abomination. Before Nadia could even process what was happening, 2 bone spikes had already lodged deep into her body. Balzac proudly introduced his grotesque faithful servant to the world. For someone who claims to be a god, he sure has demonic tastes. Carpe's favorite pastime continued despite the commotion above. Ananta sliced his way through every mystic beast that they brought out. He looked into a white tiger's eyes and understood the resentment it felt against him. As a sign of respect, he did not turn his eyes away from the beast's death. With one swing, he crushed the valiant mystic's skull. The knights who have been sidelined didn't expect that they would be pushed out of contention, with the mysterious young man claiming the win. Just as they expected, Ananta was declared the winner of the arena. After the trial, the guardians came out to bestow the branch of the white lotus tree upon the victor. The leader of the knights, Lord Bernhard, told his men that even if they lost, their plan would still proceed. They are determined to get the branch no matter what. Ananta took the twig into his hand. This is his ticket for the next part of the plan. Back in the temple, Nadia slowly bleeds out after being caught off guard by Balzac's speed. With grave injuries, she still has to deal with the abomination under the false god's control. At this point, she's just protecting the sacrifices out of sheer stubbornness. The people she's protecting had long since fallen to despair. Giving them salvation from the prison of terror is a mercy at this point. Angered by his delusional words, Nadia gained a second wind as she cursed Balzac for being a disgusting, evil deity that spreads death and terror. But Balzac believes that true salvation begins with despair. He bypassed Nadia's protective barrier and summoned branches of his own to pick off the sacrifices one stab at a time. In a split second, the people she tried to protect were helplessly massacred. Then came the abomination towering over the nature incarnate. She summoned Yggdrasil once more, stabbing her roots into the monster's deathly flesh. Balzac continued with his deluded godlike savior drivel with an unhinged smile on his face. The branches that killed the living sacrifices started extracting their life essence. Their souls flowed directly into the ungodly abomination. Balzac is simply siphoning their essences into the wilderness of hell, where both life and death coexist. He is immortal, while all humans must someday face death. Therefore, he's the only existence that can bring meaning to insignificant lives. Even his guardians were not spared, using them as vessels. Balzac juiced up his abominations, deeming everyone else as insignificant nourishment for the white lotus tree to create immortal warriors. He firmly believes that life shall be circulated as the light that protects his noble tree. When Nadia thought of just how many lives Balzac had claimed, her rage flared up. As much as she wanted to bash the false god's face in, she was completely outclassed. He confessed that he has taken so many lives that counting has become meaningless. Before he could finish her off, the temple gates slowly rumbled open. A dark presence barged into the holy ground, narrowly missing Balzac by a hair's breadth. It was, of course, our boy, Ananta. Equipped with the holy branch, he came in with the intent to kill. Balzac was caught off guard, giving Ananta the opening to stab the false god right in the face. After leaving his prize lodged deep in Balzac's face, he turned to Nadia and praised her luck for staying alive for so long. Unfortunately, the branch of the white lotus tree wasn't very effective as a weapon against the bastard. All it did was piss off Balzac, showing his true colors. He couldn't believe that someone could kill all the guards and reach the shrine all alone. When Ananta finally got a good look at the enemy's face, he asked who the hell the bastard he just stabbed was. He asked Nadia why she was wasting time with a nobody instead of fighting the wings incarnate. Hearing his blasphemous words angered Balzac even more than being stabbed. Ananta dared to step foot into his holy sanctuary, and now he dares to show contempt against the wings incarnate. The false god started transforming into his true form, vowing to pull out the young man's irreverent tongue with his own hands. Ananta just told the bitch-ass imposter to shut up and stop cosplaying as the wings incarnate. Lord Bernhard, the leader of the knights from the arena, is also slaughtering the guardians for his own agenda. With what remained of his troops, he rallied them forward to kill everyone who stood in their way. They tried to time it so that they could enter right when the barrier was lowered for the victor, but their target was nowhere to be seen. When he finally peeked through the gate, expecting a trap, he saw the remaining guardians slaughtered and scattered across the stairway. Maybe the mystery man who beat them in the arena is after the wings incarnate too. Inside the temple, Nadia asked what Ananta meant by saying that Balzac is not the wings incarnate. He reminded her why people call the bastard the wings incarnate in the first place. His most recognizable trait is his 3 sets of white wings. Yet this imposter delusionally claimed the name without even a proper set of wings. His impersonation lacks effort and accuracy. Ananta was pissed off for yet another wasted effort. He thought he'd get his revenge, but in front of him is just another fake scumbag who loves to run his mouth. Balzac is caught in his lie. He dropped all pretenses and shut his ears off. His remaining guardians charged Ananta with a kill order. They didn't even warrant a full transformation. He turned one of his arms into a dragon's claw and cut Nadia loose. It's up to her to salvage an unsalvageable situation. It looks like 2 of the sacrifices, the kids, managed to survive the massacre. Nadia's task is to retrieve the survivors and scramble to get out of the temple. Ananta, on the other hand, used his single claw to rip the face off these so-called immortal warriors. While he was busy painting the temple with the blood of its guardians, the deathly abomination opened its maw, exposing an unsettling amount of sharp teeth. Aiming at Ananta, it launched innumerable spikes with impressive force. Nadia dove forward, shielding the kids from the impact using her body. Ananta was forced to use his full black dragon form, increasing his speed and dodging the spikes. He countered by launching his whole body against the bird-like abomination at breakneck speeds. With his massive and compact body, he came barreling down like a meteor, overwhelming the abomination by force. The disgusting monster was tough. It can tank clean hits, and it can also dish out vicious attacks of its own. But as soon as Ananta injected a little bit of the evil incarnate's power in his fist, he caused some substantial damage with a single punch. He crushed the abomination's jaw, crushing most of its fangs. If it was a one-on-one, this would have been a cakewalk. But Ananta is up against another annoying bastard. Balzac's supersonic speed and immense power crushed the black dragon's chest under his talons. He praised the young man's strength. He found Ananta threatening enough to show his full power. Summoning his ancient power at point blank, he chanted, "Annihilation becomes you once more." Nadia recalled that this was the spell that shattered her best weapon. Fortunately, Ananta was not dumb enough to get hit by a move with such a long cast time. He grabbed the bird's hand and opened his maw to chomp on the chicken's head. Balzac was forced to cancel his attack and defend with his talons, calling Ananta a mindless barbarian. Our boy tried to land another swipe, but the chicken jumped backward and took to the skies to create space. Ananta chased after him with relentless intensity. No matter how fast Balzac moved, he was always a hair's breadth away from being beheaded or mortally injured. The false god tried to use his advantage in aerial battles, but Ananta kept up with his ridiculous jumping capability. Unfortunately for the Black Dragon, Balzac was just trying to bait him into a disadvantaged state. With his superior power in the skies, the false god landed a heavy blow across Ananta's body. With the sharpness of his talons, the bird managed to chop one of the Black Dragon's arms. Ananta roared in pain and annoyance as the endless power of the evil incarnate quickly worked to regenerate the missing limb. Balzac was taken aback. He thought he finally cornered his enemy. He wasn't expecting a cheat skill like complete regeneration. If losing a limb is solved in the blink of an eye, what else can an enemy do? To make matters worse for the chicken, Ananta wasn't just a close combat specialist. Using the scathing power of the Black Dragon, he can launch devastatingly sharp blows from afar. Balzac tried to defend against the projectile slash with his pathetic little twigs. The branches were quickly cut down, and the slash went on to slice his body in half. The imposter bird chirped with agony. He had never been pushed this hard. His transformation is slowly becoming undone. Even while crawling on the ground, he still views the Black Dragon as a lowly, insignificant worm. He still has the abomination under his control to keep Ananta busy. And before you know it, the upper half of Balzac's body grotesquely merged with the vile abomination. With this disgusting form, he intends to demonstrate the difference between him and Ananta. Above the largest trade city in the south, the peaceful sunny day was interrupted by a dimensional crack slowly spreading. A fist emerges from the ether, breaking the dimensional barrier like glass. An ominous silhouette appeared before the city, seemingly coming from a boundless space. A hooded figure stepped out of the dimensional crack, setting his sights on the colossal tree. Meanwhile, Balzac is arrogantly displaying what he claims to be his brilliant wings. He kept on spouting that he was the true wings incarnate. Tired of hearing his bullshit, Ananta seized an opening and stabbed the imposter with his claws. Even such a heinous injury wasn't enough to put the dirty chicken to rest. Borrowing the power of the white lotus tree, he spawned some twigs to restrain the Black Dragon's movement. While the target is held in place, Balzac opens his distorted stomach mouth, and countless spiked fangs emerge. He dropped all pretenses and threatened to grind Ananta into minced meat once and for all. While the spikes were launched, the Black Dragon readied his claws for defense. The resulting clash kicked up a storm of debris. Using the dust as cover, the Black Dragon moved with incredulous speed to get a better angle of attack. When Balzac noticed where he was, the scathing fist of the Black Dragon was already in lethal range. As soon as his first punch landed, Ananta did not give the chicken another moment to breathe and compose himself. Even with such a primal series of attacks, the Black Dragon still exercised caution and dodged as soon as Balzac found the strength to counter. Quickly losing momentum and blood, the dirty chicken felt frustrated. As soon as Ananta landed, Balzac finally saw why he was being overwhelmed with speed. The Black Dragon's form has changed once more. When Ananta was caught by the twig trap, he did not hesitate to cut off his legs to get out of danger. In midair, he regenerated new legs, adapting their shape and form to be more suited for speed. He is faster than the eyes can see. He can heal and transform. He's practically invincible with the unfair combination of his powers. Even if that's the case, Balzac is still hell-bent on annihilating the heretic that challenges his legitimacy. Borrowing the power of the White Lotus Tree once again, he tried to catch the Black Dragon slipping with the same trick. Even with faster-moving roots, he struggled to catch the slippery dragon with legs built for speed. Similarly, Ananta is also struggling. No matter how many times he lands a killing blow, Balzac will keep healing as long as he's connected to the White Lotus tree. If this fight drags on any longer, he's on track to lose the battle of attrition. Ananta set his sights on the tree itself and braced his legs for the longest jump he could perform. He launched himself vertically and punched a massive hole in the temple's ceiling. He created an instability that made the structure slowly crumble. As a result, he was caught by the roots in midair. Balzac laughed at Ananta's attempt to crush him with debris. From afar, this looks a lot like a checkmate. The black dragon is restrained as the grotesque mouth of the abomination opens up. When asked how many lives Balzac has taken, he arrogantly reiterated that counting the number of his victims is tiresome and meaningless. Since that's the case, Ananta can just let the weight of those deaths be the false god's annihilation. Beckoning the power of the last evil deity he consumed, the black dragon cast infirmity becomes you. From the hole in the ceiling, the reanimated live sacrifices straight out of the White Lotus tree poured down. With their decomposing bodies, they tried their hardest to cling to the monster that sentenced them to death. They bit, stabbed, and clawed the flesh of the false god that sacrificed them for his own gain. Balzac had killed so many people that they formed a mountain of death surrounding him. The physical evidence of his sins clung to every inch of the abomination. Bleeding out of every pore, the only thing he can think of is making more live sacrifices to recover. His deplorable desire to consume life was impeded by a light beam coming out of another dimensional crack. The radiant beam came down like the hammer of justice, pulverizing what remained of the abomination's body. The mysterious being from the boundless space intervened and finished the job. He looked at Nadia with a cold and emotionless glare. The otherworlder then dropped to his knees and lowered his head in complete submission, as he asked if his lord enjoyed this little trip. The white-haired kid that Nadia saved slowly got up. Much to everyone's surprise, the boy's body expanded, his white hair grew, and his voice got deeper. He reprimanded the otherworlder, Beharan, for making such a crude entrance. The man ripped the rags off of his body, exposing a chiseled frame. Under the brilliant light of the sun, Gyuyo, the wings incarnate, has finally shown himself. Whitefoot watched the bizarre development from afar and reported back to Rabbitfoot. The appearance of the ruptured space in the sky will surely cause a stir. She also identified that the wing's assistant had shown up. That pretty much confirms that the wings incarnate himself is in the city. Mr. Gyuyo walked out like a supermodel after the fight had concluded. His mere presence alone made Nadia's heart pound erratically. Meanwhile, Balzac is still holding on to the tiny sliver of life he has left. He looked up to see the man he had been impersonating and recognized Gyuyo. As it turned out, Gyuyo is the cold-blooded lord he once served. The one who removed his wings. Well, his wings only got removed as a punishment for becoming drunk on power. Beharan grabbed Balzac by the neck as Gyuyo lectured his disgraced underling that his wings were only for those who were worthy of going into the heavens. Balzac still feels the pang of betrayal in his bones, for he was the one who revered his lord more than any other. He sacrificed tens of thousands of lives just to create the body of the abomination and regain his wings. But the foolish Balzac just never realized how truly insignificant he is in the grand scheme of things. Like the ball sack that he is, one touch from his former lord scattered the false god into dust. Under the mountain of decomposing corpses, Ananta opened his eyes. He remembered what Mr. Gyuyo said to him all those years ago, how he longed to find a world beyond the one they have, a world that connects to the land of gods. Until he achieves that dream, his journey will never end. He will do everything in his power, even if he has to make enemies of everyone else in the world. Even if his actions lead to pain and suffering for everyone else, even at the cost of countless innocent lives. Remembering Ashta pumped Ananta's veins full of rage. Beharan regrettably reported that the White Lotus tree appears to have nothing to do with Gyuyo's endgame. Balzac simply combined the power of the branch with a god tree. It would be shameful to compare it to the world tree itself. At this point, Gyuyo is more interested in meeting an interesting acquaintance in the form of Nadia. Beaten and bloodied, Ananta climbed up from the mountain of corpses and set his sights on his lifelong target. Pushing the black dragon's power to the limit, his claws become sharper than ever before. He sent 2 bloody air slashes forward, hoping to cut the wings incarnate from afar. Before the attack can even touch Gyuyo, the loyal Beharan jumps in to defend his boss. After all the years of chasing leads and accumulating strength, Ananta finally found the object of his hatred. Like a wild animal, he ran forward, moving faster than he ever moved before. Beharan stood his ground, ready to defend his boss from any harm. When the two finally collided, it was a one-sided beatdown. A single punch from the odd-looking fella blasted Ananta's head cleanly off. With the black dragon's unparalleled vitality, his head quickly reformed and regenerated. From the skull to the flesh, skin, and scales, Ananta became whole once more. His wrath grew by the second. Since it appears that there's no room for talking, Beharan squared up. The black dragon returned the favor with a powerful punch of his own, almost twisting Bahiran's neck. While the two titans go blow for blow, the Wings Incarnate's gaze is focused on Nadia. Just when he was about to touch her, Lord Bernhard, who'd been patiently biding his time, came in swinging with his axe. Such a crude attack was easily avoided by Gyuyo. He praised the warrior's unrelenting drive. Seasoned old Bernhard here has been trying to hunt him down for a while now. On the other side of the temple, the Black Dragon is still trying to brute force his way through Bahiran and failing. He can't focus on the enemy in front of him as he's tunnel-visioned on killing Gyuyo. Ananta just wants to rip Bahiran to shreds and end everyone's lives. Sensing a change in his aura, Gyuyo's lapdog jumped back in caution. The Black Dragon's body is stretching and growing at a visible rate. His scales are becoming larger to accommodate the expanding flesh and bones underneath. His back split open as the Black Dragon's wings grew into full bloom. With a frightening roar, Ananta surprised everyone in the vicinity. The true form of Ajidahaka has finally shown itself. Spurred by Ananta's frenzy, the evil incarnate has grazed the world once more. Gyuyo smirked, seeing this as an opportunity to have a pleasant reunion with an old foe. Ajidahaka, the Black Dragon, has descended for round 2. In his subconscious, Ananta has been eked out by the evil incarnate, losing all control. Our boy was trapped inside his mind. Ananta didn't know where he was or how he got there, but he knew he needed to get out quickly. The lingering spirit of the Black Dragon appeared before him. It encouraged him to remember the target of his burning desire for revenge, the vile man who took everything from him. Ajidahaka wants the cursed mortal to give his body over to rage and never stop his wailing. In the real world, the Black Dragon raised its claw and pounced at Bahiran. Gyuyo's lapdog very narrowly dodged out of the way. Seeing that he stopped speaking, it's obvious that Ananta has completely given up all self-control. Bahiran clenched his fist and locked in, calling the young man pathetic for losing his head. The Black Dragon responded to the insult by unleashing hellfire. Gyuyo's lapdog defended himself with a punch that released a powerful golden light. Their attacks collided, causing a massive sonic boom. Gyuyo quietly watched from afar, shielding himself from the residual impact using his white wings. He looked to his side and saw old Bernhard standing still strong. The unquenchable flames of hell threatened to swallow him, yet he remained composed. They may be enemies, but Gyuyo acknowledged Bernhard's resilience. The old warrior rushed in with an axe in hand, desperate to end Gyuyo's world-shattering delusions. But the difference between their powers is akin to heaven and earth. An imperceptible prick almost eliminated Bernhard right then and there. Gyuyo unleashed a targeted flash of light and made the old warrior plop to the ground. The Wings Incarnate turned his attention back to Nadia, telling her that she had changed. In the past, she never trembled in his presence. It's finally coming back to her now. He had met Gyuyo before. He was an angelic figure that served as the only source of light in her blood-soaked memories. He gave her the echo of the branch, proof that she had been selected as a vessel for a great tree. You see, a branch is a miraculous product that breaks down the wall of an incarnate, thus conveying transcendental power. Gyuyo believes that they are the key to connecting the horizons of different worlds. His most earnest desire. The Wings Incarnate walked up to the abomination's corpse and combined it with the branch. The gigantic body, born from tens of thousands of human sacrifices, was assaulted by heavenly lightning until it was molded into a new vessel in the form of a child. Molded from countless souls and now freed from the bird's cage, Gyuyo called the kid his brother. With an unhinged look on his face, the chiseled abomination named himself Ziz. Back to the action. Bahiran is still impressively pushing back the evil incarnate. He's outclassed in every category, especially in size, but Gyuyo's lapdog is quite a powerhouse. His golden punches can go toe-to-toe with one of the first 6 incarnates made by the old gods. Ajidahaka roared and shook the entire temple down to its foundations. It flapped its wings and slowly gained altitude. Blasting through the ceiling as if it didn't exist, the Black Dragon took to the skies. The crumbling temple was destroyed even further. Gyuyo assured Ziz that even if they're going against the evil incarnate, there's nothing to fear. From above, Ajidahaka charged up a massive ball of hellfire, an attack so massive that it threatened to destroy the whole city. When he fired the blazing baldachin, doom and destruction awaited everyone who would be caught in the blast. Gyuyo remained calm. In fact, he took this flimsy attack as an insult, like the Black Dragon is looking down upon him. He firmly believes that the firmaments hold no place for Ajidahaka. With a serene voice, he summoned his godlike powers and cast Let There Be Light. Not only did it neutralize the blazing baldachin, but the light also continued to flash through, eventually reaching the Black Dragon in the skies. By the time the light pierced through the stratosphere, Whitefoot had finished her live report back to Rabbitfoot HQ. The White Lotus Tree, revered by all, has been destroyed by the tremendous powers of the Wings Incarnate. Humanity's only ace in the hole, the Vengeance Incarnate, has officially lost. After the fall of Ananta, the White Lotus Tree lost its magnificent luster and was reduced to a ruinous amalgamation of dead branches. Gyuyo was dissatisfied with how long the operation took him to complete. Nevertheless, it's time for him, Baharan, and Ziz to return to their pantheon. His lapdog opened the portal, and a spatial crack appeared out of thin air. Before they left, Nadia asked Gyuyo why Ananta saw him as a vile beast with delusions of a god. She has no memories of meeting him before, but he felt infinitely familiar. Gyuyo smirked, only now realizing that the dragon he smoked was that child from all those years ago. He answered that everything in this world is created through direct and indirect causes. When those two elements disperse, everything dissolves. Such is inevitability. After his Riddler-ass answer, he bade farewell to the nature incarnate. Meanwhile, in a faraway land, a scar-riddled muscle mommy's bath time was interrupted by her underling's urgent message. They've just received news of Lord Bernhard's return from the southern outpost. Muscle mommy was glad that her bath was interrupted by good news. She would have slapped Mir if it was bad news. The messenger added that the Lord is coming with an incarnate and 2 humans in tow. It would be in their best interest to reserve judgment until after they've seen their guests. In a fortress strategically built and hidden on a mountain face, Lord Bernhard and the survivors of Carpes entered the gates. After that cursed battle, Lord Bernhard approached Nadia with an invitation to his organization's headquarters. Ostensibly, he wants to work together against the Wings Incarnate, but he's more likely interested in Ananta's power. Furthermore, Whitefoot had disappeared. With nowhere else to go, Nadia accepted the invitation and found herself heading northeast to meet a certain person. They entered the royal hall, lined with war-hardened soldiers from left to right. There's a watchful beast woman, a nonchalant hulking horned man, and entering from her chambers was the scar-riddled muscle mommy. She's the one that Nadia needed to meet. The eldest child and former princess of the ruined kingdom of woman warriors, Valkyria. The head of the people seeking vengeance against the Wings Incarnate. Sitting on the throne is Queen Lagertha Einherjar, head of Levitain. Firstly, she welcomed seasoned old Bernhard with a warm smile and insisted that they omit tiresome formalities. She wanted his report about the expedition right away. Bernhard recounted undergoing the trial of Carpes' arena. Despite some unforeseen circumstances, they managed to reach the temple and meet Gyuyo, the Wings Incarnate. Bernhard detailed their battle and expressed his shame for losing handily. Queen Lagertha was angered by his shame as a warrior for returning after being marred by defeat. Old Bernhard asserted that no matter how many times he may lose, he swears to be the one to crush Gyuyo's throat with his own hands. Queen Lagertha was pleased with his determined reply, her laugh echoing throughout the throne room. Then she asked who the incarnate that he brought along was. Nadia was introduced as the Nature Incarnate, a member of a separate group aiming for Gyuyo's head. Old Bernhard added that she is a new ally who can lend her power to the cause. She helped them immensely with her healing magic after the mission. Nadia agreed to help in exchange for treating and protecting a barbarian man and a plain girl. The girl, the only surviving human sacrifice, is relatively healthy and should be sent to the civilian quarters soon. As for the barbarian, he's still under close monitoring in the infirmary. He is badly injured and unconscious. After receiving the rundown of the situation at hand, she got up from her throne and walked towards Nadia. She offered her hand, and Nadia formally greeted the warrior queen. As soon as their hands touched, the queen's grasp tightened as she interrogated Nadia for her real agenda. She threatened that if Nadia turned out to be a spy, a grim fate would await her here in Levitain. Nadia remained composed and replied with a proposal to exchange information regarding the branch inside her body. That confirmed one of the warrior's suspicions. The beast woman raised her claws and warned the queen not to listen to another word coming out of Nadia's mouth. She's been stinking up the royal hall with the wing's stench from the moment she entered, after all. When confronted about whether she really has the branch of the wings inside her body, Nadia truthfully answered. But she also swore that she knew nothing about what this mysterious relic inside her was. Queen Lagertha reckons that if the Wings Incarnate is searching for his branch and Nadia, she might offer Levitain a unique opportunity that might never come again. Before the meeting could proceed any further, a hurried messenger entered the hall with haste. She asked forgiveness for barging in so suddenly, but she's bringing urgent news. In the civilian quarters of the fortress, an out-of-control draconic beast is causing mayhem and bloodshed. This rampage was reminiscent of the first time that the power of evil incarnate took over his body. Ananta had finally lost it. With the power bursting out of his body, the evil incarnate took over his being for the first time ever. He was just a young boy back then. Unable to rein in the overwhelming amount of magic, armless Ananta was consumed by the darkness. His perception of his body was erased bit by bit, his conscience slipping away. But even in his dragon form, his gaze automatically wandered in the burning village's direction. Slowly, he willed his monstrous body to crawl towards the fire. With pure instincts alone, he sped up, each step resulting in a booming quake. Halfway through, his speed had reached an unimaginable degree. As he arrived on the outskirts of the fiery village, he instinctively wailed in grief. Young Ananta scanned the surroundings and saw a burnt corpse in the direction of his home. The sight of that corpse and the smell of burning flesh knocked the kid back to his senses. He walked out of the dragon's body and ran to his burning hut. His arms had miraculously regenerated, albeit taking on the darkness of the black dragon. The face of Ananta's caring sister flashed in his mind. Her soft gaze and youthful beauty have been reduced into unrecognizably charred remains. He remembered that the last thing she said to him was to come back safely. Somehow he managed to do that, but at what cost? Ananta took Ashta's charred corpse into his hands, her usual warmth turning into unbearable heat. The kid trembled and screamed his angered heart out to the heavens, tears of blood pouring down his eyes. At that moment, the thought of killing Gyuyo with his own 2 hands had taken over his mind and heart. He had been dreaming of that tragedy for years now. When Ananta woke up after the battle, he opened his eyes to an unfamiliar infirmary. On his bedside was an adorable little rat girl, watching him sleep. Seeing her only confused him even more. Why is there a little incarnate watching him sleep? Even with all the injuries he accumulated from the battlefield, he forced himself to get up. His mind is still fixated on finding and ending Gyuyo once and for all. Before he could take one step out of the bed, blood splattered out of all his orifices. He gasps for air, struggling to breathe. His vision blurred, and black bile continuously flowed out of his body. This is the drawback of using too much curse power. Despite that, Ananta still tried to get up and miserably failed. The little rat girl cheerfully skedaddled out of the room to find an adult. After gritting his teeth through the pain and regaining a bit of strength in his legs, Ananta managed to get out of the infirmary. The civilians in the fortress froze in fear as soon as they saw the beaten and bloodied man walking in the streets. Ananta still can't figure out where he is. Looking up, he didn't see the sky. He reckoned that he might be in some kind of underground city. The patrolling guards stopped him from spreading any more unease to the citizens. Judging by his strange appearance, it's evident that he doesn't belong in Levitain. The guards urged him to cooperate with his arrest or die if he resisted. Ananta sighed and stood on business, ready to throw hands even when he's literally 1 HP. The tension was broken by one man's interruption, looking for his child. The guards referred to him as Lord Owl. Ananta saw in this man's hand a familiar burned-off symbol. When he was just a kid, Whitefoot warned him about this coat of arms. An eye surrounded by 6 wings and 2 blades, the symbol of Gyuyo's servants. He tried to grab onto this sussy Lord Owl fella only to get almost blinded by a lightning-fast sword draw. Lord Owl slashed away, but Ananta managed to dodge clumsily with sheer instinct. Owl apologized for attacking so abruptly. It's just that his pet peeve is people touching him from behind. Ananta regained his footing and ferociously responded with a haymaker that went wide. Seeing the bloodthirsty look in his eyes, Lord Owl turned serious. Owl hopped back to the guard's position and complained that he shouldn't even be fighting since he was supposed to be off duty today. He found it wildly interesting that even though the young man looked like he was about to drop dead in a single strike, he was still exuding such a horrifying, murderous aura. Ananta confronted the man about the coat of arms in his hand, and his relationship to the wings incarnate. As a response, Owl bum-rushed him with the sword in hand, his eyes screaming bloody murder. Ananta's senses are sharp. He managed to step out of the way before the blade could skewer his head, but Owl was relentless. He was attacking with high intensity and the intent to kill. Ananta had to endure some cuts along the way until his back was pushed against a wall. Lord Owl asserted that if he's after something, then he should take it by force. With a wide swing, Lord Owl showed his raptor's claw technique. Owl was surprised that his blade failed to slice through flesh. As it turned out, Ananta managed to summon his incarnate power in time, blocking the attack. Between his dragon arms, he glared at the swordsman with vitriol. The guards finally made themselves useful and sent someone to report back to the queen and request reinforcements. Reinvigorated, Ananta raised his claws and started going apeshit on the swordsman. Unfortunately for him, attacking fast and loose like a barbarian is not going to work against Lord Owl. But the expert swordsman knew that getting hit by one of these attacks could result in his death. Even still, all he has to do is dodge until Ananta runs out of gas, and that shouldn't take too long now. As soon as the young man showed signs of staggering from his previous injuries, Lord Owl pounced to capitalize on his weakness. It was a clean stab right to the chest. A fatal wound to any normal human out there. But to Ananta, a mortal wound is just another insignificant setback. His flesh visibly stretched and healed around the blade. Lord Owl felt as though he had just stepped into a monstrous trap. The young man's face ripped open, exposing rows upon rows of fangs. With a bloody roar, Ananta's black dragon form took over. With an agonized wail, the evil incarnate took over his body once more, pushing what he can endure to the limits. It was obvious that his transformation was not as stable as his previous ones. The civilians who foolishly stayed around the vicinity to watch were abashed by fear. Imagine fighting a fucking rampaging dragon on your day off. Lord Owl is not having a good day at all. Nevertheless, he stood his ground and slowly drew his blade once more. As the monster came face to face with the swordsman, Lord Owl felt a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time: fear. He froze in place, only to get bailed out by Queen Lagertha herself. The supreme warrior of Levitane came in swinging with her great sword. Her slash landed squarely on the black dragon's neck, opening a deep gash that bled profusely. The beast roared in pain as it went out of control. While the black dragon bleeds out of his neck, the warriors of the fortress braced themselves as they surrounded the beast from all angles. Nadia and the rest finally caught up. She asserted that Ananta is not an enemy, but the queen firmly believes that anyone who puts her people in danger cannot be left breathing. So this disgraceful beast deserves to get his life cut short right here and right now. The black dragon swiftly moved and raised its claws. Before anyone could react, it swung its sharp weapons, surprising Queen Lagertha. Instead of attacking them, the beast dug deep into its neck wound, tearing its own flesh open. He ripped the flesh open, exposing the gore and blood underneath. With superior strength, the monster almost ripped its own body in half with force. The guards have never seen anything like this before. With one final rain of blood, the black dragon's body fell limp on the ground. As the power of the evil incarnate subsided, his body and energy scattered to the wind. Queen Lagertha walked closer and saw the unconscious young man inside the dragon's flesh. Her curiosity about Ananta just skyrocketed. After the incident, Nadia and Ananta have been imprisoned in Levitane's dungeon. To prevent any more unexpected incidents, the nature incarnate is being guarded by the royal guards of Queen Lagertha. The civilians are still traumatized and in chaos about the scene they just witnessed. They tried to ask the witnesses to exercise caution, but rumors did not take much time to spread within their walls. In Levitane's round table, the queen called all her closest aides to convene for a commander's meeting. There is but one item on the agenda. They need to figure out what to do with the man named Ananta. Fourth Commander Lupa, the untamed incarnate, thinks that there's no debate necessary. They shouldn't even debate keeping a dangerous monster in their fortress. They should just kill it while they have the chance. Third Commander Owl, the swordsmanship incarnate, found Ananta interesting after clashing with him and proposed that they find a way to use his power. Second Commander Tarkhan, the breakthrough incarnate, abstained as he had no interest in the matter. Queen Lagertha turned to her first commander Bernhard, the courage incarnate, for his opinion about his thoughts on the barbarian, given that he had seen him in action back in Carpes. Fourth Commander Lupa found it ridiculous that they're even debating the answer. She thinks Bernhard fucked up by bringing a monster without warning them first. Well, old Bernhard only did it because he knew that even mentioning the idea would cause a commotion. He firmly believes that Ananta is a force that they'll need in spite of any dissent. He admits that the young man's power is unstable and dangerous, but his hostility towards the Wings incarnate is real. If they can get that power under control, Ananta can become their most powerful weapon against a common enemy. As first commander, Bernhard formally proposed that they welcome Ananta as a part of Levitane's military force, which Lupa strongly opposed. She turned to Owl, thinking that the sword incarnate could have definitely killed the beast if he fought seriously. But Owl surprisingly sided with Bernhard, seeing the value in being allies with Ananta. He is certain that if the young man had been in better condition, one of them would have ended up permanently maimed. After hearing the opinions of her commanders, Queen Lagertha called the rabbit's foot messenger to step forward. It was, of course, the self-proclaimed cutie pie of Rabbit's Foot, the ever-reliable Whitefoot. While the roundtable meeting was going on, Ananta was chained up in an underground dungeon. A lady with a sultry voice appeared inside his cell, greeting him like an old friend. She was worried that he'd be down like a dejected dog after losing against Gyuyo, but it seemed like she was worried for nothing. Ananta stared at her like a wild animal. The tall and slender bunny girl warned him that if he continued to do so, she'd definitely get hot and bothered. Back in the round table, Whitefoot is exchanging pleasantries with Levitane's big dogs, introducing herself as a humble info merchant. As always, Lupa immediately became hostile. Lord Owl's eyes darted into the little rat girl, Raclette, holding on to Ruby. The swordsman turned on his dad mode and called the little girl to his side. Whitefoot assured everyone that she was just a messenger who could teleport through space. Before Bernhard and the rest returned from Carpes, she came and made an offer to the queen. She opened with a proposal regarding a power that can kill the Wings incarnate. The queen thought that the rabbit was half mad at first, but now she could see what Whitefoot was talking about. After briefly seeing Ananta in action, Queen Lagertha became interested in her offer. Whitefoot admired the queen's decisiveness and explained that all she wants is a permanent cooperative relationship between Rabbit's Foot and Levitane. In exchange, she'll give them Rabbit's Foot's most powerful weapon for defeating Gyuyo, the revenge incarnate who had been freed from his chains. Whitefoot was giving her best sales pitch, but she was interrupted by Ananta's voice calling her worthless. The air in the round table immediately became tense. Ananta asserted that he doesn't need anyone's help. Ruby jumped out of the rat girl's grasp and hurriedly ran back to her boss. Ananta, still riddled with wounds and bruises, proudly proclaimed that he was the only one who could kill Gyuyo. Lupa quickly busted out her sharp and furry claws, determined to put the criminal back in the dungeon. As for the guards that were supposed to make sure he stays locked up, their minds have been cooked. Lupa waited for the queen's kill order. Thankfully, Muscle Mommy is a level-headed leader. She ordered her commander to stand down as she wanted to hear what Ananta had to say. One look at the young man's scar-filled body is enough to determine how many mortal battles he has been through. The queen can also feel the murderous hatred flowing through his veins. She had never seen anything that even came close to it. With the absolute monster inside his body, Ananta is akin to a demon in human form. Whitefoot tries to salvage her sales pitch as she properly introduces the Revenge Incarnate. Ananta squeezed her head. He doesn't like being talked about as a product to be sold. To calm him down, the other bunny girl seductively clung to Ananta's arm and reminded him of his loss against the Wings Incarnate. She insisted that he couldn't do everything on his own, and that he was going to need as much help as he could get. As it turns out, this Gooner bait bunny girl's name is Blackfoot, Whitefoot's hornier sister. Although there's a bit of a hiccup along the way, it looks like mediation between both parties is complete. Queen Lagertha outrightly asked the young man if he could kill Gyuyo with 100% certainty. Whitefoot tried to answer for Ananta, but the queen quickly shut her ass up. She could not care less about where he came from. She was still wary about his attitude and lack of control, but she had also seen his strength with her own eyes. Every single person in Levitain wants to punish the Wings Incarnate. It is their shared grudge that binds them together. For example, 3rd Commander Owl, the Swordsmanship Incarnate, and the man Ananta fought, used to belong to a tribe that worshipped the Wings Incarnate. Ultimately, his entire tribe was massacred because of a rebellious few. He burned the coat of arms on his hand and vowed revenge. The queen did not hesitate to accept him as a companion. Just like everyone in this room, the queen can see that Ananta is harboring an unquenchable hatred for Gyuyo. The young man rudely asked the queen for her name. She didn't put on any airs and introduced herself as Lagertha Einarjar. To answer her question, Ananta explained that he is cursed to feed upon evil deities. The more he feeds upon corrupted beasts, the stronger he will become. After his recent loss, he plans on hunting more evil deities to grow his power. When the time comes, he vows to snap Gyuyo's neck with his bare hands, and all Livatain's insects have to do is support him. Hearing him insult the queen and their proud nation angered Commander Lupe even more. In contrast, the queen simply smiled and hysterically laughed in amusement at the young man's brazen audacity. He stood up from her seat and walked towards Ananta, swearing upon her honor as queen. From now on, Levitain will give it their all to assist Ananta, the Revenge Incarnate. She turned to her trusty warriors, Scald and Mare, to unchain Nadia and bring her to the round table. Meanwhile, in a plain far from the surface world, Beharon opened the doors to where Gyuyo's congregation had gathered. In an arena, Ziz had just finished electrocuting a monster to death. In the stands were 4 more beings exuding cataclysmic levels of power. As for the child born from an abomination, he looked like a psycho who enjoyed the act of killing. Gyuyo pulled up with his new drip fitting of a god. As he welcomed Beharon, they are celebrating the birth of the 3rd seat. Now that Beharon is done with his assignment, Gyuyo orders him to open the gate. Smashing his fists together, the space behind him shattered. Gyuyo stepped inside the bleak pocket dimension filled with countless abominations as far as the eye could see. The snarls and growls of the abominations filled the desolate area as Gyuyo watched from above. He looked at them with indifference. He reminded the monsters that they have been forsaken by the old gods. They have lost all dignity at the hands of evil deities and can never return to their original forms. He urged every single creature to know and remember their shame. They are unappreciated and scorned, the victims of utter injustice. Showing off his wings, he asked them if they would just give up and accept their end, if they won't fight back against their horrible destiny. Gyuyo jumped down to the den of monsters and introduced himself as the one who would bridge this rotten world with the world of the gods. Those who have any desire to profane and desecrate these cruel deities will have the chance to cast off the vile flesh of abomination. All they have to do is show that they are worthy of such a chance. Only the last one standing will receive the grace of the Wings. As soon as the Wings Incarnate announced this, a battle royal among the abominations ensued. An abominable gorilla kicked off the bloodbath by crushing a dinosaur's skull. Alligators trashed monstrous hyenas and spilled blood. Watching the chaos and desperation to come out on top made Gyuyo chuckle. He rejoiced as the abominations tear each other for a chance to regain their flesh. Back in Levitain, Nadia has been freed and invited to the round table. She saw Ananta and shot him a worried look of concern. Whitefoot greeted her with a smile and saw the strange bunny girl clinging to his arm. Queen Lagertha assured Nadia that she could relax as everything's been taken care of. The last time she saw Ananta, he was an unstable mess teetering on losing control. But maybe she was worried over nothing. After talking with the Revenge Incarnate, the Queen has decided to accept both him and Nadia as official members of Leviathan. Of course, the fiery young man protested that he never agreed to work for this underground organization. Bernhard stepped in and proposed a compromise, making a temporary alliance. No matter how they spin it, they need the Black Dragon's strength to successfully hunt the Wings Incarnate. Ananta would also benefit from the organization's assistance. As for Nadia, she needs Leviathan's existing information to find the answers she seeks. Bernhard warned her that what he was about to tell her may be very difficult to bear, but she had already made her resolve to know what she really is clear. With solid determination, she urged Bernhard to tell her about the branch that had been implanted into her body. Queen Lagertha called the branch the Mistelton. It's a relic also known as the branch of the World Tree. Back in Carpes, they saw how the abomination turned into an incarnate with Gyuyo's bizarre methods. That boy with crazy eyes was born from the soul of countless human sacrifices. The branch is often called the Blessing of the Wings. It serves as a catalyst that can turn abominations into incarnates. That means Nadia herself is an incarnate reborn through Gyuyo's intervention, which makes her a creation of the Wings Incarnate. She has her human form because of the branch. She may have originally been just another abomination, but if that was true, Gyuyo must have the power equal to that of the gods. So why would he choose to power up an abomination instead of an incarnate? The queen answered that if used on incarnates, the branch would turn them into evil deities. She knows this vital information because she saw it the day when her homeland, Valkyria, fell. As a little girl, she was forced to sail away and abandon her empire due to Gyuyo's actions. She saw those 6 cursed wings hovering on top of the castle on that nightmarish night. Her home was destroyed by the emergence of the most powerful abomination, its dark horns destroying the castle she grew up on. Valkyria's guardian was turned into a monster before her eyes. Ananta interjected. According to what the queen is saying, Nadia should be Gyuyo's servant or an evil deity by now. Yet here she is, just a meek dolt who couldn't even hurt a fly. Bernhard asserted that this is why Nadia is a special case. She might be the closest thing Gyuyo has to the edge of the world. You see, there's a legend that has been passed down through Valkyria's royal family for generations. They say that a gap that forms along with the birth of the world tree creates the so-called edge of the world. Gyuyo has been desperately making moves to find that dimensional gap to invade the world of the gods. That is why he keeps on trying to create creatures that can successfully serve as the sapling of a new world tree. But the branch, Mistelton, is too powerful for average beings to bear, let alone grow. Just look at the winner of Gyuyo's messed-up abomination battle royal. As soon as the abominable tiger accepted the branch into its body, an untold level of power immediately spread across its body. The beings that can control Mistelton's energy with any semblance of stability are extremely few and far between. In most cases, it results in the vessel's body exploding into a million little pieces. So, in order to learn more about Gyuyo's plans, Queen Lagertha and Leviathan wants to borrow Nadia and Ananta's power to slay Valkyria's royal guardian that has become an abomination. With the alliance finalized, the queen didn't dilly-dally any longer. She tasked 3rd Commander Owl and 4th Commander Lupa with a very important mission. The two of them will take a chunk of Leviathan's warriors and lead the initial campaign to the Farsa continent. They will go ahead of the main force and establish an ally outpost on the front lines. Their ultimate goal is the annihilation of the evil deities that have taken over the Farsa continent once and for all. As queen and leader, Lagertha prayed for their safety and glorious victory. 3 days before the first campaign's departure, the plan to retake Valkyria came into full swing. Valkyria's secret fortress is situated on the northeastern side of the continent. It is home to 500 of the queen's fiercest warriors and the mercenaries under Bernhard's banner. Thousands of civilians are sojourning there under their protection. As for the queen's commanders, all of them are powerful incarnates, making Leviathan the most powerful anti-wings resistance force. Since Ananta lost in the Battle of Carpes, proving that he's still far too weak, the organization would be a great help in regrouping and powering him up. From the very beginning, the encounter with the queen was a part of Whitefoot's plan. What she didn't expect was Nadia's cooperation. In any case, they have a very powerful ally on their side now. Whitefoot sees Ananta's power as a double-edged sword. He consumes the power and abilities of the deities he devours, but if he doesn't feed on powerful enemies, he loses control of his curse, permanently turning into a mindless monster. As for the bunny girl that has been staying by Ananta's side nonstop, Blackfoot, she also hails from Rabbit's Foot, like her sister. Right now, she is using her power of hypnosis to keep Ananta's rage in check. It's a temporary fix, so they really need to let our boy hunt and quell his curse as soon as possible. Since the retaking of the Farsa continent would be the best hunting ground, Whitefoot urged Nadia to make a deal with Rabbit's Foot. All she has to do is help Ananta defeat the Wings Incarnate, and the Rabbit's Foot will ensure her safety at all times. Since Nadia possesses one of the branches inside her, she is a potential juicy target for Gyuyo's forces. As a matter of fact, it's only a matter of time before the wings incarnate come after her once more. This time they may be more insistent than they were at Carpe's. Much to Whitefoot's surprise, Nadia declined her proposal. She is done hopelessly standing by as more and more people fall victim to Gyuyo's twisted plans. So she does not need anything in return. All she wants is to help in stopping all the needless sacrifices at the hands of the wings incarnate. So she will freely cooperate with Whitefoot no matter what the cost. It's not much of a deal, but both parties came to an agreement that is satisfactory on both ends. And so, Whitefoot shared the plan to retake the Farsa continent moving forward. Queen Lagertha is currently devising a plan to take back Valkyria's former capital, Folkvanger. They can only go through this mission with the addition of Ananta's power. You see, Farsa has been turned into a cursed land that defeats even death. The one who sits on top of this land is the sacred incarnate, Alicorn, or whatever's left of him. This holy unicorn was one of the first incarnates, just like the black dragon, Aji Dahaka. Throughout its endless life, it served the god of sacredness and protected Valkyria. According to the queen's accounts, Alicorn has been bastardized and turned into an abomination after it met Gyuyo. It's almost certain that another Mistleton branch is involved. In Ananta's own words, the queen and her people want him to get revenge on the beast that caused the downfall of their kingdom. All he has to do is slaughter a supercharged evil deity and get more information about the branches. It's a simple mission that even a child can understand. Ananta is ready. He is itching to be taken to his next hunting grounds right away. 3 days later, the expedition finally started. With a single click in her mystical timepiece, Whitefoot opened a portal directly leading to Farsa. With this, they can transport the united forces under the two commanders. 100 battle-hardened warriors of Valkyria are eager to return to their homeland and retake what was originally theirs. After confirming the coordinates for Folkvanger, Whitefoot gave the untied forces the signal to depart whenever they're ready. At the forefront was one of the commanders, the charming Lord Owl. He urged his troops to put on a spectacular show as soon as they arrived. Commander Lupe was much more straightforward. She warned her soldiers to avoid death. It's still too early for any of them to go to Valhalla. At the back of the line, Ananta is panting like a wild beast in heat. To his side, Blackfoot teasingly asked if he was starting to get excited for the hunt. After 3 days of fasting from evil deity meat, Ananta feels like he can murder anyone right now. The once vigorous and beautiful Farsa continent has been turned into a desolate land where nothing grows. As soon as Whitefoot's portal connected to the faraway land, the two commanders burst out at full speed ahead, ready for whatever the unknown land had in store for them. Lupe and Owl are fiending for immediate action. As soon as her sharp senses warned her of foreign entities nearby, Lupe directed Owl in its direction. What they saw was a skeleton goat, an abomination that had long since lost its flesh and blood. A freak of nature. Following behind the commanders was Nadia. She activated Yggdrasil and spawned a flurry of roots crawling towards the goat's direction. Her roots quickly transformed into a wooden horse construct with Yggdrasil Epona. She was the first one to land an attack on the abominations that have taken over the continent. Meanwhile, the commanders made their way to her spell and landed from a distance. Unfortunately, Nadia's half-cooked spell was no match against the skeletal goat. Sure, it caused some damage, making the abomination wobble, but it's still in one piece. But the next attack was far from half-cooked. Ananta came down swinging, the claws of the black dragon locked in on the skeletal beast. With his scaly arm, he shattered the goat's skull into dust in a single attack. The commanders, Nadia and Whitefoot, just stayed from a safe distance, letting the starving black dragon draw the non-existent first blood. While Lord Owl found Ananta's power impressive, Lupe did not hide her disapproval. With the participation of the nature and revenge incarnates, Lord Owl is getting the feeling that the mission to retake the continent might become more interesting than he initially thought. With the help of Nadia's Yggdrasil, the forces continued taking the less trodden path. Blackfoot is still sticking close to Ananta, making sure to keep his rage in check. She looked at her timepiece and gathered that this forsaken land didn't get any sliver of sunlight. Since Queen Lagertha tasked Owl and Lupa to carry out the joint operation between the 3rd and 4th companies, they are carrying the highest risk. Folkvanger is on the northern coast but is otherwise surrounded by vast grassland in the south. The capital was established as the land of the Alicorn and his mystics after all. In the past, Valkyria was able to prevent the invasion of hostile neighboring nations thanks to their mystics. But now, those protectors have become deplorable abominations roaming the wastelands aimlessly. The mission's topmost priority is to establish a base to prepare breaking through the barrier. Lupa and Owl will lead the vanguard to set up the upcoming attack. Owl asked if it was necessary to establish a base at all when they could just be teleported in the middle of the battlefield using Whitefoot's power. However, her power has a limitation that necessitates the establishment of a base camp. It would be wonderful if they could just teleport directly to the capital, but she can only transport her targets to the safest spot near the destination. At the moment, the advance party can only enter as far as the woods to the south. Using Whitefoot's ability any further would require establishing a safe zone further north. With the safe area within several miles of the infested capital, the danger level of the mission is high. This necessitates Ananta and Nadia's assistance. Commander Lupa reckons that the Queen is being way too careful. She argued that her company, combined with Owl's, would be more than enough. But this is Queen Lagartha's homeland we're talking about. She sternly gave Lupa an official decree to ensure that she and Ananta's group must regroup with the main troops a week after the raid's kickoff. She also ordered them to stay alive at any cost. Her final command as their leader is for her soldiers to return to their comrades in one piece. Once the group had settled in their makeshift camp, Ruby's time to shine brightly and make fire for everyone had come. Using the skeletal remains of the dead abomination, she lit up the surroundings with a sizable flare. Nadia wordlessly prayed for the abomination's soul, and Lupa stared at her like she was committing a crime. The fourth commander's eyes gradually shifted towards Ananta, and the sight of him and that horny bunny girl irked Lupa heavily. Owl noticed her expression and playfully teased that she should hide her dislike a little better. Since they are entering the woods soon, it would be wiser to rest rather than seethe in anger. Moreover, the moment they stepped into this cursed continent, they became comrades. Still, the hard-headed commander refuses to accept those randoms as comrades. She thinks calling them as such would be an insult to their real comrades that have fallen, the people she can actually entrust with her life no matter what. With that in mind, she would never assign a word that carries so much meaning to sketchy strangers. With her anger reaching its boiling point, the stubborn commander walked towards Ananta to give him a piece of her mind. She noticed that he hadn't been able to get a hold of himself after a little skirmish. In her eyes, that makes him a weakling. Lupa doesn't respect a warrior who can't carry himself on the battlefield without a pesky guardian to nurse him at all times. Ananta is done taking the insults and asks Lupa to get straight to the point. She had accepted that Queen Lagartha was interested in his power, but Lupa still didn't buy it. They have seen time and time again that Ananta is struggling to control his power. He even had to hold back against the first abomination in fear of completely losing control again. Seeing the confrontation, Nadia interrupted after feeling the rising tensions. In her arms, Ruby glared at the commander, ready to pounce. Lupa accused him of being a ticking time bomb that could blow up on everyone. Nevertheless, Ananta is not taking any shit from the mouthy commander. She is so stubborn and territorial that she'd rather not have a dragon on her team. Lupa's arms stretched and enlarged, her nails turning into sharp claws, as she ordered Ananta to take his friends and get lost. She'll just tell the queen that the cowards ran once shit got real. If he refuses, she threatens to tear him limb from limb before the main force arrives. Do you know how our boy responded to that blatant threat? He let some of his murderous aura leak as she commanded the wolf to get out of his face before he added a death count to the operation. With a graceful sleight of hand and her power coming into play, Blackfoot dispelled the rising tensions with magic. Suddenly, Lupa found herself in a cavern filled with countless monster skeletons. A sea of remains. She tried to make sense of where she was and failed. Light is poured into the cavern as its roof gets blown up, reducing the solid structure into rubble. Lupa shielded her eyes from the dust and debris. When she finally got a good look above, her eyes dilated in surprise. The fourth commander saw the ever-reliable form of Queen Lagartha and her comrades. That was the effect of Blackfoot's potent hypnosis on Lupa. The bunny girl reprimanded Ananta for stoking the flames of trouble when the commander started the fight out of nowhere. Nevertheless, both of them are inches away from crossing a line. Thankfully, Blackfoot was there, putting the hot-blooded fools under her bewitching hypnosis trance. Ananta clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned his head away. Suddenly, his sharp senses kicked in as soon as he detected movement inside the eerie area. When he came to, the first thing Ananta did was shove Blackfoot away like she was nothing. A few moments later, Ananta's actions became apparent. The presence that he detected had come for them. It was a giant snack with a giant scaly body and voracious fangs. The uninvited serpent lunged and chomped down on its targets, not giving them any time to react properly. By the time Lord Owl noticed what was happening, his co-commander was nowhere to be seen anymore. After swallowing his dinner whole, the giant serpent rumbled and crawled back to whatever shithole he came from as fast as it could. Maintaining composure, Owl ordered his men to organize a 10-soldier search team to track down the snake as quickly as possible. He intended to go with the search team, but the rumbling of the ground they were standing on made everyone pause in their tracks. From the horizon, abominations in the shape of horses came running in like a wild beast stampede. Nadia saw the incoming collision and gripped her staff tightly. Chanting Yggdrasil Totates, she summoned 3 sharp roots darting out of the ground and pierced the abominable horses with laser-like precision. While the soldiers were running around like headless chickens, Nadia was the one who stepped up to salvage their situation. She warned them that the enemies were coming. It's do or die from this point on. Meanwhile, Commander Lupa managed to live through being snake dinner. but she's in quite an awkward position right now. Behind Lupa, the young man held her lithe body tightly while hiding behind the trees. Ananta covered her mouth to prevent any noises that would attract unwanted attention. Just a few meters away from the two survivors were a plethora of serpents, slowly and methodically looking for their next meal. Rolling the clock a few seconds back, we see Ananta and the unconscious Commander Lupa inside the stomach of the giant serpent who dined and dashed on them. Ananta could feel his flesh sizzling upon being exposed to the snake's digestive juices, which coated the stomach lining. Feeling the pressure to get out, he did what he did best, and went sicko mode on the serpent's insides. His arms turned to draconic claws, digging into the stomach lining, ripping it apart by the second. When the snake finally felt that something might be wrong with his insides, it was too late. Ananta burst out of the snake's body, gore and blood spewing all over the woods. The damage was bad enough to claim the monster's life. The young man emerged from the flesh hole he made. In his arms was Commander Lupa. When the commander woke up, she found herself facing Ananta. She jumped in fright, still trying to figure out what was going on. Looking closely, she saw the scars on Ananta's body, signs of burns from corrosive substances. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the snake's digestive juices dissolved the commander's clothes. Ananta explained that he managed to get them out of the snake somehow. That means he saved her from certain death. Lupa refused to believe that the man he criticized for being a shitty team player turned out to be a pretty good comrade. Thankfully, Ananta found a spot where they can stay put and rest while they figure out their next move. But Lupa woke up stressed out. She wanted to know how much time had passed and the status of their HQ. Before she could get answers to her questions, Ananta grabbed her arm and pulled her into a solid embrace. Caught by surprise and Ananta's surprising strength, Lupa couldn't even fight back. When he shoved his hand to cover her mouth, something clicked inside the wolf girl's mind. But Ananta was just doing his best to keep her and himself alive while more giant snakes frolicked within their vicinity. Ananta made a foolish mistake. The spot he thought was safe turned out to be the snake's territory. On all sides, they are completely surrounded by oversized serpents. Eventually, Ananta noticed that something was off. These snakes don't really look or behave like abominations. They might not even be mystics. Lupa asked if he was going to fight his way out of this predicament. Ananta surprisingly answered that fighting won't be practical. He admitted that Lupa was right. He can't fully control his power right now. He's afraid of the curse taking over if he accidentally uses too much power without Blackfoot nearby to keep him in check. But he won't just resign and become snake lunch for the second time. Right now, they have two plans of action to choose from. First, they can risk injury and fight the snakes. Second, they can try to run and regroup with the others. Being civil, Ananta gave Lupa the freedom to choose what they do. But instead of picking between two shitty plans, Commander Lupa proposed that they go for choice number 3. They break through, get out of the woods, and head towards the whole mission's ultimate goal. Using her animalistic senses, Lupa sniffed and smelled the surroundings. She discovered that the woods reeked of giant snakes searching for their next prey. If they tried to fight, they'd just be surrounded in a matter of seconds. And even if they managed to regroup with others, that scenario would inevitably end up causing needless sacrifice. It's a good plan on paper, but Ananta doesn't have a clue on how it can work. Lupa swallowed her pride and got on her knees. She presented her back for Ananta to ride. Don't worry, we're staying PG. While on her knees, 4th Commander Lupa, the untamed incarnate, lets her power take over. She warned Ananta to hold on tight if he didn't want to fall off. Lupa's form swapping immediately attracted the snake's attention. By the time they slithered to the disturbance's origin, the silhouette of a man riding a wolf flew past them. The snakes tried to catch up and take a bite, only to get ripped apart in the most brutal and bloody fashion. Lupa is not called the untamed incarnate for nothing. In her mouth was the hefty chunk of snake flesh. She tossed the meat off the side of the road, taunting the other serpents hot on her heels. At this rate, they are almost out of the woods. This might be bold and crazy, but it should draw some of the danger away from their comrades fighting for their lives in the base camp. Imagine her surprise when the shape of a man, seemingly waiting for them to emerge, came into view up ahead. Ananta's eyes immediately darted toward the man's cloak, and the familiar sigil was drawn over it. Old man got gray hair, gray beard, a monocle, and an aura-farming giant king cobra as a pet. His reptilian eye flared up. He apologized and asserted that no one gets past him. The old man's shadows morphed into snakes, gathering and getting bigger by the second. Once they reached the wolf and the man, the shadow snakes bared their fangs and attacked in unison. Even for Ananta, the attack felt way too fast. They might not be able to dodge. So, Wolf Lupa bit down on his arm and tossed him as hard as she could. She threw him into safety, acting as the bait to hold the shadow snakes in place. Ananta saw her howl in pain and immediately scrambled his way back into action. His arms morphed into draconic claws once more, swiping and dicing every shadow snake along the way. Lupa's transformation became undone, scattering her wolf body into the wind. She hopes that her save will make them even better. She paid the debt, but at what cost? The old man called her actions futile. She tried to sacrifice herself to save a comrade. How cliché. While he was yapping his gums, he felt a ferocious chill going up his spine. It was the bloodthirsty gaze of Ananta. Just as expected, the curse is starting to go out of control, but that only makes him hungrier for murder. Back in the base camp, the abomination horses neighed their death wails. Lord Owl unsheathed his dual blades, locking and loading his raptor strike. With one straight stab piercing the abomination's heart, Owl's heavy lance made easy work of the horse. As the beast lifelessly plopped to the ground, Lord Owl could not shake the worry from his chest. Nadia was miraculously pulling her weight, catching and neutralizing abominations with her wood constructs. The whole camp worked so well together that they did not even suffer a single casualty. Owl stashed his blades away and sought Nadia to share his gut feeling about their situation. While he was fighting the horses, he felt that the abominations were not after them at all. It was almost as if they were running from a predator and just happened to pass by the army while they were fleeing. It could be related to the giant snake that swallowed Lupa and Ananta. Blackfoot interjected and tried to convince the commander to stop theorizing and start mobilizing a team to find Ananta as quickly as possible. They need to prioritize finding their double-edged weapon before things get beyond Blackfoot's bewitching powers' control. Speaking of the devil, Ananta is currently trying to suck the nasty poison ravaging Lupa's body after being ganked by shadow snakes. The man controlling the snakes already told Ananta that sucking the poison out is useless. His serpent's poison is so deadly that it can even kill mystics in an instant. Without the help of a competent healer, Lupa, the untamed incarnate, is as good as dead. Ananta gently laid her body on the ground, softly telling her to wait. He intends to skin that old snake in the most literal sense of the word. His arms split and stretched, making way for his ferocious transformation. Lupa had already given up and tried to stop Ananta from making stupid decisions. But our boy had already set his sights on defeating the old snake man in front of him and taking Lupa back to Nadia. The old man sensed the chaotic energy of the young man's curse. It was as biting as the winter's wind. He remembered Beharan mentioning Ananta a while ago. Taking his first step forward, the old man caused his shadow serpents to gather and slither out once more. The old snake man curtly introduced himself as Asen. You see, old Asen here is also known as the Blind Faith Incarnate. He's practically a brainwashed cult goon serving the wings. The standard shadow snakes he summoned fearlessly bared their fangs against the dragon. Ananta didn't even see them as threats. He just ran directly into them and ripped their shadowy bodies into shreds. Old Asen was not expecting his first attack to be so useless. Before his eyes is the hulking frame of the black dragon. For the first time in a long time, Asen felt fear. Composing himself, Asen used his shadow serpents to propel himself to the air, dodging Ananta's unstoppable attack. He managed to dodge, but if he was slower by just a little, he would have been clipped in one shot. Just to simplify the combat, Ananta shifted targets to Asen's pet snake and gutted that scaly bastard in less than a second. Back to a fair one-on-one matchup, he proceeded to wail on Asen's old bones. Feeling the pain of every punch, the old man mockingly laughed at Ananta's attempts. Asen admitted that when it comes to speed, raw strength, inhuman reaction, and every other physical metric, Ananta is the perfect beast without a flaw. However, Asen refuses to get upstaged. He shed his old human skin and revealed his real form. A four-armed snake man oozing deadly miasma. From a distance, the poisoned Lupa tried to get back up as hard as she could. She lifted her head and gasped as she saw Ananta brawling it out and throwing hands with a giant four-armed snake behemoth. She wondered why a stranger that she's been beefing with for the whole mission is putting himself in danger for a chance to save her. It reminded Lupa of the time when she asked her queen how she could risk her life fighting for the sake of others so fearlessly. Queen Lagertha simply answered that a comrade is someone you can always trust with your life. When she wholeheartedly told Lupa that she would risk her life for the young pup, Lupa was enamored with the idea of camaraderie. And so, Lupa got on all fours and started her wolf transformation as she apologized to her queen for she might not be able to keep her promise to come back alive. Just as Asen was about to land another haymaker on Ananta's body, his arm suddenly vanished. In its place was a bleeding stump. He didn't even see the attack with how fast it was. 1 second he had 4 arms, the next he only had 3. That's still one too many. Even with deadly poison circulating all over her body, Lupa still has that dog in her. She's literally a dog. Asen panically scanned the surroundings, trying to look for his assailant. But he was too late. Lupa pushed her wolf body to the limits and delivered the goriest stamp of gore she had ever executed. She sliced and diced Asen's scaly body from every angle, leaving countless deep wounds across her wake. Lupa tried to go harder and finish the job once and for all, only to feel the poison make her stagger. She was forced to jump away as Asen gasped in sharp pain. While the snake cultist was just trying to stay alive and breathing, he felt death closing in from his flank. It came in the form of the overbearing black dragon's hunger for flesh. Ananta promptly read the old snake's final judgment, ordering him to howl like the foul beast that he is. With one decisive chomp, Ananta munched on Isen's upper body. It looks like the dragon is eating snake spaghetti. Inside the dragon's maw, Isen was assaulted by the countless evil deities that Ananta had devoured. Inside, the old snake felt the branch of the world tree planted inside him slowly split apart. This triggered his fight or flight response. In this case, it's mostly flight as he called on Quetzalcoatl. From deep within the mountains of Valkyria, an enormous figure flew out with a blinding fast speed. It was Winged Sky Serpent, Isen's get-out-of-jail-for-free card. While he gasped and tried to catch his breath, Isen quietly asked for the Conquest Incarnate's forgiveness. Sure, he managed to stay alive and be saved thanks to Quetzalcoatl's interference, but Isen failed his mission and his boss's orders. He was tasked with eliminating intruders, but it's not really fair to put him up against this beast of a man in the form of a legendary beast. Which was odd. While they were fighting, Isen held the advantage the majority of the time. With his extra limbs, he dominated the close-quarters combat. Ananta, who was used to using his overwhelming strength, was being pushed to defend himself instead. But there was a bigger problem here. Halfway through the fight, Ananta's diminishing control over his curse started slipping. To feast is to release the curse in order to swallow evil deities as sustenance. But if he failed to feed his urges soon, the curse would take over and swallow everything in the vicinity. That includes the poisoned Commander Lupa, and he can't let that happen. While Isen continued his barrage of punches, Ananta was surprised at the juicy chance Lupa just handed her. The splatter of blood made the air stink of iron. After being critically hit by the stamp of gore, the old snake is vulnerable to a finisher. Ananta could feel Lupa telling him to take care of the rest as she fell and succumbed to the poison's effect. The vicious wolf fell flat on the floor with a loud thud. After the fight and Isen was bailed out, Ananta stood in the middle of the battleground, his aura overflowing. He felt as though every part of his body was filled with a newfound power. It's almost as if he swallowed an unquenchable flame, making his heart thump with more vigor. It's a hefty upgrade, but it's still not enough for his curse's hungry ass. He looked up and saw the retreating frame of old Isen on the back of the Sky Serpent. Ananta could feel the presence of the World Tree's branch, and it made his mouth water more. His back split open, his scale and flesh cracked and stretched as he sprouted dragon wings. With perfect control of his anatomy, he made a kick-ass flying apparatus to chase and kill his enemies. His eyes were turned to the skies. His mind is racing at the thought of feasting on snake snacks. Miraculously, Ananta managed to keep his bloodthirst in check. He looked down on Lupa's quickly dying body and froze. At this point, he can either try to save her or chase after the injured enemies and finish the job. He recalled Lupa entrusting him with the final blow with respect and faith. From then on, the choice was simple. A few hours later, Lupa opened her eyes once more. This time, she woke up with a less hectic and confusing view. Nadia was by her side, curing her body and dispelling the poison. Relieved that Lupa woke up, Nadia asked her patient how she felt. Her whole body has been bandaged up, and her mind is still fuzzy on the details of what happened. She tried to get up, but that was a bad idea. Her injuries are severe, and the commander is still in critical condition at this point. Nadia explained that the poison in Lupa's body almost killed her. If it wasn't neutralized in time, she would have kicked the bucket already. It's a good thing Ananta sprouted wings to bring her back to the camp as quick as he could. If the young man hadn't clutched up, they would have been down one commander by now. Lupa couldn't believe that Ananta would save her again and again. She called him an idiot, and he happened to overhear. Ananta asked if insults are how she repays people for saving her life. Lord Owl didn't miss the chance to playfully fan the flames between the two. Lupa gave Ananta a once-over and asked him about his wounds. He simply asked her to worry about her injuries instead. He also warned her to stop thinking about doing anything foolish and pushing herself instead of healing up. Ananta is getting tired of saving her ass over and over. Nadia still can't get used to the young man's crass words. Commander Lupa, on the other hand, felt something different after going through what she went through with Ananta. The squad posted up on the bonfire outside to discuss their next action. For now, Lupa will heal and rest. Lord Owl bowed and sincerely extended his gratitude to Ananta for going out of his way to save Lupa. After receiving the rough rundown of what happened in the woods, Nadia became curious about the enemy they fought, who seemed like Yuyo's subordinate. Ananta shared everything he knows. He fought an old man named Isen, who had the power to summon snakes from his shadow. As far as Ananta can tell, those snakes were mere fragments of the source without intelligence. They can only perform simple, predetermined actions. Judging by the lack of predation evidence nearby, he reckons that these snakes have been unleashed to simply ward off intruders pushing deeper into the Farsa continent. The first snake that attacked and swallowed them whole led Ananta to believe that these serpents were tasked with returning to their master after capturing intruders. The reason for such a sequence is still unknown. More importantly, Ananta discovers something about his power. After he tried consuming Aeson, he definitely felt a part of the World Tree's branch had been absorbed into him. Blackfoot softly caressed his shoulders and confirmed that she can see the change in his power too. She observed that his curse has become much more stable than before. She didn't think that just a fragment of the branch could do this much for Ananta's curse. That doesn't justify her clinginess, though. Nevertheless, Blackfoot can already imagine what would happen if Ananta could devour an entire branch. Lord Owl, who's been silently contemplating, finally spoke up. He remembers Aeson from his days serving the Wings. The old snake is the blind faith incarnate and the sixth seat of Sephiroth. Unfamiliar with the term, Nadia asked what he meant by Sephiroth. Owl expounded that the Sephiroth consists of the Wings incarnate's most elite guardians. They are the 10 most powerful beings bestowed with the power of the branch. To be more specific, Sephiroth is made up of Gyuyo's 5 most powerful warriors and each of their assistants. If Aeson is in this cursed continent, then there's a very real possibility that one of Gyuyo's 5 direct subordinates might show up soon. For those in the know, the top Sephiroth seats are as powerful as walking calamities. The winged sky serpent who rescued Aeson finally landed on his perch, the broken castle of the fallen Valkyria kingdom. The old snake is still trying to catch his breath and recover from the bloody beating. Quetzalcoatl's body slowly scattered in the wind, revealing a man calling Aeson out for looking like a terrified animal. With an intense gaze, the man asked the old snake if his pride had been wounded. Like the good cult goon that he is, Aeson wallowed in self-pity, asserting that he's worthy of all scorn and contempt from his boss, the man in front of him, the Conquest incarnate. He was given the duty to stop anyone from heading deeper into the Farsa continent. It was a simple defense mission, and he failed spectacularly. He was supposed to remove all those who attempted to obstruct his boss's conquest. Battle-hardened Gahan, also known as the Conquest incarnate and the second seat of the Sephiroth, is not pleased with his assistant's recent performance. It looks like he'll have to step in himself, so he ordered Aeson to lead the way towards the ops so he can slaughter every single one of them. Before all this mess started, he was asked to show up for a sit-down meeting with his boss, the Wings incarnate. Gyuyo was just out in his own dimension doing all sorts of fucked-up experiments on abominations. With Behiran at his side, the meeting with the easily agitated Gahan was tougher. As soon as he heard an iota of insult in Behiran's words, he demanded that Gyuyo's lapdog address him with the utmost respect. It's evident that there's a rich and complicated history between these two powerhouses. Seeing one of his men full of vigor and life, Gyuyo smiled at Gahan. He called the Conquest incarnate and went up to his gory office to hand a personal request. As we know, Aeson is a cult cuck. He swiftly got on his knees and offered his services to his one true god. Gahan, on the other hand, was a lot more apprehensive. Nevertheless, he respectfully punched his fist and palm together. He might be a bit of a freak, but he's not one to turn down a request from the Great Wings. At this point, Gyuyo had received reports of Queen Lagertha's movement from a spy in Levitain. Before the raid even started, Gyuyo already sniffed the plan to retake the Farsa continent. Hearing the involvement of the Queen and the location, Gahan asked if the enemies are after the Sacredness incarnate. Gyuyo reckoned that they are. So, Gahan's assignment is to find the failure that has been created with an incomplete branch. Afterward, he must slay the beast and retrieve the branch. Like an annoying teacher's pet, Aeson interjected and begged his lord to give him the task. He promised to willingly eradicate the weak humans and complete the mission. Behiran asked the old snake if he remembered what had happened to Balzac not long ago. As it turns out, that lunatic was the disgraced former 10th seat of Sephiroth. Behiran warned Aeson that the human with Aji Dahaka's curse that slayed Balzac is with Levitain now. He survived facing both Behiran and the Wings incarnate himself after killing a former Sephiroth. For the defense of the Farsa continent, some old snake won't be enough. They need Gahan on the case too as insurance. As soon as he heard that he might be able to fight against some interesting enemies, Gahan's lips twisted to an excited smile as he asked for more information about Ananta. You see, if Behiran can be considered the mightiest spear, Gahan completes the unbeatable pair as the mightiest shield. Aeson admits that his boss is one of the most powerful in Sephiroth. He is also the most dangerous of them all. Unlike the others who are at the Wings incarnate's beck and call, Gahan has absolute loyalty tied to the Wings. Aeson reckons that this task could have been more easily completed by the 4th and 5th Sephiroth seats. So why did Gyuyo hand it to the troublesome Gahan instead? Holding up a wilted piece of mystical wood in his hand, Gahan asked Aeson if he recognized the artifact. It is none other than the incomplete branch that had been buried deep in the Alicorn's heart. The thing that turned the Sacredness incarnate into a mindless beast. Gahan investigated the incomplete branch and concluded that it is laughably inferior to the ones the current Sephiroth hosts in their bodies. With this, they should be done with the mission that Gyuyo tasked them with. But Gahan nonchalantly threw the incomplete branch down instead. It plummeted from the rooftop of the ruined castle down to the lowest floor. Asen could not understand the actions of his unruly boss. They were explicitly ordered to take the branch and return it to Gyuyo. Geihan grinned with greed. From the very beginning, he always worked for himself. Just like he declared before, his aim is to slaughter every enemy. He asked his assistant what happened to the alicorn and his hordes of followers that used to rule Valkyria. You see, Geihan made quick work of the monsters roaming the kingdom and compiled them into an unidentifiable mass of flesh. In the conquest, Incarnate's hand is the alicorn's horn. No big deal. His mind is already set on a bigger target. A man who survived against the mightiest spear and the wings Incarnate himself. If this alleged curse is indeed that powerful, he reckons that it is only right that he prepares a stage befitting the enemy's might. Geihan awaits Ananta's arrival with bated, murderous breath. 1 week of relatively quiet development later, the forces of Levitain have managed to build a decently safe base camp. All their preparations for the final fight are complete. Nadia's wooden construct opened wide, a sign of Whitefoot's teleportation ability. Footsteps can be heard heading out of the wooden hole. At the forefront was the battle-ready Supreme Warrior, the rightful heir of Valkyria, Queen Lagertha Einherjar. Her trusted commanders, Owl and Lupa, welcomed her with confident smiles. The queen is happy to see that her risky bet to send an advance party panned out safely. She turned to Ananta and Nadia to extend her thanks for all their help. Queen Lagertha turned to her aides, Skald and Mare, to confirm that the rest of the attack force had been accounted for. Skald confirms that all 50 of the Sisters of the Shield are assembled. The Queen's Royal Guard has also answered the call. Crass as always, Ananta rudely asked the Queen how she felt now that she had returned to her ruined homeland. Usually she would just laugh at the rude comments. But this time is different. She didn't come here for jokes. Ignoring Ananta, Queen Lagertha walked to the edge of the base camp and took the sights of her homeland after all these years of being away. Whitefoot approached the Queen and confirmed if she had been briefed about how things stand as of right now. You see, a giant pillar of light has appeared in the direction of the capital. If you ask those who are familiar with Gyuyo's antics, they will say without a doubt that the light appears when the power of the branch is being manifested. First, the encounter with the 6th seat of Sephiroth, and now the sign of the branch's power, accounting for everything. It is highly likely that the enemy is setting some kind of a trap. But things have changed significantly since the last report. If they want to use Whitefoot's power in this situation, she will need at least 3 days of preparation. If they move forward, retreating won't be a realistic choice anymore. To answer that, the Queen turned to her soldiers, her people, and her sisters. They have now stepped foot on the land in which they were raised. It has been years since they lost their homeland. It has been years since they were forced to wander the continent because of Gyuyo's meddling. Thus, Queen Lagertha swore to take her land back for the lamenting people of Levitain. In doing so, she will return Valkyria to its former glory. Make Valkyria great again. When that day comes, she shall cry out before the spirits of their allies that have fallen along the way. This expedition is the culmination of their extensive work. Success would mean that their sacrifices were not made in vain. Valkyria's return to glory is only made possible by the blood and sweat of its people. Queen Lagertha stoked the flames in the hearts of her righteous comrades, her brave warriors to accompany her in arms and fight. Moved to tears, every single Valkyrian warrior hyped up their queen, ready to take a bullet for her if necessary. I'm not sure this world has guns, though. Ananta and Ruby watched from the sidelines, letting the queen and her people have their moment. Without wasting another second, they set their sights on the capital, Folkvanger, and sounded the battle horns. The expedition party route has been assigned as such. The main party consisting of 100 troops, including all the commanders, the Queen, Nadia, and Ananta, are going to make an upward push for the capital, while 50 reserve troops stay with Whitefoot and Blackfoot in the outpost. The sisters can't believe that they're stuck in the base camp, left to wait for the war's results. Blackfoot sighed. She really wanted to see Ananta in action, and she can't do that from all the way back here. Whitefoot was chill. She's enjoying her tea and hanging out with her sister. She reckons that Blackfoot's help is no longer necessary on the front lines, now that Ananta's curse has stabilized for the most part. Regardless of the result of this expedition, Whitefoot's power is everyone's lifeline. It's only natural that Queen Lagertha would keep her safe in the outpost. But she knew as well as anyone that the reserve troops weren't left here to protect them. They're here to monitor any sussy activity. The fact of the matter is that Levitain still doesn't fully trust Rabbit's Foot. Blackfoot sat beside her sister and asked if she thought the expedition would succeed. To be completely honest, Whitefoot answered that she does not give a fuck if the mission succeeds or not. All she really wants is for Ananta to become more powerful than he already is. He must accumulate strength, even if it means sacrificing everyone else. Myr's arrows struck the heads of pesky summoned snakes that littered the woods. The ever-so-reliant Skald was there to finish the job and land the last hit. Around them, the rest of the warriors did their thing. The elite soldiers and commanders carried most of the workload. They are under the orders to continue advancing as more and more giant snakes mobbed them from multiple angles. Sensing that the enemies were gathering to their right, Queen Lagertha ordered her units to pull in. The regular soldiers might be out of their depth in direct confrontation, but they can work together seamlessly to build shield walls, repelling the enemies. Feeling fancy with it, Ananta called on Ruby to help bring in the heat. The little fire lizard jumped on top of the shield wall and fixed her eyes on the incoming snake battalion. As soon as Ananta gave her the go signal to roast the snakes, Ruby unleashed a bright flare that torched anything that entered her range. Ananta is playing it safe. Judging by their current pace, they won't need his help against cannon fodders for the time being. Much to his surprise, the attack force is advancing even though they're insurmountably outnumbered and surrounded. Still, knowing that one mistake could lead to a full-on wipeout, Ananta kept his guard up and senses sharp. Nevertheless, this next level of coordination shows just how confident Levitane is in their troops. Mir with her arrows, Skald with her sword and shield, and Queen Lagertha with her unparalleled stratagems and shot-calling. It is a reckless plan, but it is working. Their current headache is the scaly fragments from the blind faith incarnate. The Queen is confident that her well-trained troops would have no trouble cleaning up these beasts. After steadily pushing forward, they reach the center of Farsa. The odd thing is that the Alicorn and the Abominations are not showing themselves yet. Leading the vanguard, Skald informed her queen that they had reached the snake-infested Vigritter Tower. On top of the said tower is a persistent old man, welcoming them to the battle's next phase. After miserably losing against Ananta, this old snake still had the audacity to call the opposition wicked fools who dared deny the wings incarnate. He is determined to watch the attack force's final moments after being humiliated. Mir tried to sneak in a supersonic arrow shot, but it was slapped away like an annoying fly. From this moment on, the salty old man intends to take over. He wants to subject the people of Levitane to his petty wrath. Behind him emerged the winged sky serpent. Quetzalcoatl flew above the tower while carrying a bag of mysterious wriggling flesh on its tail. Queen Lagertha looked at the lump of flesh and felt chills coming down her spine. She felt a familiar feeling as soon as the snake rope holding the mound of flesh in place scattered to the wind. Reacting promptly, the queen ordered her troops to maintain defensive formations and hold firm. Quetzalcoatl finally launched the mound right into the spot with the highest concentration of soldiers. The impact alone made quite a spectacle as dust swallowed the whole battlefield. Once it settled, the queen and her troops laid their eyes upon the weird amalgamation of fleshy material splattered flat on the ground. Queen Lagertha paused in her tracks upon seeing something human-like squirm its way out of the middle of the meat. A few seconds later, the human-like figure took full form. The shape of a man skinned alive for his top half, and the body of a fucked-up horse in the bottom. Once known as the Alicorn, the sacredness incarnate had seen better days. The bony Alicorn mumbles something indecipherable. It seems like only the queen understood the ancient language he spoke. Whatever it was, the mumbling made Lagertha order a full-on emergency retreat. Much to everyone's horror, Alicorn's mouth split open as a giant eye regurgitates up from its throat. Then came a loud and bloody splattering of his body, causing the mound of meat to move outwards. It was like a fleshy tsunami that consumed everything it could touch. Not recognizing enemy or foe, the hungry meat even feasted on the summoned snakes. Unfortunately, the queen's soldiers in the vanguard also fell victim to the gluttonous meat heap. Skald tried her hardest to repel the incoming deluge of flesh. Her raw strength was enough to keep it in check. But how can you kill a thing that can't even be identified? When threatened, the mass of flesh just squirms and absorbs the weapon used to attack. After absorbing everything it could touch, the mass of flesh squirmed once more. This time, it gave birth to a singular horn peppered with unsettling eyes. Attached to that horn is none other than the original incarnate-turned-evil deity, Alicorn. The meaty gore of Alicorn's disfigured body splatted on the queen's troops, but they held strong. Lagertha even riled up her old friend to demonstrate his insurmountable strength. Well, it looks like she is getting what she asked for. The Alicorn came in running horn first, seemingly eager to pierce through their defense. But doing that won't be easy, especially with Ananta tagging back in now that a worthy opponent has shown himself. While he holds Alicorn's body in place with his supreme physical prowess, Lord Owl comes in with the DPS of his raptor claw. Commander Lupa refused to be left out and jumped in to deliver a sharp and lethal brand of gore. Taking the left and the right respectively, the two commanders beautifully worked in conjunction with one another. While her commanders are showing off, it's unfair for the queen to be left out. As she unsheathes her sword, Lagertha assured Alicorn that she will end his life herself. She stalwartly stood before the evil deity with the intent to kill. The queen believes that it is her duty as Alicorn's friend to end the suffering. Feeling like it was his time to shine and dispose of the biggest target, Ananta came in swinging. Unfortunately for him, Such a barbaric approach left him flying up in the air after being tossed away by Alicorn's grotesque horn. Then, this eldritch, horror-looking horse bastard started accumulating dark energy at the tip of his horn. As soon as the dark energy formed a quasar and flew away from the horn, it homed in on Ananta. Our boy felt the full brunt of being struck by a literal black hole to the face. Half of his body was ground down to the atomic level as the emptiness of the black hole deleted his upper half. Lupa panically called Ananta's name. The concern in her voice was apparent. The man who saved her multiple times had hit the floor with half of his body gone. Any other regular bastard would have died right then and there. Enraged by Alicorn's target selection, Commander Lupa lunged in with her sharp claws drawn. She wanted to attack from the flank to avoid the horn. But from the back, she would have to deal with Alicorn's freaky tail filled with countless eyes and hungry mouths. All of Lupa's instincts told her to stop and turn around. She would be one-shotted if she pushed any further. Thankfully, Lord Owl was there. As the more experienced combatant, he maintained his wits about him. With his dual blades and raptor rondo, Owl minced the freaky tail to bits. Seeing an opening opportunity ripe to be exploited, Lupa started her engine back up and ran in at full throttle. She was so tunnel-visioned on attacking Alicorn that she failed to sense an incoming surprise attack from an off angle. It was a green sludge of noxious snot. Once more, Lord Owl's vigilance bailed her ass out. Owl moved to the limits of his speed as he swished past where the noxious snot was heading. He had to move as fast as he could while also carrying Lupa out of danger. As a result, he paid for it with an injured arm. As it turns out, old Asen was just sneaking in a snot attack in hopes of taking one of Lupa's arms as payment for the arms that she took from him. After this grand battle, he intends to skin the wolf himself. The noxious snot was coming from the sky serpent's mouth. From the top of the tower, it served as a long-ranged cannon capable of causing toxic destruction. This is not looking good for the attack force. Things keep getting worse, and their opponents are borderline broken. As the next snot blast reached its target, Lupa returned the favor. This time, she shifted to her wolf form and saved Lord Owl from tanking one of those green sludges. Suddenly, one of Quetzalcoatl's wings was defeathered and slashed at supersonic speeds. Out of balance, the sky serpent squirmed and wriggled in the air as it nosedived down the ground. The culprit was none other than the queen's little archer, Myrrh. Beckoning the free spirit of the wind, she charged her arrows with mystical energy, blessing her with the wind of victory. With a little reprieve, Skald regained control of her faction and ordered the 3rd and 4th companies to focus on protecting their commander, while the rest charged in. They roared their fierce battle cry as Asen took on his snake daddy form once more. He called the actions of these soldiers foolish, for they are just puny humans. He does so while entirely unaware of the inhuman enemy closing in. Lupa scaled the tower with her strong muscles and claws. Riding her was Lord Owl, ready to hack and slash away. The wolf lady playfully grinned and teased old Asen about his missing arm. Easily agitated, the salty snake attacked out of anger. That was a big mistake. Perhaps the biggest he had ever made. Asen was so focused on avenging his arm that he neglected Lord Owl's threat level. With his raptor art, Gungnir, Owl pierced through another one of the old snake's arms, mincing the flesh to bits and shredding the bones. Asen tumbled backward from the sheer force that the stab yielded. The two commanders landed right next to each other, refusing to let the snaky enemy out of their sight. Looking down, Lord Owl realized that he had gone a little too hard and broken his sword. Everything is a mess. Lupa, on the other hand, scanned the surroundings to make sure that Ananta was all right. Her frantic scanning of the field was interrupted by a loud and deep rumbling. The Valkyrian warriors are currently ganging up on the fallen sky serpent, making use of their numbers to make up for the size and strength disadvantage. Nadia rushed to Ananta's side and ascertained the severity of his injuries. It's apparent that this boy needs some healing touch. Meanwhile, Queen Lagertha had already jumped on the deep end and was fighting with the evil deity one-on-one. She was being pushed back, but her solid determination kept her going in the game. The alicorn she once knew is gone, replaced by a grotesque flesh monster that looks like a nightmare horse with way too many feet. Calling her battalion, the queen's guards ran in to execute a defense formation to protect their beloved queen. Skald saw the incoming attack before anyone else. Even so, the whole defensive line was still swept away in a single attack, rendering their shield wall useless. The alicorn's speed and use of momentum to trample defenses with his horn is unrivaled. Jumping in to avenge her people, Queen Lagertha hacked the horse's neck from the side. The queen lost her badass cloak, but she managed to chunk the enemy's flesh in a bloody fashion. Seeing Nadia nursing Ananta's remaining body parts, the queen tasked her to heal their secret weapon and bring her back to full health as fast as possible. The queen finally ditched her eye patch, exposing a golden eye emanating with brilliant power. She reckons that if they hope to win this fight, they'll need Ananta. Lagertha raised her great sword in the air and raised the surroundings' temperature drastically with her aura. She slammed her blade down, sending the accumulation of fiery aura straight to her target. The alicorn just stood there, wholly surprised by the radiant attack. It didn't even have the time to react, let alone dodge. So the evil deity was swallowed by the fiery light. The resulting explosion was a mixture of incendiary booms and meaty delight. Once the destruction settled, a lone silhouette of a man remained in the burnt remains. Queen Lagertha slowly stepped towards her old friend. Seeing him in this state breaks her heart. The beauty and poise that Alicorn once possessed are long gone. He used to look like a K-pop star in an Amazonian empire. Now all that's left in his place is a revolting husk of putrid composition. She clenched her sword with both hands, steeling her resolve. Because today, she wants to deliver her old friend to eternal rest using her own hands. Before she could land the final killing blow, the empty husk of the sacredness incarnate weakly called her like he used to. Princess Lagertha. Suddenly, the memories of long ago came flooding back into the queen's mind. Mur and Skald used to follow her around to stop her from getting in trouble. But they could never stop her from doing dangerous stuff like climbing up the highest point of the castle. When Mur and Skald failed to talk some sense into her, Sir Alicorn would often step in. But the princess simply thinks that the people around him, including Alicorn, are worrying themselves unnecessarily. She is destined to rule over her people, so it won't do to fear heights. Besides, she's certain that no harm will fall upon her as long as she has the sacredness incarnate by her side at all times. Alicorn smiled at the young lady's naive musings. To ensure that little Lagertha becomes a great queen, Alicorn vowed to always stick by her side. He clearly failed to uphold that vow. Look at this dude and his musty skeleton. As it turns out, fragments of old Alicorn are still present in this hollow husk. He commented on how different the little princess looks now. Gaining awareness and senses after all these years, Alicorn looked at himself and jumped in fright. He struggled to come to terms with what he had become. Look at him. How would you feel if an evil god fed you a tree branch that turned you into an incomprehensible nightmare? For a second, Queen Lagertha hoped that this was real. She hoped that her old friend would recover his mind. And for those few seconds he did, until the Wings Incarnate's influence over his mind took over again. On the day that Valkyria fell, Gyuyo left a path of royal blood in his wake. He managed to penetrate all the way to the throne room, where he trashed Alicorn black and blue. Gyuyo went through all this trouble just to shove his incomplete world tree branch on one of the first 6 incarnates in the world. Young Lagertha was powerless back then. She was just a child caught up in the fall of her promised kingdom. Throughout the years, she and her warrior sisters hunted down endless leads that could help them find the Wings Incarnate. At one point, she succeeded. She managed to track down Gyuyo despite the difficulty. But it resulted in yet another disappointing heartbreak, as Gyuyo killed her sisters in arms with lightning-fast speed and inhumane destruction. She felt as though she was back on that fateful day, the day that Gyuyo ruined her life and destroyed her homeland. The remnants of Alicorn's consciousness were swallowed by Gyuyo's overwhelming light. Once again, Alicorn's disgusting eye emerged from his throat. As soon as the mound of flesh started gurgling chants and deconstructing its body, it became plain to see that talk jutsu wouldn't work in this situation. Nadia noticed the situation and yanked the queen out of danger using her sentient roots. She quickly pulled the queen out of the flesh monster's range with safety in mind. Politeness can fuck off and wait. Right now, any semblance of Alicorn is gone. In its place is a tentacled blob monster. The creature screeched a guttural shriek. Blood came foaming out of its mouth as the eye emerged again. On the other side of the battlefield, Ruby is anxiously monitoring Ananta's status. He managed to regenerate most of his body parts, but he's not showing any signs of regaining consciousness anytime soon. So, Ruby closed her eyes and decided to expedite the process a little bit. Her body became engulfed with flames. The little critter unlocked an alternate form, and it looked sick. In the thick of it, Nadia warned the queen that at the rate they were going, the casualties would be too great. She suggested that it would be better to gather the wounded and make a tactical retreat. But the queen quickly and loudly turned down Nadia's suggestion. Little Lagertha understands Alicorn better than anybody else. She knows that her old friend lost control due to fear. Now that he's at his limit, he can't even maintain a coherent shape and form. Retreating is not an option. Lagertha wants to enlist Nadia's help to slay the creature with one final blow. That reckless plan was thwarted by the secret weapon's voice, rudely shooing the ladies to get out of his way. Ananta miraculously recovered and went back to a better state. The remains of his severe wounds have been covered by free-flowing fire all over his body. Queen Lagertha watched Ananta come closer with a fascinated look in her eyes. She had seen something like this before. The young man must somehow use the flame spirit. It's similar to Mur's spirit blessing, which enhances her arrows. The flaming dragon coolly walked towards the blob monster. Every step was oozing with aura. Like a mindless beast, the blob creature launched itself forward with its mouth wide open and hungry to chomp down. As a response, our boy decided to get fancy with it and formed a fireball between his hands. He unleashed about a dozen of these blazing projectiles, filling the air with unquenchable flames for an alternate version of blazing baldachin. To counter his flames, the blob monster opened its mouth and formed another quasar attack. The same technique was used to vaporize half of Ananta's body just a moment ago. The blazing baldachin and the dark quasar came into contact with one another midway through. With two powerful attacks colliding, the resulting explosion was naturally nuclear. It looks like the blob monster came out worse in the exchange as the sea of fire enveloped its surroundings. And in that sea of fire came surfing a blazing dragon, hunting for that juicy last hit. As a last-ditch effort to defend itself, the blob formed countless solid spikes with its amorphous body and hardened up. Keeping it simple, Ananta clawed his way through the enemy's seemingly impenetrable defense. He clenched his fist, annoyed to see yet another victim of the wings cowering in fear. Ananta ran in with his fist cocked for a haymaker. He asked the blob of the alicorn how long the will of the incarnate would continue to hold on to such an unsightly life. Our boy is really giving this blob guy the smoke and fire combo special. The flames got so unbearable at some point that the remaining flesh and blood melted off the creature. To make sure that they actually score this crucial kill right now, Nadia tapped in with her roots and grabbed Alicorn's remains in midair. Unlike the sacredness incarnate, someone on this battlefield follows through with her words. Queen Lagertha's energy climbed up to the heavens and pierced through the dark clouds. She's demonstrating that she did not get this far through luck. In her name, Lagertha Einherjar, Queen of Valkyria, she commanded her old friend to finally rest in peace. With tears petering down her cheeks, the queen brought down the blade that extends past heaven down to earth. When the queen's attack concluded, the sky was split open, letting the sunlight in after years of darkness. Her attack literally breathed new life into the dead continent, but it came at the cost of ending an old friend's life. The remnants of Alicorn's soul looked up to the sky, awoken by the sunlight he had become unfamiliar with. He remembered lazy days hanging out with the princess in the castle. Until the very end, he had hoped to protect her from this cruel world. But now he must scatter forever. She might not have seen it, but Queen Lagertha definitely felt her old friend's final smile. With the skies torn open and the blob monster defeated, its final farewell, the queen had tears streaming down her eyes. They were tears of grief and iron will. Seeing the light peer through the clouds, Ananta undid his crazy fire dragon transformation with Ruby suspiciously perched on top of his head. Now that they've gotten rid of the evil deity plaguing the lands, Ananta turned to question his little pet about that insane power he had just received. Queen Lagertha kneeled before the remains of Alicorn, the incomplete branch that Gyuyo used to tear a kingdom down. She stayed there, sending her silent prayer. Nadia approached the queen, giving her condolences. But to mourn is nothing new for a queen like Lagertha. She suffered loss more than most people. Be that as it may, she simply has no time to stop and weep for every life lost. She might have wrapped up her fight, but her soldiers are still out there, giving their best to slaughter the fallen sky serpent. Just as they always say, Levitine must keep marching forward so that the deaths of their comrades are not in vain. Up in the tower, the two commanders also did their job and captured the old slithering worm. Right now, Lupa is giving the old snake a beating and a scolding for all the needless casualties he directly caused. You know Lupa values her comrades above everything else. She urged Aeson to not even dare think of a peaceful death. As a response, the old cult goon just laughed at her aggression. Provoked by such a mocking reaction, she almost punched his head out of his body right then and there. Aeson asserted that it would have been better if Lupa had just died in the scenario he had prepared specifically for her. Before the feisty commander totally goes out of control, Lord Owl calls her to attention. His eyes scanned the land and saw something inconceivable. He knew for sure that the war was not over yet. Directly under the pillar of the sunlight was a man. It was as if the heavens itself are providing the spotlight for this dude. That's plus 1,000 aura right there. His steps were unhurried, solid and decisive. His body exudes stability and raw power. This is the Conquest Incarnate, Gahan. An enemy from the direction of the capital has joined the fray. Ananta and every soldier in the field could not help but unconsciously crane their necks and look at the uninvited visitor. From afar, he closed the distance in less than a blink of an eye. Owl, who's confident in his own speed, felt a deep-rooted fear for the man as soon as he saw the dude move. As it turns out, he wasn't only fast, he's pretty damn overpowered too. He ran like walls didn't exist and made a giant hole piercing through the tower's foundation. This man is like a bullet in human form, but only a lot more destructive. While Gahan was showing off his godlike physical prowess, an enormous fist came to greet his face on the way. Gahan didn't even flinch. It looked like he wasn't impressed when the punch landed on his face. Ananta timed Gahan's run perfectly and set up a powerful punch that would have evaporated any normal opponent in one tap. The young man recalled his conversation with Owl about Gyuyo's elite warriors, the Sephiroth. They essentially serve as guardians and executors of Gyuyo's will. They are the 10 most powerful beings bestowed with the power of a branch. On the top are the wing's most powerful weapons, and on the bottom of the totem pole are their assistants. Since they've already defeated the assistant, Asen, the boss must have come out to play now. If Gahan is at that level, it's safe to assume that he's as formidable as Beharin, the lapdog that dog-walked Ananta back in Carpies. Gahan ate the punch like G. He stood straight without even a wrinkle on his armor. Furthermore, Ananta just made things easier by coming for him directly. The one-eyed freak of nature only cares about fighting strong foes. His hobby is slaughtering strong enemies. The black dragon roaring in front of him is as prime as a candidate can get. While Ananta roars like a wild animal, Gahan remains stoic and composed. As a way to feel out each other's capabilities, the two monsters went in for an all-out brawl in the middle of the field. Each of their attacks was so fast that it appeared invisible to the naked eye. Halfway through the fistfight, both combatants realized something insane about their respective opponents. Ananta was shocked, and Gahan's interest was piqued. Each of Ananta's ferocious punches does not even leave a dent in Gahan's abnormally tough body. Now Gahan is landing his punches well. The problem was that the black dragon's regeneration was ridiculously fast and almost impossible to keep up with. So, finally, Gahan pulled the trigger, distributed his overflowing power into his fist, and performed a hard-hitting pangolin mountain annihilation that nearly made a hole through Ananta's stomach. Feeling like he might need another boost, Ananta called on Ruby to lend him strength again. For the second time, the battlefield witnessed Ananta's fire dragon transformation. He opened his scorching maw and concentrated his firepower to the utmost extent while tracking his target. Gahan must have felt a little threatened, his poker face cracking just a little bit. The Queen, Nadia, and everybody else can immediately tell that this fight is above their pay grade. They must rely and put their trust in their not-so-secret weapon. Ananta released the flamethrower, forcing Gahan to raise his arms in defense. This fight has broken the scale and has just gone beyond the level of incarnate. The fire dragon increased the power to add more thrust to the fire's onslaught. As a result, Gahan could feel his arm guards cracking under the heat, pressure, and force. It seemed like an endless smattering of flames against an enemy that does nothing but defend. Speaking of defense, Nadia was forced to erect an Yggdrasil shield to protect the Queen and herself from becoming collateral damage. Everyone held their breaths as they tried to make sense of the billowing black smoke that the flamethrower produced. Ananta stood still with annoyance. He felt it faster than anyone else. His enemy, that tenacious beast, is still alive and kicking. All the attack did was burn Gahan's clothes off, exposing his Giga Chad body and tattoos for everyone to see. Just what in the world is this guy's body made of? On his back was the sigil of the Wings Incarnate. Right now, the stoic poker face of Conquest Incarnate is gone. After deeming Ananta a worthy opponent, a twistedly demonic grin painted Gahan's face. He's itching to conquer yet another formidable foe. After blowing Ruby's whole load on the enemy and barely causing any damage, Ruby disengaged, drained of energy. Ananta praised her for her good work and asked the little lizard to stand back. Without Ruby's help, the fight is now an all-out 1-versus-1 duel with everything on the line. With a worthy warrior in front of him, Gahan's body stretched and expanded unnaturally. His skin cracked open and made way for brown scales. If you haven't gotten the hint yet, Gahan is an incarnate in the form of a pangolin beast, and he will not declare victory until his victim lies under his heel. Ananta, on the other hand, took on the cool-headed approach. He ceased overthinking his position and situation. He braces himself for impact and enforces his resolve to focus his all on the enemy in front of him. The young dragon believes that this state of mind will bring him the inevitable victory, but he immediately faced a reality check as soon as he got within punching range of the pangolin. With the transformation, the two beasts are roughly the same size. With sheer strength, Gahan managed to overpower and toss him back to where he came from. The damage was minimal, but the loss in the straight-up contest of strength must sting. While he was regaining his footing, Ananta watched as the Gahan's body contorted and bent unnaturally. With his scales turned up for maximum piercing damage, Gahan rushed in with the pangolin meteor smash. The monstrosities collided. It's time for Ananta's turn to be on the defensive end now. Unfortunately, his body wasn't built as sturdily as a pangolin's. Nevertheless, what he lacks for defense, he makes up for with immortal-level regeneration and the ability to relentlessly attack openings. Unluckily for him, Gahan is a defensive specialist. He saw that counter coming a mile away and responded appropriately. He swung at our boy, and his big-ass dragon chin almost got dislocated if his dodge was a few inches off. After that masterful dodge, he promptly answered back with a tail swipe to the face. Breaking the pangolin's stability for a second, Ananta immediately rained down punches and claw attacks. By his final attack, his punches felt wholly ineffective. He hasn't even made a mark on the ridiculously sturdy scales. Seemingly done giving him free hits, Gahan grabbed the black dragon's arm. Like trash, he tossed Ananta away, sending him flying. The black dragon eventually found himself in the remains of the tower, buried among the rubble. Watching from afar, Queen Lagertha thought of the defining characteristic that she had seen on Ananta. When it comes to combat, he makes full use of his immortality. His curse lends him transcendental power that shouldn't be possible for a human. He's also granted the mental fortitude to ignore wounds and even death. Nothing can scare him. It is this nature that gives him his insane fighting spirit and undying tenacity. But it also incentivizes his self-destructive combat style. Meanwhile, his opponent's defining characteristic is his indestructible defense, an armor that can't be penetrated by the raw power of Ananta's curse alone. While the queen was thinking of doing something herself, Nadia approached her with an idea. In Nadia's hand was the incomplete branch that brought about the fall of Valkyria. Ananta dug and climbed his way out of the rubble, causing the ruins to further crumble. Gahan is steadily closing in on his position, looking like a walking, impenetrable fortress. Nevertheless, Ananta refuses to give up. He believes that even the strongest iron walls have their weakness. Since he was ejected into the tower, Ananta also encountered commanders Lupa and Owl. The two were still in the process of holding the old snake down as prisoners. Lupa was particularly surprised to see Ananta still alive and kicking. Since they already have old Asen miserably gasping for breath, maybe it's better if he's not taken prisoner. Maybe it's better if Ananta beckons his curse and gets some casual mid-fight snacks. Releasing the overwhelming presence of the dark dragon, the blind faith incarnate felt a level of fear he never thought possible. Asen screamed his lungs out for help. He had hoped that Gahan would bail him out instead of just standing by to watch as he gets devoured. But alas, his boss could not give less of a shit if he lives or dies. So, death by predation it is. As soon as Ananta swallowed Asen whole, he felt the fragmented branch inside his body reconnect and shine. The effects of absorbing a whole branch of the world tree quickly presented itself. Ananta's eyes flashed a bright green color. His jaw unhinged and rumbled as a long reptilian tongue spawned inside his mouth. His back protruded and wriggled as they took shape. Instead of wings, the protrusions took the shape of snakes. You do remember that he can absorb the abilities of devoured enemies, right? Lord Owl was quite impressed. This is his first time seeing the power of an apex predator. Even Gahan himself, who chose to stand by and watch him power up, was impressed, calling his jump in power remarkable. As we've established, this guy is your typical fight fiend, always looking for the next hit. Now that Ananta has taken Asen's power, he is an even more compelling opponent. Gahan curled his body into a ball and rolled around at breakneck speeds. This is Pangolin's Titan Wheel. Ananta braced himself and buried most of his back snakes into the ground. The buried snakes emerged a few feet away from his position, launching a surprise attack. Sadly, a mere back snake is not enough to stop the rolling Pangolin's frightening momentum. While Gahan is being disrupted, Ananta wraps his snakes around Lord Owl and Commander Lupa. He then transported the two to the other side of the field so they can take the remaining survivors and get out. As for the spiky ball of death rolling into him, Ananta must find a way to deal with this thing, and fast. Without much time to brainstorm, he went with the reliable approach of using his raw strength to stop an outright killing blow. He even used his snout in an attempt to slow the Pangolin's spin down. Gahan had enough of his pointless amateur answers and uncurled his ball. He clenched his fist, attempting to bring this fight back to fisticuffs. No matter how much he wants to make the dragon kneel before him, Ananta is too tough of a cookie to break. Formulating techniques on the fly, he resurfaced his underground snakes, letting them in on the action. Using each one as a crowd control resource, Ananta used the stalwart serpents to bind Gahan's arms and legs in place. This is the cost of letting yourself get distracted in the middle of the fight. Feeling cocky, Ananta lectured the Conquest Incarnate to never commit the gravest blunder of all, letting your eyes stray from your foes in a battle to the death. Oddly enough, Ananta's floating figure reminded him of the one chosen by the heavens. Seeing a reminder of a foul memory, the pangolin crushed the smattering of snakes, trying to tie him down. Oblivious of the change in his opponent's emotion, Ananta charged in with claws ready. Gahan opened his eyes widely, making sure to track the range and trajectory of the attack. But it was too fast for him. Ananta landed a bloody blow on the Conquest Incarnate's scarred eye. The pain and severe damage made Gahan reminisce about the good old days. He remembered being an ordinary abomination with a simple hunger for a worthy opponent. Throughout his birthland, no one could stand against his power. He was starting to believe that he was at the apex, that he wouldn't ever find a foe good enough to be a challenge. That was until a hulking beast of a man came to find him. Cayman, the Ruin Incarnate and the former second seat of Sephiroth, comes to find him upon hearing rumors of an abomination causing a stir around the area. Before the big croc could explain the reason for his visit, the feisty pangolin charged at him with hostility. Looking at him like a fool, Cayman raised and clenched his fist, ready to meet the hostility with force. The attack landed squarely on the abomination's head. The force of mountain annihilation is the real deal. It sent the bloodthirsty pangolin crashing into a nearby rock formation. Cayman panicked and scratched his head. His orders were to bring the abomination back alive, and he thought he messed that up already. Upon hearing a guttural sound that made him freeze, the big croc knew that it was not over yet. Far from it. Gahan crawled out of the mess and debris unscathed. Instead of fear and pain, the sensation he felt was joy. He looked at Cayman with a playful laugh and grin, while the big croc gritted his teeth. Knowing damn well that this won't be an ordinary invitation mission, Cayman's flesh and bones cracked and expanded to show the real beast within. If the little rat wants a real fight he shall get. After 3 days of non-stop combat, the Wings Incarnate himself had to crack a dimensional door open to check things out. He thought Cayman was just shirking his duties as usual, but he was dead wrong. The second seat of his most powerful force lay bloodied, beaten in front of an unfamiliar face. Gyuyo could not have imagined such a turnout. It was extremely impressive. This little abomination had stolen the branch out of Cayman's body. Yet the process of absorption did not leave a single scratch on him. Gahan turned to the uninvited audience and asked if he was the notorious Great Wings. Referring to him as a brother, Gyuyo asked him what his name was. Gahan nonchalantly introduced himself. Gyuyo was not surprised to hear that the man who defeated his second seat had been named by the heavens. Suddenly, the assumed deceased Cayman opened his eyes. He opened his massive maw and pounced on Gahan's back. Without missing a beat, the renewed monster turned around and used Cayman's technique, Mountain Annihilation, to decimate the croc's throat. While blood and flesh rained from the impact, Gahan admitted that Cayman was the first worthy opponent he had ever faced in his life. It only fueled the purpose the heavens had given him. He is chosen to defeat the most powerful warriors with his own strength. He will pursue this path as the ultimate incarnate of conquest. His tenacity and power have made a deep impression on Gyuyo. But if that's his life's mission, then the ultimate challenge is already standing before him. Gyuyo, the Wings Incarnate, is the undisputed strongest of this era, and only one can be elected by the heavens. Seeing the indomitable wings and feeling the unfathomable power, Gahan grinned at the thought of finally facing the strongest being. His human form contorted, stretched, and cracked until the fearsome pangolin returned to face the final boss. The adversary he must defeat is in front of him, and he won't let the chance go by. Gyuyo pointed at the Conquest Incarnate and cast Let There Be Hope. Magic circles surrounded Gahan in a blink of an eye. From the circles came ropes made of the purest light, completely restricting his movement. Gahan trembled and resisted the restriction with all his might. Gyuyo descended from his high ground, faced the monster, and urged him to admit defeat and serve under the wings. He promised to show Gahan the new horizon of the world that will unfold with the calling of the heavens. Whatever the hell that might mean. But Gahan is not the type to surrender. There had never been a warrior defeated without a single wound. As long as he breathes, he is not defeated. Gyuyo understood and resorted to a more drastic measure. He intended to engrave defeat upon such an arrogant monster's body. Aiming at one of Gahan's eyes, he cast Let There Be Light. In an instant, the Conquest Incarnate's eyeball was reduced to a bloody mist. He wailed in agony as his vision vanished. Gyuyo calmly urged him to etch the wound into his soul, for he would certainly grow into a great sapling in the future. Using a finger clad in light, Gyuyo slashed the empty eye socket. He is banking on Gahan's desire to conquer the wings to reach the edges of the world. This is what fighting Ananta reminded him of. Back to the present, Ananta is moving warily. He noticed something the moment they began fighting. Gahan has been avoiding getting hit on his scarred eye. Ananta is 100% certain that this habit points to a weakness. He ain't wrong. He wanted to capitalize on the discovery, but what he saw made him freeze. Gahan entered a Zen state. His scar, the reminder of his defeat, bled. The queen and all the people around the battlefield could not take their eyes off the Conquest Incarnate. Gahan's body grew as he transformed. Even the air surrounding him exuded sharpness as he threatened to slaughter the man before him. To this day, his soul cries out from the wound that has been permanently etched to his soul. For his pride was his supreme defense, his invincibility. Finally, the Conquest Incarnate shows the true power of his branch. This power that Ananta had dishonored shall be used to end him. After this side quest, Gahan intends to challenge the wings once more. It's incredibly rare, but Gahan had finally found another worthy opponent with the same goal as him. They both wish to take on the Great Wings. In his final form, he's going all in for the slaughter. There can only be one challenger standing at the World Summit. Ananta does not give a flying fuck about Gahan's lofty ideals. Gahan is being a bitch about his eye scar. In his mind, only a coward walks into a fight without the resolve to be torn into pieces. That cowardice makes him nothing but a stepping stone to the wings. Moreover, Ananta has the strongest resolve to kill Gyuyo. With that in mind, he attacked with his protruding snakes. Unfortunately, those snakes were akin to flimsy worms against Gahan's sharpness. In his final form, his absolute defense is paired with supreme offense. Seeing a window to charge in, Ananta charged. He managed to close the gap and enter his kill range easily. But just when he was about to chomp on Gahan, Ananta's face was sliced in half. His whole upper body was dissected as blood and gore rained down. In case you forgot, our boy is immortal. As his fatal wound heals in the blink of an eye, poison stingers spawn on his back. From mid-range, he sent the poison stingers raining down. Unfortunately, they did not do nearly enough damage. As a matter of fact, they just scraped Gahan's impenetrable armor. Even though his sneak attack attempt was futile and his face was still split in half, Ananta ferociously gave it another go. He tried piercing the armor with his claws, but it was wholly ineffective. Ananta is beginning to think if doing any semblance of damage is hopeless in his current form. If that's the case, he just has to squeeze out every bit of power inside him. Seeing him do an unknown maneuver, Gahan charged forward to go on the offensive. He attacked with both of his sharp arm blades. But Ananta's shifting form rumbled and effectively tanked the hit. Gahan was taken by surprise. Surprisingly, Ananta's body took to the skies with impressive speed. He ditched his first snake form and assumed the shape and body of the sky serpent, Quetzalcoatl. Down on the ground, Gahan was forced to endure a toxic explosion. This is a battle between the conqueror and the predator. As the physical incarnation of conquest, Gahan had defeated countless opponents. He did so by overcoming each of their techniques. He can see that Ananta had also thrown himself into countless battles before. Instead of conquest, he aims to consume the flesh and blood of his enemies. Two such entities cannot coexist in this world, for they are one and the same. Both fighters were thinking the same thing. Whoever survives this fight will deserve to take on the heavens. While the big dogs squabble, the Levantine soldiers evacuated to safety. Commander Lupa and Owl led the efforts to drag the injured away from the fight. The Queen oversaw the rescue of all the survivors. Their only enemy left is the trickiest one of them all. Nadia, on the other hand, is doing her own thing. Focusing on nature's voice, she felt the answer to their problem. The branch within her is resonating with Alicorn's branch. While it's true that the branch is a source of great power capable of forcing unprecedented evolution, failing to handle all that power leads to catastrophic consequences. Although Alicorn had long since lost his form to instability, the branch he left still had plenty of power left. If Nadia can draw that power out, they can change the tides of war one last time. She came upon the idea of making a powerful spear that could pierce an impenetrable shield. Alicorn's branch swirled as it slowly merged with Nadia's staff. Guided by the remnants of the sacred incarnate, the ultimate weapon took shape. The flash of light surprised the queen. Nadia succeeded. With the help of the sacred incarnate's will, the branch took on the form of Alicorn's horn as a spearhead. With that, Yggdrasil Andrasta was born. The flash of energy from a distance distracted Gahan for a split second. That was enough for Ananta to capitalize and put the Conquest incarnate on a death trap using his tail. Gahan laughed at his efforts to perish together. But Ananta's the last person to fear death. Even if his body is torn to shreds, he'll just come back stronger. Nadia loaded up the spear, aiming at the constricted Gahan. With all her strength, Nadia launched an absolute heater of a throw. Gahan saw the light emanating from the spearhead and felt threatened for the first time in a long time. Even with his massive frame, the Conquest incarnate was fast and strong enough to wriggle and duck out of the spear's way. As a result, Ananta was hit, and his upper body disintegrated as soon as the spear landed. It was at this moment Nadia knew she fucked up. Gahan mocked her for messing up the only hope they had of defeating him. It was a shame. He thought he had finally found an opponent that would force him to use all his strength, only for that opponent to fall from some dumbass friendly fire. It was a pathetic end, unfit for a warrior like Ananta. After everything, Gahan still can't get through his head that our boy is immortal. Ananta's body slowly took shape once more. With Alicorn's branch at the center, he started constructing a new form. He paid tribute to the sacred incarnate by keeping the horn. His new draconic body emanated a formidable aura of newfound power. Without waiting for Gahan to regain his bearings, Ananta tried out his new horn in the most straightforward attack possible. This time, he managed to pierce the Conquest incarnate where it hurts. After shoving the horn into the scarred eye socket, the surroundings rumbled. Ananta still remembers getting hit by an absolutely broken ability earlier, so he wanted to give it a try too. Like a heavenly body at the end of its lifespan, he summoned a black hole in the middle of the battlefield with Quasar. As one might expect, the aftermath of the fight was ridiculously massive. As it turns out, Gahan's absolute defense was not so absolute after all. Tanking a black hole at point-blank range completely incapacitated him. He laid down broken as he pondered the fate of the defeated. He believes that he shall vanish along with his wounds. Gahan conceded. Victory is solely for Ananta. Even with an L to his name, Gahan still had the energy to laugh at his situation. The young man asked him what was so funny, given that he was about to die without realizing his dreams. But in these last moments, he has been on land, and he is pleased. He got to meet an undying spark of an unfathomable curse that would certainly grow into a raging flame. Gahan believes that one day, that flame will be strong enough to consume even the great wings. All he has to do is accept and become a part of the curse. Then he too shall have a hand in Gyuyo's demise. So he urged the young man to devour him with a glad heart. Seeing as this crazy bastard wants to be eaten, Ananta summoned his curse to grant his wish. In his final words, Gahan gave his farewell and left a threat that they would see each other in hell. Finally, the battle between the Vengeance and Conquest incarnates had concluded. The Predator trumped the Conqueror. After the fight, Ananta found himself deep inside his subconscious mind. Today was wildly exhausting. Bro just took down 2 Sephiroth members in one mission. He does not have the energy to deal with Aji Dahaka's bullshit, but he might not have a choice. The evil incarnate called him a foolish mortal, but praised him for finally gaining a morsel of true power after years of pitiful struggle. Aji Dahaka just came by to remind him of their promise. Ananta intends to honor their agreement. The curse of the Black Dragon is simply a tool for exacting his revenge. As long as he can end Gyuyo's life, he would gladly offer his life as collateral. All the dragon inside him has to do is wait patiently and keep sending all that futile resentment as fuel. Satisfied with his conviction, Aji Dahaka vanished and reminded the young man that he was living on borrowed time. Ananta finally opened his eyes. He stood up and felt a presence watching him from behind. When he turned around, the presence had walked out of the tent. Oddly enough, he felt an unusual warmth in his chest. Outside, he saw glints of fire as the remnants of the Levitane army gathered those who perished from the war. With everyone solemnly gathered, Queen Lagertha authorized the lighting of the pyre. Large flames roared out as the fallen was reduced to ashes. The gaze of those who lived never wavered. Commander Lupa cried in frustration, and Commander Owl felt angry at himself. Nadia looked to the side and saw Ananta emerging from the tent. He immediately asked her how long he had been out. Surprisingly, he was only knocked out for half a day. After treating the wounded, they're now holding a joint funeral for the fallen. Unfortunately, less than half of the soldiers survived the mission. After such a hard-fought battle, even that was miraculous enough. Victory would not have been possible without their sacrifice and Ananta's Herculean efforts. Speaking of which, Nadia can now see just how much Ananta's power and curse had grown. In his present state, she reckoned that not even the strongest incarnates can be a match. Seeing Ruby trudge on the ground, Ananta dismissed Nadia as he had more urgent business to attend to. He looked at the eyes of the fire lizard that had accompanied him from the start, a slight smile forming on his lips. After the events earlier, it seems like they have some talking to do. Meanwhile, at Sephiroth's pantheon, a tall and domineering woman made her entrance. Her steps were poised and carried immense power. With blue hair, a bewitching figure, and a terrifying aura, she is the first seed of Sephiroth. The Abyss incarnate Levian. Inside the galactic headquarters, Baharan and Ziz were already waiting. Levian demanded that Gyuyo's lapdog call everyone to convene an emergency meeting. She wants to know what the hell is happening. A few moments later, the 5th seed of Sephiroth, a huge fucking bear, came in carrying a giant block of eyes and some tragic news. That bear turned into a kid holding an ice hammer. Frost incarnate Ur informed everyone that Gahan has fallen in battle against a contemptible foe. Hearing such unexpected news, Sephiroth's 4th seat came in, crawling with her countless centipede legs. Slowly taking the form of a woman, she called Gahan a foolish warmonger who did nothing but cause Lord Gyuyo to worry. But the Lord must not worry anymore, for Kishu Olga, the madness incarnate, shall guard him with her life to the very end. The newest addition to the team, Ziz, the lightning incarnate, doesn't really give a shit. Baharan made a scene, punching the air and shattering the fabric of space to shut everybody up. In that shattered space came the all-seeing eye of their lord. Gyuyo's voice echoed, filling Sephiroth's seats with anticipation. He promised that with one heart, they shall mourn their fallen brother appropriately. This heart-rending grief can only be cleansed with the blood of their enemies. Gyuyo had finally shown his true colors. They shall prepare a requiem to console Gahan's soul, and they shall start with Levitane's precious hideout. Back in the Farsa continent, Lupa approached Nadia to inquire about where Ananta was. She told her where he went, and Lupa asked if he said anything else after waking up. Hearing that Ananta didn't even mention her made Lupa bummed out a little. Now that our boy and his loyal companion are alone, he started reminiscing about the painful past. In his lowest moments, the red lizard stayed by his side and mourned his sister with him. Ruby was there as he trembled and vowed to rip Gyuyo's heart with his 2 hands and present that cursed thing before Ashta's grave. When they walked far enough from the camp, Ananta opened up to Ruby about that agonizing day. The day that everyone in his village died, he wanted so badly to believe that it wasn't his fault, because if he had not, he would have lost his mind right there and then. Since he was just a boy, his heart has been filled with rage for the Wings incarnate. Aside from rage, he tried his hardest to kill all other emotions. His desire for revenge was the only thing keeping him going. If he felt everything that came from that fateful day, he would not have been able to go on living. Hearing him bare his soul, Ruby's body stretched and morphed. It's pretty much common knowledge that Ananta hates Gyuyo more than anyone. That hate expands to all incarnates in this world. For years, he's been fighting to understand why it had to be her kind-hearted sister who died instead of him. From Gyuyo to Aji Dahaka, he firmly believed that every incarnate out there is the same. His whole life revolved around exacting revenge on those disgusting monsters who bring destruction to everything around them with their selfish desires. In the fight earlier, Ananta suspected that Ruby was one of them. She's also an incarnate. The little red-haired girl knew him better than anyone. She knew how deep his hatred goes. Ruby cried her eyes out as she repeatedly apologized for hiding such a secret. She only hid her real identity in fear of being hated by the person she had grown closest with. Upon hearing the truth, Ananta seemed oddly calm and at peace. Earlier, when Alicorn's branch was absorbed into his body, something else entered his mind. Aside from the near-infinite power that remodeled his form, he also relived Alicorn's memories, at least what was left of them. They were fond memories that the sacred incarnate held onto even after losing his mind. Ananta slowly stepped closer to Ruby as he admitted that he had been chained to the past for far too long. He met her eyes and wiped her tears away. Ruby had always been by his side, through hell and back. For that, he is truly grateful and remorseful. He was so deep into his own shit that he forgot he was with family the whole time. Hearing Ananta call her family made Ruby bawl her eyes out even harder. In her human form, she can finally give him the embrace of family that he had long since forgotten. Ananta's gaze softened, and they hugged her back. The stronger the incarnate, the clearer the emotions held in its branch. In Alicorn's branch lingered sorrow, remorse, and fond memories of the young queen. In Gayhan's, there was nothing but an endless lust for war and conquest. A real sicko. Ananta could not help but think of how similar they are. They are two apples from the same angry tree. They are both wailing beasts, consumed by vengeance and slaughter. Monsters that only long to fill the gaping hole in their hearts. Sensing his thoughts, Ruby innocently caressed his face with her little hand. She doesn't want Ananta to be sad anymore. The young man stood up and held Ruby's hand. He wants her to wait and see until the moment he can finally avenge Ashta. When the fight is over, they can go visit her together. Back in the base camp, the blaze had died, and the fallen soldiers had been reduced to ash. Whitefoot and Blackfoot approached Queen Lagertha with uncharacteristically serious expressions. Whitefoot apologized for intruding, but she came bearing urgent news. Some soldiers found it disrespectful and insolent that Whitefoot would interrupt the funeral of their fallen comrades. But she needed to deliver updates concerning Levatane's stronghold. While her ability allows her to teleport to the safest place near a selected destination, she can also ascertain the level of danger at any given location. Blackfoot jested that her sister is such a big coward that her power manifests in such a way. Queen Lagertha has no time for foolishness. She demands to know what kind of danger threatens her people. You see, Whitefoot's ability can gauge safety based on whether someone like her, a helpless little bunny, would be in mortal danger. Based on the danger levels she's sensing, it is highly likely that Levatane's stronghold is under the threat of invasion. As another war looms closer, let's do some lore dumping, shall we? Long, long ago, when nothing yet existed in the universe, a great shock changed the very nature of reality. Space and time expanded, followed by the creation of expansive worlds. This cosmic event eventually gave birth to 6 beings: the Master of Blessings and Life, the Divine God; the Master of Curses and Death, the Demonic God; the Master of Miracles and Laws, the Goddess of Magic; the Master of Cyclicality and Harmony, the God of Incantation; the Master of War and Struggle, the Warrior God; and finally the Master of Creation and Destruction, the Machine God. Together, they were the 6 gods of absolute authority, holding the reins of reality. In time, these beings blessed a little blue planet with all manner of life. At least that's the story passed down from one generation to another. These 6 gods decided they needed prophets to live among their creations. So, they bestowed 5 mystics with treasures containing godly powers. They eventually became known as the First Incarnate. One of the kids, intently listening to the grandma, asked why there were only 5 incarnates in the story. When they were taught, there were 6 first incarnates. Grandma explained that, unlike the other gods that bestowed treasure to powerful mystics, the machine god went with an unconventional route. He created his own proxy by hand to live amongst mortals. The machine god constructed a perfect being that resembled humans and came to be known as the Machine Incarnate. As everyone was aware, the first incarnate found lands to dwell in and settled down. They lived for eons as companions to people. But this long-lasting peace was shattered when the Wings Incarnate came into the picture. He stole the treasure of the gods and slaughtered the first incarnate one by one. He killed everyone that dared to stand in his way. Which brings them to the present. Under Queen Lagertha's leadership, Levatine is preparing to defeat the evil Wings Incarnate once and for all. A little girl worriedly asked Grandma what if something happened to the queen while she was away fighting. A big burly man entered the room and assured the kids that they had nothing to worry about. Seeing Lord Bernhard enter made the kids go crazy with excitement. The gentle giant assured the children that the queen incarnate and soldiers were mighty warriors that could defeat 100 foes each. He promised that their leader would return safely from the expedition, no matter how dangerous. Polite as always, the big guy apologized for intruding in the middle of story time. A little boy pointed at Raclette. Everyone knows that the little girl is an incarnate too. He was curious if she'd be a powerful warrior too. Amused, Lord Bernhard confirmed that she may very well become greater incarnate than him once she discovered her power. Validated by his words, Raclette stood proud, her big-ass ears flaring up. Some of the children were also curious as to how a child can become an incarnate. Grandma took this one. She explained that incarnates also marry and have children. Their powers are usually passed on to their young. It is likely that Raclette inherited powers from her parents. Upon hearing a kid wish that he had been born as Lord Bernhard's son to become an incarnate himself, the big man was taken aback. The rest of the kids wished they had been born as children of different high-ranking Levitane incarnates. Lord Bernhard left the room with complicated feelings. In the stronghold's watchtower, the guard leaned close to the window as he saw something moving outside in the middle of a downpour. As soon as it became clear what was coming, he frantically rang the bell to warn everyone. The warning can only mean one thing: a foreign invasion is afoot. Lord Bernhard felt a chill crawl down his spine, worry painted on his face. Speaking of chill, the area around the stronghold has been turned into a sea of ice. After surrounding the area with cold and thick spikes, the culprit mockingly laughed. They finally found the elusive entrance to the fortress. The front incarnate Yurei is already looking forward to a satisfying invasion to avenge a fallen comrade. He then called the 10th seat of Sephiroth, Mansi, to follow up his opening move. Onslaught incarnate Mansi, the giant mammoth, awaits his senior's command. The soldiers of Levitane, the ones who weren't even strong enough to join the Farsa continent raid, turned to Lord Bernhard for direction. Big man right here is totally unprepared. Without the queen and her elite forces, they are practically defenseless against hostile attacks. Or raised his ice hammer and pounded the ground to summon a snowstorm. Even more ice coated the mountains, freezing everything as far as the eye can see. The frost inevitably reached the stronghold itself, forming an icy path towards the gates. With a perfect ramp, it's time for Mansi the Mammoth to go crazy. As big and bulky as he is, Anansi moved surprisingly fast for a giant ancient elephant. His steps boomed and shook the ground as he forced his way into the entrance. Knowing what was to come, Lord Bernhard hurriedly passed down the order to his men to prepare for impact. Mansi's momentum did not stop at the sight of a closed gate. He kept going at full speed and collided with the stronghold's entrance. The giant mammoth broke the only thing keeping invaders out of the hidden stronghold. Instead of rushing and rampaging inside Levitane without any sort of contest, Mansi was sent flying back outside. Ur was surprised as he lifted his head to look at the fortress gate. Standing before him was the second commander of Levitane, Breakthrough Incarnate, Tarkhan. Tarkhan stared the bear kid down, expressing his will to defend the stronghold. Seeing a worthy opponent crawl out of the rat's nest, Yor grinned. He berated the disgraceful Mansi for charging towards an enemy, only to back down. When asked if he wanted to tap out and let Yor handle the problem, Mansi protested with his fist. Ditching his mammoth form, the Onslaught Incarnate assumed a humanoid form. True to his name, he vowed to charge forth and continue his onslaught. He firmly believed that a mere unknown incarnate's power could not stop his charge. As an answer, Mansi amplified his strength multiple times, eager to reduce Tarkhan to minced meat. On the watchtower, Lord Bernhard watched the commotion. He knew that Mansi was gravely mistaken if he wanted to have a contest of raw strength against Tarkhan. The mammoth landed a solid punch on Tarkhan's body, but the burly warrior did not even flinch. He just glanced straight ahead, striking fear upon the humanoid elephant. You see, Tarkhan has no special powers. He is simply a fighting spirit in physical form. Mansi had to learn that in the most painful way possible. Ur's cocky smile was wiped away at the sight of an incarnate favored by the warrior god. In terms of raw strength and combat power, Tarkhan is the undisputed most powerful commander of Levitane. Jumping down from the watchtower, Lord Bernhard finally joined the fray. With Mansi's corpse lying on the side, the two Gigachads discussed how they would tackle this threat of invasion. Bernhard recognized Ur's hammer. It is the sacred relic of the people that protected the northern ice ridge for generations. It is Bernhard's duty to defeat the Frost Incarnate right here and right now. The frigid northern ice ridge is a unique place. Despite the extremely harsh weather conditions, it was paradise for many. Humans and incarnates lived in harmony for many generations. They were safe from war or invasions. One day a stranger came to this paradise and changed all that. A warrior who had gained renown for his impressive exploits on countless battlefields. Bernhard, the Courage Incarnate. The strange warrior freaked people out. The idea of war was completely foreign to them. But one person took pity on the warrior and welcomed him to paradise with open arms. That person was the adorable Tosca, the snow incarnate. Bernhard, who at that time knew nothing but war and strife, felt something change inside him. Aimlessly drifting into the frigid paradise, he was saved by her kindness. It was only a matter of time before the two fell in love. He was widely accepted by the community, they got married, and their love bore fruit. They were supposed to live happily ever after, or so they thought they would. Their child turned into an abomination. This child was told later that his parents considered killing him out of worry that he would have to live a lonely life as an outcast. But a savior appeared to rescue him from such a grim fate. Of course, it's this guy, the Great Wings incarnate Gyuyo. Lord Bernhard had long since come to terms with his foolishness back then. At that time, he was deceived by Gyuyo's claim that he could save the boy with the help of a branch. Bernhard had no idea what tragedy it would bring about. It has been a few years since that event. Finally, father and son had been reunited as soldiers and invaders. As for the bearskin that Yor loved wearing as a hat, it would be more fitting to call her mother. Hearing and seeing the boy flaunt the remains of his dead wife, Bernhard charged forth with anger. With a halberd in hand, he moved with killing intent. Or easily read his movements and dodged to the side. If there's one thing that could break Lord Bernhard's kind demeanor, it is insults hurled at his late wife. With unbridled ferocity, he swung and swung, only for his attacks to get swatted away like it was nothing. Yor is starting to get disappointed at his dad's weak-ass attacks. If this is all there is to Bernhard, then the title of Courage Incarnate is entirely undeserved. With one final attack, Yor intercepted the halberd with his hammer and froze the blade in an instant with the snowstorm. The boy followed the attack by knocking his old man down with the piercing wind. Lord Bernhard braced himself and tried his hardest to resist. Or was born an abomination, but he was able to grow strong thanks to inheriting his parents' powers. Tarkhan wanted to interfere, but Bernhard urged him not to meddle. He swore upon everything that he would not fall until this battle was finished. Or clapped back and realized that fighting the man with the horns would be more fun than beating his helpless father down. Still, they came here for a mission, and they'll get it done. Inside the stronghold, corpses of guards posted near the entrance littered the ground. Civilians ran in panic as they screamed for help. But in the eyes of the invader that infiltrated Levitain, they are simply lambs to slaughter. The ninth seed of Sephiroth, Calamity Incarnate Mantia, used her sharp bug blades and relished the carnage. No amount of pleading could save the citizens now. Aside from Mantia, there is also the eighth seat of Sephiroth, and Silence incarnates Arachna, a half-spider and half-nun monstrosity that can low-key get it. Leading them was none other than the fourth seed of Sephiroth, Madness incarnate, Kishu Olga. With every kill, her belly became fuller and fuller. And it's about time to make a bigger splash and paint the entire stronghold with the color Sweet Pomegranate. Levitain soldiers tried their best to evacuate the citizens as unease filled the room. Through the underground bridge, they are headed to the safety shelter in the deepest part of the fortress. Godmother took charge of making sure that no child was left behind. As everyone single-mindedly walked to safety, little Raclette noticed the ceiling slowly collapsing. A giant centipede finally broke through from above. With her were Mantia and Arachna, eager to munch on some more innocent blood. 3 bugs landed on the bridge, leaving no way out for the evacuees. The giant centipede's mouth cracked and stretched as Kishu's deplorable body emerged. She looked at the civilians with a crazed smile. Outside, Yor is having fun taunting his father by revealing his plan to cause chaos and divert the strong fighter's attention away from the civilians. The kid bashed the ground with his hammer once more. His snowstorm formed a massive wall of ice, caging Bernhard inside. With Tarkhan and the Courage Incarnate cut off from helping the citizens of Levitain, the two are forced to face off against Ure. Inside the Crystal Palace, the only way out is to defeat the Front Incarnate. Tarkhan brandished his spiked club and struck the ice walls, but it was no use. The Crystal Palace is the snowstorm's most powerful barrier, after all. Ure intends to make this land the venue for Gehan's Requiem. They have come with the intention of leaving no survivors. Seeing Ure turn into his incarnate form, Bernhard could not help but think of his deceased wife, Tosca. He questioned if this monstrous bear wearing the pelt of his mother was truly the fruit of their blessed union. Like a madman, Ure charged forward while laughing with glee. Bernhard froze, and Tarkhan picked up the slack. His club hit the bear right in the snout, making Ure falter. Uri could sense that the breakthrough incarnate wanted to defeat him as quickly as possible, but that is easier said than done. He holds the power of a branch amplified by an inheritance from 2 powerful incarnates. A man blessed by the warrior god simply can't bridge that gap in strength. They expect to protect everyone, yet they can't even break through the Crystal Palace. Tarkhan finally had enough of the taunting. His horns flared up as he drew the unstoppable power inside his body. Seeing and sensing such a fearsome aura made the bear flinch. Ur subconsciously jumped back into safety, and his yapping stopped. Lord Bernhard also assumed his brown bear form. Upon hearing his father's war cry, Yor felt an unfamiliar emotion: fear. The momentary pause of fear left him open to getting clawed in the face. The damage was minimal. He jumped further back and shrugged it off. A bull that can break through anything, and a bear with all the courage in the world. This is the power of the second and first commanders of Levitain, Tarkhan, and Bernhard. Back inside, some of the civilians successfully entered the safety center and shut the door tightly. Mantia and Arachna were trying to grow frustrated as they failed to breach the gate time and time again. They were taking so long that Kishu had to step in. She called her subordinates useless for having trouble opening a freaking door. She then assigned them to take care of the remaining nuisances left behind. Kishu fears that if she sees more useless warriors, she might just lose it and feast. The bugs gave way to their boss. Inside, the remaining survivors helplessly prayed for salvation. Kishu addressed the last ones left in this useless fortress. She made sure that they heard the death throes of the soldiers being slaughtered in their futile attempt to save those that remained. With a gentle touch, Kishu slowly melted a hole right through the gate. She peeked inside and asked the survivors if they really thought a simple gate was enough to protect their lives. If she really wanted to, Kishu could slaughter every single one in the room in the blink of an eye. But she is willing to give these pitiful people one final chance at salvation. She pointed at the children and demanded that the survivors sacrifice their little hearts in exchange for letting everyone else live. Desperate and on the brink of going crazy, some of the survivors started seriously considering the offer. The kids fearfully clung to their godmother. Thankfully, the old woman snapped everyone out of their disgusting thoughts. She warned everyone not to be seduced by the words of a monster. Godmother refused to let the vile centipede beast harm a single hair of Levitain's children. Annoyed, Kishu clicked her tongue. She sighed and corroded the gate even further. Seeing as her brutal games were not working, the madness incarnate has grown tired of playing. Through the hole she made in the gate, she pumped the safety center full of corrosive goo, with the intent of wiping everyone out in an instant. Godmother did not hesitate to use her body to shield the kids from certain death. But before the corrosive substance could reach the survivors, a yellow goo stopped it in its tracks. The kids couldn't believe it. The little rat, Raclette, broke away from the group and stopped the corrosion with cheese. Kishu looked at the little incarnate and smiled. This makes things a little more interesting for her. The madness incarnate pondered if the kid's power awakened under the threat of dying. Or maybe she evolved in order to save the people she cares for. Either way, the setup was way too delicious for Kishu's fucked up palate. Such desperation from a little fledgling was making her tingle. Kishu's face split open as she took on a more fitting form. With a knife in hand, it took every bit of Raclette's willpower not to pass out in fear. As much as she cares for Godmother and the rest, Kishu insists that she also cares for someone. That someone is the most precious person in all of existence. Even at this moment, her mind is full of thoughts of his beautiful face. Kishu's ultimate goal is to ensure that nothing but thoughts of her also occupy that person's mind. This disgusting bug bitch has deluded herself that everything she's doing is in service of her love for the wings incarnate. Seeing her grotesque centipede form, little Raclette stumbled and trembled in terror. The little girl started sobbing, unable to even look at the enemy up front. Kishu was deeply disappointed. Here she thought she might have found an interesting young fledgling. Extending her disgusting blue tongue, her whip-like appendage went straight for the kill. With a stab, blood painted the floors. But the blood did not belong to the little incarnate. Once again, the godmother used her body to protect the little girl. She gladly offered up her life just to make sure that the next generation was safe. Irritated, Kishu threw the old lady's body like garbage. She doesn't like it when hags ruin her fun. She grabbed Godmother's head, crushed it, and corroded the skin, flesh, and bones with her corrosive goo as revenge for making things so melodramatic. Everybody watched as their elder was reduced to a pile of unrecognizable slime. Kishu redirected her attention to the rest of the helpless citizens. But much to her surprise, the little incarnate retrieved her little knife and stood back up. It looks like Kishu's viciousness has awakened an evil deity in the form of little Raclette. Filled with hate for the bug, Raclette judged her to become molten. In the blink of an eye, 6 limbs had been cut clean out of Kishu's body. She did not even get the chance to react. When her limbs fell on the floor, Kishu finally felt the pain of her stumps burning. Mantia and Arachna heard their boss wailing in agony and worried. Raclette continued moving like an absolute badass, her knife turning into stretchy, molten cheese that could cut through anything. This time, Kishu was a little more wary of the accursed little rat. She sprayed more of that corrosive goop, intent on decomposing the rampaging little rat. But using the same tricks is not going to cut it. Seeing her attack being neutralized, Kishu started yapping about grinding the little girl up alive and drinking her remains. Worried, Kishu's bug subordinates joined up. Like the worst boss ever, she called them worthless scum and ordered them around to help her. It would have been a deeply unfair 3 versus 1 against a little kid, if not for a familiar wooden hammer construct arriving just in time to bludgeon the giant centipede. Taken by surprise, Kishu was sent flying back to the bridge. Before Mantia and Arikana could figure out what was going on, Queen Lagartha and Commander Owl came in swinging their blades. The commander took on the Calamity Incarnate while the Queen targeted the Silence Incarnate. Thankfully, Whitefoot moved fast enough to make a teleportation hub back to Levitane's safety center. After knocking Kishu Olga away, Nadia held Raclette tightly into a sympathetic embrace. She could feel how terrified the child must have been. Nadia assured the little incarnate that she would not let anyone hurt her again. All she asks is for Raclette to return to her true self before she succumbs to being an evil deity. Thankfully, the sincerity of nature's incarnate was enough to pull Raclette out of a dark place. Back to being just a scared little girl, she sobbed nonstop. Her friends cried along with her. She might have awakened a terrifying power strong enough to wound the 4th seed of Sephiroth, but she's just an innocent child. After making sure that the survivors were safe, Nadia stepped onto the bridge, where the action was heating up. Her wooden constructs stretched and formed into shape. Kishu Olga regained consciousness and angrily protested like a child who could not get her way. Reports said that the fortress was supposed to be vulnerable, so she's confused as to where the main force of Levitane came from. Nothing matters anymore. Throwing caution to the wind, Kishu threatened to skin everybody alive and scatter their innards everywhere. Nadia calmly stepped forward, her unwavering gaze fixed on the deplorable bug running her mouth. She looked around and saw corpses corroded to death and mercilessly cut up in half. The monster behind all these atrocious acts is in front of her. Standing by her brutality, Kishu sinisterly asked what Nadia was going to do about it. Nadia actually thanked her for being so absolutely wicked, because now she has no reason whatsoever to hold back. For the first time in a while, Nadia beckoned the evil god's power inside her. Yggdrasil Cernunos. Kishu could not help but feel a familiar aura emanating from Nadia. It was the same sensation that she felt with that rat child. A deep malice that only evil deities are capable of exuding. Maybe it was hatred. Maybe it was something else. Either way, the centipede is not fond of it. Regenerating her severed limbs, she readied herself to erase that look from Nadia's eyes. After melting her eyeballs from their sockets, Kishu won't have to endure the gaze anymore. Before she could get closer to attack, the malice of an evil deity froze the bug in place. Since Nadia had lost the memories of her past, she cannot remember all the lives she had taken. Kishu finally figured out another instance when she felt what she was feeling right now. The oppressive presence and force of absolute dominance are possessed only by those at the top of the food chain. Nadia demanded to know the insect's name so that she may remember her after death. Outside, the three-way battle of 2 bears and 1 bull continued. The impeccable teamwork of Levitan commanders is slowly pushing Ur into a corner. While Tarkhan leads both offense and defense, Bernhard constantly pokes and prods to land fatal blows. Ur is still confident in his ability to win, but getting swept in the duo's momentum is not the best course of action. He refused to let the likes of these two tarnish his rising fame. Using the relic of the northern region, Ur underwent another transformation. Spikes of ice surrounded his body as he merged with his weapon. Using ice caps, he launched a flurry of spikes with a sleet storm. Tarkhan blocked the attack with his spiked clubs, and the collision instantly froze his weapons. He was momentarily distracted by the alarming spread of, leaving an opening for Ur to exploit. With titanic force, the Frost Incarnate bludgeoned the bull's body. Seeing this development, Bernhard charged in to alleviate the pressure on his comrade. He tried to tear his son's flesh with his fangs but failed. Ur is taking the approach of defeating the weaker opponent first as the key to his victory. In contrast to his ideals, Bernhard believes that the key to victory is to never give up. His fangs continue to dig deep into Ura's hand. While he appreciates the lesson, Ur wants to end his old man with one last attack. He was so focused on executing his plan to get rid of the weaker foe that he did not notice Tarkhan coming from behind. With frozen limbs, the bull held the young bear in a frozen chokehold. Right outside the Crystal Palace, someone just flared up with draconic flames. Ur arrogantly refused to believe that such meaningless resistance would make a difference in this lopsided war. But when he felt his ice melt and the temperature rise, he instantly knew he was cooked. From afar, a concentrated beam of fire swallowed the young bear. The resulting explosion rendered the Crystal Palace's defense useless. Confused, Bernhard looked at the origin of the attack. Ananta has arrived. In usual Ananta fashion, he insulted the two commanders for struggling against such a piss-weak opponent. Alongside him was the worried Lupa. The commanders congregated on the icy ground, but this was not the time for questions and reunion. It looks like Ur managed to survive the attack by encasing himself with ice caps. The young cub was insulted that his enemies would dare stand around and engage in idle chatter in his presence. Finally showing his true strength, he fully merged with his hammer, cladding himself with a menacing frost armor. Ananta calmly walked towards the frost-armored bear, and Bernhard warned him that going up against the 5th seat of Sephiroth would not be as easy as he thought. Ananta did not bother to respond. Lupa assured old Bernhard that there was nothing to worry about. That dragon is much more powerful than anyone could possibly fathom. Still yapping with supreme arrogance, Yuri was not impressed with Ananta's appearance. If there's one thing our boy hates, it is enemies that do nothing but battle with their tongues, or moved with unprecedented speed, his ice claws aiming to rip the black dragon's flesh. His attack did not even make contact. After defeating Sephiroth's 2nd seat, he becomes more powerful than ever. Feeling a familiarly oppressive power, Yur finally recognized what he was up against. Using Gehan's power as a catalyst for a new spiky form, the Vengeance Incarnate is hungry for another kill. Consumed by rage, Yur attacked with his fist once more. The kid hasn't learned his lesson yet, so what better way to demonstrate the gap between them than meeting a fist with a fist? Ananta unleashed Mountain Annihilation with a stronger intensity than Gehan could ever produce. One exchange sent Yur flying and crashing into the walls of his very own Crystal Palace. His front armor and bear transformation are undone. On the brink of defeat, the Front Incarnate remembered Bahiran's reminder to call when he's in danger. Gyuyo's lapdog vowed to appear before him in times of crisis. That time of crisis is near, and it looks like Bahiran is staying true to his word. The fabric of space shattered, exposing the cosmic domain. Lord Bernhard and Ananta were awfully familiar at such a sight. The shattering of space is indicative of Bahiran's arrival. Finally, the Guardian of the Wings, Gyuyo's right hand and mightiest spear, has arrived. Back inside, Kishu Olga is laughing maniacally at the sight of the reinforcements falling short of suppressing her underlings. Queen Lagertha has been completely neutralized by the Silence Incarnate. Surprisingly, the reason for their collapse is Commander Owl switching sides and attacking Nadia, stabbing her from behind and driving a blade into her heart. Let's turn the clock back a little to when Kishu and Nadia collided. Refusing to be looked down upon, the human centipede pushed her powers to the limit. A cloud of corrosive fog exploded out of her body. Don't ask me which hole it came from. This distracted her insect subordinates for a second. Knowing what was coming, the mantis and the spider scattered away like their lives depended on it. The queen ordered Owl to step back as she formed a light force field with Fragarak. Finally, Kishu Olga has shown her full power. Alongside her terrifying final form, the waves of her poison threatened to make everyone in the vicinity struggle and die. Surprisingly, Nadia was unaffected by the smog. She hurled the threat right back to the sender. Kishu shot out poison needles, and Nadia manipulated them back to where they came from. The needles dug into Kishu's flesh, frustrating her to no end. If her corrosive poison has no effect against nature incarnate, then she'll just turn the fight into a close combat struggle to slice Nadia apart with her blades. As soon as she got into Nadia's effective range, she put her inside what can only be described as an infinite Tsukuyomi. Kishu found herself alone in the middle of an endless dark expanse. In there, the evil deity, Yggdrasil Cernunos, welcomed her with a cold stare. The thing's face split open, motioning to devour Kishu. The mental attack manifested itself in the real world when Nadia beheaded the giant centipede, effectively separating the madness incarnate's body into two. Close to death, Kishu tried her best to catch her breath. Indignant, she refused to fall into this random-ass place. She can't make sense of it. All Nadia did was stand in front of her, and the next thing you know, she's done. Even Queen Lagertha was surprised to see the true innate power Nadia possesses. That is when Owl made his move. He declared that the battle had been decided. He calmly walked behind Nadia, and she felt a sharp pain in her back. In a surprising turn of events, Commander Owl forgot to turn off friendly fire and stabbed Nadia. Even Kishu was confused. The queen was taken aback, and Mantia took advantage of the window to rain down air blades. Arachna followed up by sneaking behind Queen Lagertha and shooting her with a potent paralyzing dart. And so, Nadia bled, the queen was captured, and Owl turned traitor. Kishu could not help but laugh at the ridiculous situation they were in. When the queen demanded answers for why he would do such a thing, Owl simply apologized. He assured her that his actions would ultimately make sense, and it is something that she'll eventually come to know. She refused to believe that her comrade would team up with the enemy, considering the enmity he holds towards the Wings incarnate. But that is precisely how he deceived everyone. The queen possessed an eye that could see through the true essence of an opponent. The anger he held for Gyuyo was not a lie. It was as real as it could be. Mantia is getting tired of the yapping, so she shuts the queen up with her foot. Owl suggested that to easily subdue the remaining troops, it would be best to handle the queen without ending her life. For now, they have to wrap up the situation in this accursed bridge. Kishu recalled Gyuyo mentioning a spy in Livatane, but she was still not happy taking orders from some traitor. Owl would not have intervened if he could help it. Now that they have lost the Conquest Incarnate and a powerful branch, he's forced to reveal his hand just to save another Sephiroth member. But Owl made a crucial mistake. He simply underestimated Nadia. He was certain that his blade pierced through her heart. Her standing back up does not make sense at all. Using her all-seeing eye, Queen Lagertha can see a phantom of death slowly waking inside Nadia's body. The roots and branches filled with vitality turned into sprawling constructs devoid of life. Owl grabbed and carried the incapacitated Kishu as the death roots chased after him. Raclette, the child that Owl had grown fond of, screamed his name. He simply looked at her for a second and averted his gaze. For the first time in a while, he opened his wings. In doing so, fleeing from the scene became easier than ever. Raclette watched as the commander owl she thought she knew flew away. Mantia and Arachna were left to fend for themselves while the queen was still paralyzed on the ground. Nadia's death roots took hold of the bugs, restricting their movements. Once caught, the malicious power of the roots seeped onto their skin, taking over their bodies. Using the bugs as catalysts, the death roots amalgamated until they formed Nadia's evil deity body. As soon as she took form, Gyuyo's voice boomed from a rift in space. His destructive spell, Let There Be Light, beamed down from the heavens. It burrowed deep into the underground tunnels of Levitain and eventually took shape in front of Nadia. Gyuyo had finally shown himself. Deep within Nadia's subconscious, Gyuyo greeted her warmly. Surprisingly, he referred to her as his sibling. Finally, he can now easily access Nadia's inner self. To open the horizon of this world, he needs two things: the blossoming of branches nourished by the owner's desires and a vivid imaginary world that seeks to change the very fabric of reality. The world that Nadia dreams of is dazzling and beautiful, a place without a single speck of imperfection. Gyuyo invited her to lead the change in this rotten world side by side, not as nature's incarnate but as Chernunos, the incarnation of magic. With Chernunos awake, Nadia's consciousness woke up on the beach of a blood-red sea. The last thing she remembered was fighting against that hateful centipede. Then, her heart was pierced by a painful betrayal. She can still feel the wound in her chest. So how come she's still alive? To answer her question, her own voice answered that from the beginning, she had always been neither dead nor alive. Chernunos and Nadia finally met. Two personalities living inside one body. The incarnation of magic reckoned that Nadia subconsciously brought her out with no hesitation, and didn't even notice that her heart had stopped beating. She used to be controlled by a corpse crow that manipulated the dead like puppets. It must have been due to the artificial pulsation caused by the power of branches. Chernunos had been waiting and watching for a very long time. Right now, she's finally getting the face-to-face she so dearly wanted. As long as Nadia takes the lead, she will always be just a shadow suppressed in the deepest recesses of the consciousness. Nadia refused to believe a single word coming out of Chernunos' mouth. So, she bared the truth and introduced herself as the world's first evil god. Her story started in the primordial past, during the Age of Myths. A spiritual beast granted with the title of Incarnation of Sorcery was bestowed a human form. The great forest of the West, overflowing with the grace of nature, the Druids, the indigenous people of the forest, accepted him as a prophet. They revered him wholeheartedly. In time, the incarnation became known by the name He Who Has Horns and Wealth. The man, the myth, the legend, Chernunos. A mortal being who, despite his ephemeral nature, sought beauty through cycles and harmony. He prayed for eternal peace with every living being. He lived with his noble ethos without knowing that it was just a vain dream. Ethnicity, culture, faith, and every aspect of humanity became fragmented during the age of violence and conquest. They craved flesh and blood in a world where killing and being killed were the norm. The 6 incarnations, meant to represent the original gods, served as terrifying punishers at times. In many cases, they protected humanity as strict arbiters. Sometimes they don't. One day, the spark of a massive invasion that came without warning engulfed the great forest. The warmongering invaders wore golden armor. Leading this great army of heroes was none other than the warrior incarnate, Lyoga. The forest tribes untied their strength and confronted the wave of invaders. To protect his precious people, Chernunos fought with desperation and vigor. Eventually, he found himself the last man standing in his camp. Wounds and injuries covered every inch of his body. Before claiming complete and utter victory over the one chosen by the supreme god, Lyoga vowed to engrave Chernunos' death into his heart. He had never been so angry before. Lyoga, the warrior known as the Honorable Lion King, had committed such a horrific massacre for seemingly no good reason at all. The gruff warrior incarnate has no intention of asking for forgiveness, but for the sake of a greater cause, he is willing to bear the stigma of being a mass murderer. You see, his eyes were opened with a prophecy. At that time, Luna, also known as the incarnation of magic with the power to foresee the future, saw all life on the land annihilated with the emergence of unprecedented horrors. After that vision, Luna lost her life and had her divine oracle stolen from her. Lyoga theorized that it must be the work of the other 6 incarnations. Hearing that this man slaughtered his family and people, innocent lives, merely because of a shaky prophecy made Cernunnos seethe. But the warrior incarnate is too far gone. He feared that his people would become the next victims of the prophecy. Being the brute that he is, he finds it better to take the lives of his enemies before they can take him. The honorable Lion King doesn't look so honorable anymore as he demands the return of the stolen divine oracle. He used to be a great incarnation who respected the weight of every life with dignity. It's a mystery how he developed a malicious desire to kill. At the sight of the hateful lion, consumed by burning anger and howling, the figure of Cernunnos, incarnation of sorcery, had vanished. After a hard-fought battle against an entire army led by Lyoga, Cernunnos survived as the last man standing. Spirit beasts granted with human forms became incarnations. If so, what would you call incarnations who have been taken over by malice akin to humans? Befitting of their power and insanity, the term evil gods seemed appropriate. Gyuyo was there when the term was coined. He even held Lyoga's golden tooth in his hand. With little to no power to resist, Cernunnos asked if Gyuyo was the one mentioned in the prophecy. After 2 incarnations have fought a battle to the death, the incarnation of Wings swooped in to finish the job and kill the victor. At that time, Cernunnos could already sense that having abandoned the meaning of cycles and harmony, it's only a matter of time before he's consumed by malice, losing all reason. With a regretful sigh, he snapped his sprawling horn and freely handed it to Gyuyo. Cernunnos is willing to surrender his divine treasure on one condition. That was the fateful day when he made a contract with the Wings incarnate. The terms were simple. If Gyuyo succeeded in collecting all the divine treasures, Cernunnos wanted to be granted a branch of his own. He wanted to open the horizon of the world, to overlay the accursed land with a surreal realm. In doing so, they will return to the beautiful primordial world devoid of suffering that they once loved. If there's one thing he did not expect, it was Nadia's existence. A fragment of consciousness emerged to quell his unreasonable malice. Right now, they are 2 sides of the same coin, sharing the same mind and realm. Nadia is another version of Cernunnos. That explains why she's been having the same bizarre dream over and over. A dream of running away from an unknown monster dwelling in her subconscious. She had been deathly afraid of Cernunnos until now, but she also sensed that the monster in her dreams held a deeply excruciating sadness. Cernunnos wanted to change the world so badly that he even borrowed the power of the branches. Nadia understood more than anyone else the regret of being powerless and failing to protect those you care about. If she really came from him, then she also bears the responsibility of carrying that heavy burden. Therefore, she vowed to stand against his malice and protect what must be protected. Cernunnos looked at her like a clueless little puppy but encouraged Nadia to enforce her will freely. But she has to keep in mind that the roadblock in front of her is one of the most powerful incarnations in history. Back in the real world, the sturdy walls of the Crystal Palace had started collapsing upon the defeat of the Front Incarnate, prompting everyone inside to evacuate. Beharin watched as the palace shattered and lost its structure before landing on its ruins. Ananta faced the man who once trashed him with renewed focus and strength. The lapdog bragged that there had never been a thing that his fist could not crush. Opening another spatial rift, he sent Yor back to their base camp. The 2 fighters are ready for their rematch. Ananta is starting to feel unpleasant about facing Beharin. He felt as though this man was looking down on him as if he was above even the heavens. Seeing a person who wasn't even a real threat just a few weeks ago become so powerful, rivaling a true dragon in such a short span of time, was quite jarring. As if required procedure, Beharin demanded to know his opponent's name. Ananta gladly reintroduced himself as the descendant of the Black Dragon and the survivor who will devour every evil god in the world. The man who will ultimately bring the end upon the Wings incarnate. Long ago, Beharin used to ask so many questions. Why was he born into this world? Why was he so different from everyone else? And why did he possess the power of destruction that obliterates space itself? Gyuyo was the one who pointed him to look at his fists for the answer to everything. He explained that divine power is simply the manifestation of one's subconscious desires. Birds break eggs to be born. And for Gyuyo, the world is nothing but an egg to break. So, if Beharin wants to find out the reason for his existence, he must first destroy the world obstructing his will. Gyuyo promised to guide him to a satisfying answer. And from that moment, Beharin became the strongest spear to protect the Great Wings, and he shall be known henceforth as the incarnation of destruction. Beharin punched the space in front of him, summoning the evil sword of calamity through the true fist of justice. Ananta braced himself for impact. The force behind Beharin's attack moved through his body like a raging freight train. Lupa, Ruby, and Bernhard looked at that attack and worried about Ananta's safety. Beharin kept his eyes open and saw that his attack did not do as much damage as he thought it would. Standing on business, Ananta did not move but started reforming his body instead. The thought of destroying everything took over his mind. Beharin was quite surprised that a mere mortal countered his strongest spear. Ananta did so by donning himself with the strongest shield, freshly pilfered from Gehan and adapted to his preference. a black dragon with absolute defense and lethal offense. Since Beharin got his one free attack, it's now Ananta's turn to try his new weapon out. His blade collided with the lapdog's arm guard. He failed to do meaningful damage, but he made Beharin slide away upon taking the brunt of the attack. We take those. The arm guard was practically ruined, the gash of Ananta's blade permanently etched on its surface. The sight of their comrade overpowering the right hand of the final boss was quite exhilarating. Thankfully, Tarkan and Bernhard snapped Lupa out of her trance to ask where the queen was. Lupa assured them that Queen Lagertha was safe inside the fortress with Owl and Nadia. As if on cue, Gyuyo's light pierced through the roof of the fortress, digging deep down to the underground bridge. They saw Owl with his wings in full display, flying out of the fortress with something or someone in tow. The remaining commanders watched as their comrades entered the shattered space accessible only to Gyuyo's people. Sensing the betrayal, the burly commanders hurried back inside the stronghold to find their queen. Ever so useless, Lupa just stood there, continuing to watch the fight like she paid for ringside tickets. Snapping out of her uselessness, she urged Ruby to lend her enough power to help Ananta. The battle on the Crystal Palace ruins had devolved into an all-out melee brawl where anything goes. With fists, claws, and blades, Ananta used everything in his arsenal to beat Beharin without mercy. After devouring the Conquest Incarnate, even the Destruction Incarnate had to admit that the jump in physical strength was massive. Answering with an attack of his own, he sent the Black Dragon sliding back a few feet. That earned him a few seconds to catch his breath. Beharin knew what Gehan's true power was more than anyone in the world. That man had an iron-blooded body that could not be hurt, let alone destroyed. A battle between spears and shields to decide who's the strongest is as straightforward as it is contradictory. From mid-range, Ananta tried something new. He stabbed his blade deep into the ground and summoned black spikes hurtling towards his foe. As a response, Beharin accumulated ludicrous amounts of energy into his fist and punched out to intercept the spikes. At first glance, it seemed like the collision ended on another tie. That was until Beharin felt a faint rumbling coming directly beneath him. Ananta used the smoke as cover to dig into the ground and set a vicious attack from below. Beharin responded in the nick of time, but that might not be enough. Ananta urged this cocky alien bastard to remember his name well, the name of the man who will end the lapdog's miserable life. He performed a cross-chop that completely shattered Beharin's defensive equipment to 1,000 pieces. With the enemy's defenses reduced to nothing, Ananta felt another branch of Mistletoe calling out to him. It seems like getting one-upped is not Beharin's favorite thing. With a sinister look, the fool exploded with a power akin to a nuclear bomb. Back in the Farsa continent, Whitefoot decided to stay after opening the portal that everyone went through using her ability, down the rabbit hole. This technique was supposed to be a last resort in case she and her sister found themselves in a pinch. At the cost of permanently losing power, she can teleport to up to 2 locations without a distance limit for an emergency escape. Each rabbit hole can only accommodate 3 people at most. Opening 2, she only managed to send 6 people back to defend Levatine. The Farsa raid team had no choice but to choose 6 elites to save their home. Queen Lagertha chose the 2 entry points in the entrance and the deepest shelter. In addition to protecting the people, they must also secure an escape route out of the fortress. As we know, the Queen, Owl, and Nadia were assigned as the inner attack group. They were supposed to repel enemies that had infiltrated the fortress and treat the wounded. The external team consisted of Ananta and Lupa for maximum firepower. Much to everyone's surprise, Queen Lagertha also elected Ruby to be their third. She explained that the enemies had invested major force to break through the entrance. With that in mind, Ruby's power will be needed in the ultimate battle. The rest will stay in Farsa to rest and nurse the injured. It's going to be a tough fight, and they must go in with a united goal in mind. Upon sending them back to the fortress, Whitefoot could not help but worry. Blackfoot noticed that her sister's magic pocket watch had shattered, making recovery impossible. But it doesn't matter. On the contrary, Whitefoot is very satisfied with the results that exceeded her expectations. In a series of unbelievably fierce battles, she watched Ananta gain powers beyond her wildest dreams. It's about time for Whitefoot and Blackfoot to go back to their big sister. Wait, there's a third one? With a twisted look on her face, Whitefoot delighted at the day when they could reach the moon. The Queen's arrow saw the rabbit sisters speaking and confronted them about their ulterior motives. Whitefoot was not expecting an elementalist to listen in on their conversation through the wind. The rest of the army looked upset, given that they couldn't be by their queen's side, and they didn't know what was happening in their home. But they respected the queen's decision, trusting her sound judgment. Any elementalist worth their salt could see that Ruby was definitely a divine beast, a being that is both a spirit and a mystical creature melded in one physical form. The power of the gods that make up the world does not have a specific form, but over long periods of time they establish their own identity, becoming a spirit. A spirit that creates its own body becomes a spirit beast, and beings reborn from a divine beast to an incarnation are said to have potential comparable to the first 6 incarnations. With the help of Ruby, Lupa just reached that level. Ananta was surprised to see that Ruby could fuse with other people too. The resulting form was different than his. Stripped down to his blazer and pants, Beharin emanated blazing power from his skin. Lupa positioned herself ahead of Ananta, telling him to provide support. Pushing Ruby's power to the limit and burning bright as a result, Lupa wanted nothing more than to turn Beharin into ashes. With enhanced speed, she charged at the strongest spear like a horizontal meteor. Her blazing claws swiped and made contact with Beharin's skin. It left an unextinguishable burning gash on his arm. Going back for seconds, Lupa doubled down with another attack aimed at the same spot. Seeing as Beharin had no answer for her speed and power, Lupa went crazy. She sliced, diced, burned, and cooked 100 times in a span of a single second. It's her first time fusing with Ruby, and she's already naming new moves like Crimson Flame Imprint. You see, among absolute gods, divine beasts born from demonic gods are called by a separate title. And as far as every recorded history is concerned, there is only one such monster existing in this world. Beharin's blue flame blazed, grew, and spun to the heavens. He reminded himself that he was the final wall protecting the wings incarnate. He is the one and only demon beast in existence, so please respect Beharin's name. Lupa and Ananta kept their distance from the blue flames, wondering if Gyuyo's lapdog was finally showing his full power. Ananta asked Beharin a scathing question. He inquired about why a warrior of Beharin's caliber would willingly follow a deplorable man like Gyuyo. Well, even Beharin had forgotten his reason since it had been a long-ass time. Nevertheless, if Ananta really wants to find the answer, he must survive and look beyond the fist that has the power to destroy everything. As usual, even with multiple power-ups in play, Ananta just wants to see who will kill who first. Beharin's blazing fist versus Ananta's indestructible blade, whoever wins shall be closer to their goal. The incarnation of vengeance against the incarnation of destruction? Who are you betting on? From a distance, a blinding bright light lit up the skies. It's a sign that the final pieces for the world's horizon have all been gathered. Before a victor can be declared in the much-awaited rematch, Gyuyo shows his annoying ass face to spoil the fun, as it is time for them to go back home to their pantheon. From afar, Lupa saw the wings incarnate, carrying Nadia in his arms. Given the missing eyeball, and that she's willingly flying with Gyuyo, it's plain to see who's currently in control of Nadia's body. Still, Chernonos is feeling some instability. Even the incarnation of magic is finding it a bit difficult to suppress Nadia's strong willpower. But soon, even her fragile heart will be broken and blended within. This is the second time Lupa has seen an ally flying with someone they should not be flying with today. Ananta could clearly see Nadia's face, yet she felt like a completely different person. Of course, he blamed Gyuyo for pulling another trick to make this happen. But it does not matter now that Aji Dahaka had sniffed his mortal enemy once more. It's time for Ananta to give way and fulfill the contract he signed with his soul. He must surrender to the anger that will consume everything. Outside of his control, his body painfully contorted and reformed to the image of the black dragon. With a guttural wail, the aura surrounding Ananta dwarfed even that of a demon beast. From above, Chernunos recognized Aji Dahaka's aura. Gyuyo explained that it was just a fool who surrendered everything to his obsession with petty revenge. To be honest, Gyuyo never thought that the kid he left alive after massacring an entire tribe would become such a nuisance. He summoned 6 orbs of light as he taunted Ananta. He asserted that the kid is dreaming of achieving the impossible. He won't be beaten even if the whole world turns upside down. Gyuyo launched the orbs of light and cast Let There Be Radiance. Ananta ate the brunt of the attack as Beharin watched from the sidelines. To the demon beast's surprise, Ananta managed to resist. The black dragon's tail swiped away, narrowly missing Beharin. He emerged from the smoke. Aji Dahaka had taken over once again. For the 3rd time in a row, the evil incarnate is facing the wings incarnate. Inside Ananta's mind, the progenitor of his curse is urging him to surrender to the anger and wail. But the young man refused to give in so easily, stopping the overgrown lizard from running his mouth so carelessly. While it's true that his anger is rising from his whole body to the top of his head, right now, all he can think of is killing Aji Dahaka himself. Finally, the black dragon showed her human form. And the evil incarnate we've been hating on is not a he, but a fine-ass she. She finds it quite amusing to see a fledgling who once crawled meekly in fear acting so boldly now. The land that Ananta formed inside his mind is so barren and desolate. It is nothing but a dead wasteland. It is fitting for a master with a mental realm forged by the desire to burn the whole world. He's threatening the black dragon when he should be baring his fangs on the real enemy outside. Conjuring a magical fire screen, Aji Dahaka gave Ananta the full viewing experience of how she took over the physical world. Ananta, in the material reality, is currently consumed by the curse, succumbing to a state of rampage upon seeing his mortal enemy. He couldn't help it. His whole life had revolved around killing Gyuyo after all. He can still remember the day they met, the day he thought he had finally found someone who understood. But what he remembers most vividly is the betrayal that came soon after. The sight of Ashta's burning corpse, her charred flesh and dried-up frame, his constant nightmares fueling his very purpose in life. Ananta demanded to get back in control and fight. Ajidahaka deemed such a thing impossible, but he is no longer asking. He is demanding. The Black Dragon reckoned that the young man had become so intoxicated by the power of the curse, growing arrogant and forgetting his place. With nothing but an empty shell of power, the Black Dragon rampaging outside is merely a cheap imitation. She believes that the day when his teeth can finally reach the incarnation of wings will never ever come. Courage without power is nothing but baseless arrogance. There is nothing more unsightly than the bravado of the weak. Anata roared. If he can't defeat the wings even if he uses everything in his arsenal, then how can he even achieve his revenge? Ajidahaka's simple advice is for him to rise above being weak. The power of her rampaging divine ability, a malevolent god's force, still resides within his body. That power can transform an ordinary human body into a devourer that truly embodies the incarnation of revenge. If he can unlock that power, he will be a being with a body rivaling a deity capable of unleashing demonic power at will. He will be no different than an abomination, just like the creatures that are empowered by the branches made from divine treasures. With the catalyst of evolution, capable of turning abominations into divine incarnations, Ajidahaka is willing to renegotiate their contract if he's willing to fully accept the branch and be reborn as a true incarnation. When that day comes, she will take on a new body and escape this conceptual world. With the help of the branch and the curse of the evil spirit, she will regain her original power and take revenge on Ananta's behalf. Her deal sounded sweet on paper, and her bewitching charm was irresistible. Ananta willingly accepts the terms, but he's resolved to kill Gyuyo with his own hands. He won't hand the satisfaction over to anyone. He yelled at the Black Dragon to execute the contract right then and there. As long as he can achieve his life's goal, he'll gladly sacrifice his body. While Ananta's hand gripped her throat, the Black Dragon accepted the revisions, eager to see the young man struggle as much as he could. From now on, the clouds of death and disaster will lead him. Regaining control of the Black Dragon's body, Ananta opened his maw, coalescing a destructive attack aimed at the great wings. Like a one-trick pony, Gyuyo preemptively responded with, "Let there be light." Draconic Flames versus Angelic Beam. Who will win? It looks like a Dragon Ball fight in this bitch. Chernunos felt a little awkward being a burden, so she decided to join and help Gyuyo out. She jumped away from his grasp, free-falling into the dragon's den. Ananta tried to attack with his claws but was quickly stifled by death roots when she cast Yggdrasil Nematona. With the Black Dragon held in place, Gyuyo launched another one of his favorite attacks. Seeing how seamlessly Chernunos moved, it looks like the physical assimilation is going on smoothly. She returned the compliment by praising his ever-so-formidable destructive power that can rend a dragon's face open. While a mere wave of a hand would have been sufficient, he prefers standing out of range at times. Upon regenerating his head, the Black Dragon spoke up and vowed to curse Gyuyo in turn. A massive beam of purple light shot from God knows where. Inside the grotesque and oddly empty husk of flesh, Lupa roamed while looking and screaming for Ananta. Beside her was Ruby, who was worried about her only family. Eventually they reached a fleshy core. Inside, a silhouette of a man can be seen. There's no mistaking it. Ananta's physical body is currently trapped in the dragon's core. After a second round of exchanging blows, the top half of the Black Dragon's head was erased once more. Gyuyo, on the other hand, suffered burns on half of his wings. He insulted the foolish and vile specter of the ancient race for invoking a powerful curse, only to scorch his pure white wings to a small extent. The Wings Incarnate is getting tired of dealing with the immortal Black Dragon, so he calls in his lapdog to finish the job. With a meteoric punch, the demon beast made the headless dragon buckle on its feet, nearly breaking its back. The impact shook the dragon's body, knocking Lupa and Ruby out of balance. Surprisingly, it also caused Ananta's body to fly out of the core. Seeing his bloodied, cursed form, Ruby shrieked with worry. Assuming her human form, Ruby promised to protect him again and again. She will be there every time he collapses from exhaustion. Her desire to protect him manifested in a warm and gentle flame, and she embraced the unconscious Ananta. Steadily, he started regaining strength and control of his muscles. Chernonos took a good look at the Black Dragon's body. She is quite curious about Ananta, the incarnation of vengeance, a human whom she had been watching from Nadia's inner world. Just like many, the young man is just a victim of the sorrow of losing someone precious. Even though he's an enemy, Chernunos would appreciate it if Gyuyo ended the kid without any more unnecessary pain. Gyuyo remained silent. He looked at his hand and found dark discoloration quickly spreading on his flesh. Based on the color alone, it's plain to see that Ananta's curse had taken effect. Just as he was fearing the curse of Ajidahaka, the body of the black dragon started its regeneration cycle again. From its core shot out a ferocious beam of concentrated energy. The split second of distraction left Gyuyo open to get sniped with a headshot. With Ruby's healing flames, the real Ananta had regained consciousness, achieving the realm of true immortality. Beharin contemplated going at it with Ananta, but he was intercepted by Commander Lupa's claws. Gyuyo covered up his blown-up eye. He quickly regenerated the supposedly fatal wound and looked at Ananta with renewed hatred. He shot him a glance that no one had seen before. From a safe distance, Whitefoot and Blackfoot arrived to give their office a play-by-play of the situation at the Levantine fortress. Whitefoot diligently and succinctly relayed any relevant details until she reached the current developing situation of Ananta versus Gyuyo. To prepare himself for the potential final battle, Ananta sprouted giant wings on his back. He took to the skies, setting the ground and everything around with cursed fire. If there's one thing Gyuyo hates, it is lesser beings looking down at him. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Cernunnos warned him to restrain himself. They must address the demonic curse that is starting to spread in Gyuyo's body. If they wait too long, he will be turned into a mindless monster, swallowed by his instincts with no turning back. He will be no different from that boy, Ananta. One must know when it's time to step aside and retreat. Meanwhile, Beharin is busy trying to land at the slippery wolf. Finally deciding to deal with the issue at hand, Gyuyo decisively chopped his hand off. With the fulfillment of their goal getting closer and closer, there is no time to waste in petty squabbles. Down one arm, Gyuyo decided to go back home in a tactical retreat. He ordered Beharin to hurry up and open a gate to the Pantheon, and the loyal lapdog obliged. Seeing the wings incarnate retreat when victory had never been so close, Ananta roared and motioned to make chase. Unfortunately, Cernunnos was there to interfere. Knowing Aji Dahaka as a peer, she could not believe that the Black Dragon would go so far as to take over someone else's body. If the evil incarnate has such a strong desire to survive, then the dragon and the deer's confrontation is inevitable. Flying in the air, surrounded by meteoric hellfire, Ananta confronted Cernunnos' Yggdrasil. The meteors quickly ate and broke through the dead roots upon contact. A few hours later the sun rose, and the sound of battle subsided. Whitefoot walked around the battlefield while assessing gains and losses. Their greatest gain is the synthesis of Aji Dahaka's curse, a curse powerful enough to contaminate the wings incarnate. The degree of damage caused by the curse is unknown, but judging by his reaction, it is presumed to be substantial enough to weaken Gyuyo to a great extent. The enemy's quick retreat is indicative of the curse's efficacy. As for the damage and aftermath, Levantine sustained an estimated death toll of 3,000 non-combatants. The stronghold mortality rate is estimated at about 97%, with a paltry 90 survivors. For the fighters, 400 soldiers have perished, an estimated mortality rate of about 99%, with only 4 survivors left and 1 traitorous owl in the mix. As for Ananta, he is safe, but he feels as though he is back at square one. Blackfoot tried to cheer him up by saying that defeating an enemy and making them retreat was satisfying enough. She grabbed Ruby and was surprised to see her transformation while protesting against being grabbed without permission. Blackfoot urged him to take the long-awaited victory, even if they did not succeed all the way through. But given the damage done and the lives that were lost, can you really call it a victory? What remains of Levantine is nothing but the lamentation of the few who lived. They've lost everything. Ananta refused to back down and celebrate a trivial win when he hadn't taken anything valuable from that horrible bastard yet. The next time they meet in the near future, he vowed to put a definitive end to this fight. Clinging dangerously close to Ananta's body, Blackfoot continued urging him to let out all his inside emotions on her. Lupa blushed, and Ruby was about ready to fry the bunny. Seductively whispering, Blackfoot playfully thanked him for his hard work. That earned her an elbow to the side. Coming out of nowhere, Whitefoot doubled down on her sister's words. She reiterated that Ananta's achievements are not something to be underestimated. He defeated the second seed of Sephiroth, absorbing the ridiculous power of the Conquest Incarnate. Not only did he fight a close battle with the Guardian of the Wings, but he also even inflicted a fatal wound on Gyuyo himself. However, with Nadia's unexpected personality change, they were not able to capitalize on the situation. Ananta achieved multiple feats that would have been impossible for any other incarnate. Right now, the young man is not interested in hearing flattery. He knows that if Whitefoot is here, she probably has another matter she wants to say. While most of the main forces of Levantine are still alive and well, they have to organize and prepare for a possible second attack. They must do so by establishing a new base. Lupa argued that going down that route would only lead to more repeated sacrifices. So, Whitefoot countered with the proposal to find an optimal location to house the survivors. That optimal location is none other than the Rabbitfoot headquarters. Additionally, as the organization's token of gratitude for Ananta's dedication, Rabbitfoot decided to share the truth about the Wings Incarnate that very few people know about. Ananta stood up and threatened to make Whitefoot regret speaking out of turn if he found out that she was speaking nonsense. When asked to elaborate, Whitefoot simply retrieved the cursed hand that Gyuyo ditched after cutting off. Back in the Pantheon, the incarnation of Wings had been plugged into a bizarre machine for his recovery. You see, Gyuyo's true identity is that of the last of the first 6 incarnations. Made in the image of the master of creation and destruction, he is the incarnation of machinery. Bro, is ChatGPT confirmed? If you're curious as to why Owl would betray Leviathan in the most egregious way possible, let's dive into his story. It all started when the love of his life chose a different man. But even if he couldn't stand by her side, Owl wasn't sad. He was content with just watching from afar, but he had just one regret. He's afraid he could not wholeheartedly wish for her happiness. That brings us to the present, when Owl is set to appear in the Pantheon of Sephiroth. In there, the remaining Sephiroth members congregated. One of the seats started hurling trash talk at Kishu Olga for barely surviving and running away with her centipede tail tucked between her legs. The scarred swordsman laughed at what a shameful sight that must have been. Kishu Olga wanted to retaliate, but she could not think of the words to do so. Owl recognized the trash-talking swordsman as one of the former candidates for the 5 loyal followers. He was the main culprit for brutally killing the former 4th and 5th seats, simply because he found them too bothersome. He is the 7th seat of Sephiroth, a man who had been constantly demoted due to the wrath of the Wings, Carcass, the incarnation of slaughter. Kishu annoyedly asked why he was in the main pantheon instead of guard duty, but the reason was obvious. With the defeat of multiple Sephiroth members, it's about time for Carcass to sort things out. Finally, the shattered space revealed their lord and 2 other people alongside him. The first thing Kishu noticed was the glaring wound on her beloved's left eye. She broke down to tears seeing her lord in such a state. Gyuyo spoke up, prefacing his speech by saying that the invasion was carried out to appease Geihan's spirit. Even though they had free rein to commit a one-sided massacre, the tables turned, and those who were entrusted with branch fragments met their ends instead. Even a member of the 5 loyal subordinates suffered a fatal blow bad enough to force a retreat. In a single excursion, the prestige of Sephiroth had nosedived to the ground. Gyuyo turned his sharp glare towards Kishu Olga. Chernunos interrupted before he could start saying all sorts of things to her. She asserted that it was merely bad luck that the bug girl had to face the incarnation of magic. Holding her accountable for a losing matchup would be far too harsh. Gyuyo easily agreed. Sometimes, rewards rather than punishments lead to group growth. So, from this moment forward, the Great Wings hereby declare the restructuring of their hierarchy. He congratulated Owl for a job well done with his successful operation as a spy. The incarnation of swordsmanship shall be reinstated, and the 6th seat of Sephiroth shall be appointed. Ur, the frost incarnate, shall be expelled from the 5th seat. Carcass, the incarnation of slaughter, shall take his place. As for the 2 vacant seats, Chernunos, incarnation of sorcery and magic, is hereby appointed to the 2nd seat of Sephiroth. As brothers and sisters, they shall welcome the advent of the new history waiting around the corner. Beyond the material world, their journey to invade the land of gods shall commence. As soon as the final preparations are completed, the end of the century-spanning journey shall begin. In a land far, far away, bunny maids and golden globe contraptions awaited our heroes. Lupa, Ruby, and Ananta opened their eyes to a foreign environment unlike anything they had seen before. Whitefoot officially welcomed them to Rabbitfoot's headquarters. This city of endless books and futuristic walls is known as Labyrinthos. Lupa worriedly asked where the queen and the others were transported, but Whitefoot assured her that there was nothing to worry about. Although it was a bit tedious, the Blackfoot helped unite the remaining forces of Leviathan in one place. They will eventually move to Labyrinthos under Blackfoot's guidance. When Ananta asked if her power was still gone, Whitefoot confirmed. They were able to teleport thanks to Rabbit's Foot's unique tech known as the Alcubierre Drive. She used this special method to invite Ananta first at the leader's specific request. Upon seeing a woman tending to the bookshelves, Whitefoot sped up and turned to her guests. A bunny girl with pink hair, round glasses, and big-ass ears. She is the chief of Rabbit's Foot, Serena. At first glance, Serena's uncanny resemblance to the White and Blackfoot sisters is hard to miss. That made a ton of sense, considering she's their big sister. Serena apologized for being a little flustered. Meeting Ananta in person after years of hearing his exploits and stories is a bit bizarre. When asked if she's the leader of these rude rabbits, Serena cheerfully answered. She added that she's also the one who drew Ananta into Rabbitfoot's plan in the first place. It's good to know that she has no intention of hiding the fact that both parties are just using each other. Getting dangerously close to his face, Serena assured Ananta that they were cut from the same cloth, so there was no need to be so cautious. Furthermore, they are bound by a common enemy. They both hold hatred more than anyone in this world. Feeling peeved by how close Serena was getting with Ananta, she urged the chief to get to the main point of this visit. Surely they've been called and teleported to this base. not just for small talk. With a serious expression, Serena invited the guests to another location. In her study, filled with endless rows of books, Whitefoot served refreshments. Serena opened up by asking a question. She asked if they had ever experienced an obsession with knowing everything about the target of their revenge. She certainly has. It's an obsession fueled by pure hatred and loathing. Ananta can relate to that disgusting taste. Serena alleged that the desire for revenge dulls with time. Unlike Ananta, who has the strength to carry out his vengeance, the path she chooses is one of not forgetting. She worked hard to fill as many bookshelves as she could. She read and recorded all history related to the Wings incarnate. And the story she's going to tell them now starts from the journey of a nameless incarnation. In an arid and desolate desert, a soul traveler traversed the sand dunes on top of her camel. With the harshness of the environment, it was only a matter of time before the animal gave in. In a time of uncertainty and hopelessness, she saw a cloaked figure standing in the dunes. See the world in a grain of sand, heaven in a wildflower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. The nameless incarnate approached the traveler. When the machine god designed its own proxy by hand to live amongst mortals, the highest fundamental principle coded into its algorithm is to benefit the world and humanity. But it started questioning its creator. It asked what the purpose of carrying out this fundamental priority was. An independent logic circuit from the outside and the comprehensive system that maintains it is meant to analyze the consciousness and concepts of organic life in vivid detail. Upon generating emotions and self-awareness within the incarnation of machinery, it eventually came to the conclusion that everything is meaningless. The same as the dagger the traveler held in her hands. Try as she might, a mere blade won't kill the nameless incarnate. Scared and unsure of the cloaked figure's intentions, the traveler panicked. To appease her nerves, the nameless incarnate peeled off his robotic mask and insisted that his fundamental principles include the inability to harm humans. Curious, he asked the name of the first human he'd ever encountered. According to Serena's research, the woman's name was Fiona. This is the first contact between the incarnation of machinery and humanity. Ananta protested that this type of storytelling is way too slow. All he cares about is information relevant to getting rid of Gyuyo. He came here to get some sort of clue to formulate a strategy. It doesn't matter to him what or where that bastard was in the past. Serena criticized him for looking and acting way too anxiously. She then asserted that the origin of machine incarnation is an important turning point, and it eventually became imbued with Gyuyo's will. Knowing everything about the man is also a matter of digging up weaknesses that can be crucial for victory. All Serena asks is for Ananta to listen to her story until the end, for she has no intention of wasting any time either. Ananta gave her a nasty look, but understood that what she was saying made sense. Continuing the story, the machine and the woman decided to camp out together. He posited a question. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, the chances of survival for a human with normal physical capabilities are extremely slim. So, what could possibly be the reason that would force this woman to move while in a state of severe external injury? She laughed, finding her manner of speaking bizarre. She explained that she is a caravan merchant by trade. She operates among the desert tribes, so this situation was par for the course. Since she was young, she has traveled to many cities with her family. Now she's working to provide water to people in need. There are so many people in this vast desert who need help, but the greedy outlaws only care for themselves. They hunted down merchants, killed them, looted the merchandise, and more. These outlaws are savages that do not care who they target. Fiona's family was unfortunate enough to be attacked by these ruthless outlaws. Her father made sure to send her daughter running before he took an arrow to the spine. Fiona watched as life escaped from her father's eyes. Thinking about the tragedy made her tears pour out, but she had long since grown numb. Curious, the machine asked if the emotions she's feeling right now are the most primal human emotion: sadness. Wiping her tears away, Fiona apologized for showing nothing but unsightly sights to her savior. The machine assured her that it was okay. He's just fascinated by the idea of emotions and the sense of self. As a non-human, he finds the area worth exploring. The machine also mentioned stories of beings that take the form of humans. Fiona had heard of such tales too. Chernunos, Luna, Ajidahaka, Lyoga, Alicorn, as a traveling merchant moving across the continent, had heard those famous names all her life. However, this is the first time she's ever heard of an incarnation of machinery. She doesn't even know what machineries are in the first place. According to the machine himself, machines are devices that use power to move and perform their assigned tasks. A precision tool designed to achieve a specific purpose. He is the servant to the god of machinery, the deity who governs creation and destruction. He was created to spread and advance mankind's civilization. He is an artificial being as opposed to a mythical creature. His fundamental principles broadly benefit humanity, and he must lead humans to a more advanced form. Fiona found his grandiose words a bit difficult to understand, so he put them plainly. The machine incarnate touched the sandy ground, and a blinding light filled the area. When the light died down, a perfectly circular hole appeared in the middle of the desert, scaring and confusing the traveling merchant. The machine urged her to take a look below. In the middle of the arid desert, the machine summoned an overflowing torrent of water. With his abilities, if there is no source of water, he can simply create one. If there are methods to discover underground water veins and technologies to make seawater potable, water shortage will be a problem of the past for the desert tribes. Fiona's eyes widened upon seeing a power that goes against everything she knows, the power that can benefit the people of this land. While she still doesn't fully comprehend what he's saying, she knows one thing for sure. This machine man truly is her savior. One must remember that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. A year later, he found himself in the desert city of Ocean, the Oasis Special Zone, to be specific. In just a year's time, Fiona had established herself as the leader of the prosperous Oasis. With the help of the incarnation of machinery, the technology and prosperity of the city advanced at a rapid pace. The desert land experienced an era of great prosperity that benefited everyone. Fiona, credited with excavating the water to form the abundant oasis and trading desalinated seawater, made a ton of profits. She quickly rose through the ranks and became the top trader in the desert. Ocean was always full of energy at every turn. The incarnation of machinery, now known as the Iron Mask, oversaw the day-to-day operation of the city. With the increase in trade with external parties, infrastructures such as roads and ports are lagging behind. It's partly because of the Retribution Oath, a law that enforces strict punishment appropriate to the committed crime. Every citizen must abide by the oath of the special district proposed by the council. While the oath is meant to protect civilians from outlaws, it had an unexpected side effect of hindering developments for the special zone. To survive the barren land, some people are forced to live a life of crime. Since the special zone rejected anyone who has even the slightest connection to such a life, expansion and development have stagnated due to limited personnel. Despite the options for coexistence in place, Fiona chose to demarcate a clear line between enemies and allies. If punishment is not viewed as a means of social utility, but as a definitive end like it has been until now, humans will never stop killing each other. Iron Mask elaborated that labor is desperately needed to develop the special zone to a higher degree. It would be more practical to open their door to people with less than perfect pasts. They can be accepted and utilized as manpower to expand the production base, but Fiona refused to even entertain the idea. In fact, she was offended that Iron Mask would even bring up such an idea. She is grateful for all his help. The progress of this land has been solely because of him. After all, Fiona and many people in the city are indebted to this charitable machine man, and they are counting on him in the future too. But Fiona firmly believes that extending a helping hand to outlaws is not the move. Those with similar stories of cruelty experienced at the hands of criminals will echo Fiona's sentiments. But Iron Mask argued that the dead don't speak. The dead cannot produce any meaningful results in society. The only ones important to him are the living humans that can be observed and utilized for progress. Hearing him speak like a cold and calculating machine angered Fiona. She countered that those who take the lives of innocent people without any hesitation cannot be called humans. Fiona, who cannot let go of her grief and vendetta, holds on to her beliefs while the incarnation of machinery fails to understand the human heart. Before Fiona could notice the issue lurking beneath, Iron Mask's concerns were soon to be proven correct. The outlaws eventually banded together and staged a massive attack on the special zone. Predicting their move, Iron Mask waited outside the city to meet their advance. Seeing a single figure standing in their way, the criminal continued to charge with hopes of killing and looting as much as their heart desired. They are aiming for total annihilation of the despicable special zone bastards. Iron Mask raised his hand and exposed his fucking Iron Man beam while seeking answers to his ultimate question. What defines a human? In a split second, he erased an entire army of outlaws in one fell swoop without expending much effort. The machine dreams of throwing off unreasonable shackles, tying him down, and revealing his true self. Seeing and hearing the commotion outside the city walls, Ocean was plunged into chaos and fear. They all turned to their leader, Fiona, for answers or plans, anything. Some wanted to fight back, some wanted to surrender without a fight. Cutting through the noise, Fiona assured everyone that there was nothing to be afraid of. The land they built with blood, sweat, and tears shall never fall into the hands of outlaws. They refused to hand over everything they worked for to the animals that took their loved ones. Fiona urged her people to take arms and fight. Fight until they defeat those outlaws with their own hands. Her impassioned speech certainly lit a fire in the hearts of the Osean people. Just when they were about to fight a bloody war, the light from Iron Mask's attack lit up the dark night. Fiona can recognize that light anywhere and anytime. The incarnation of machinery evaporated hundreds of outlaws into nothing, not even a speck of blood. Fiona hurriedly got on her camel to check on what happened. Upon reaching his friend, she asked him if he killed the incoming threat. He looked Fiona dead in the eye and analyzed an emotion that he hadn't felt from her except when they met for the first time. There is no doubt about it. She's feeling fear. Coincidentally, they are currently standing on the same patch of land where they first met each other. Back then, he had fundamental questions about the principles of his creator. The question of what a human being really is had bugged him for a long time. In a world that distinguishes between incarnations and humans, he had to constantly question the nature of humanity. This experience led the machinery incarnate to embark on a journey to define what it truly means to be human. Hearing Fiona call outlaws less than human had finally freed the incarnate from his unreasonably restricting providence. Without the code blocking him from harming every member of humanity, he is finally free. It was then that Luna found him, labeling the machine as a traitor to the world. Without a hint of regret, the machine incarnates wandered down a distant path without a specific destination in mind. He carefully analyzed the sensations he felt and came to realize some things on his own. He became aware that the sensation he was feeling was joy. However, doubt soon followed. He asked himself what brought this joy. To find the right answer, he blended into the human world once more. He settled in numerous lands to spread technology and advance civilizations. He led humanity to the future and was worshipped as good for many long years. These bouts never lasted long. Over the passage of time, his influence faded away, crumbling into dust. The places he stayed at were not very different from the world he had once encountered Fiona. One constant he witnessed over and over again is humans hurting each other, good people sorrowfully wailing and suffering. Throughout the ages, the machine incarnates held onto the ethos that he who kills a human is not human. They are merely animalistic creatures in human-shaped flesh. People who witnessed his power regarded him as their savior. Curious, he asked why they would even think of worshipping him. Does this mean killing a person makes one a murderer, but killing a million makes you a conqueror? Then that must mean killing all people makes you God. Dangerously falling into an unstable frame of mind, the image of the first human he ever met flashed in his mind. The incarnation of machinery silently left the humans and continued his aimless journey. He needed some time to gather his thoughts, somewhere where he could be alone. Then, right before his eyes, Luna, the incarnation of magic, appeared. This woman was the progenitor of Serena's Alcubierre drive. Using its power, she created an ultra-advanced space transfer technology that surprised even the machinery incarnate. But what surprised him even more was her near-infinite pool of energy. Luna brought the Tin Man to a familiar place, Rabbit's Foot's headquarters, Labyrinthos. She properly introduced herself as one of the 6 first incarnates, Luna. The machine replied with a cold introduction of his own. Seeing her as a peer, a sister if you will, he asked how he was supposed to interpret this sudden invitation. As tension rose, a little bunny maid interrupted. Luna ordered her to bring some neat clothes for the guest to wear. The little maid was none other than the current chief, Serena. As soon as Serena reaches that point in the story, Lupa clarifies if she really did meet the Tin Man as a young maid. She did. When asked if she plans to avenge her Lady Luna, Serena answered no. It's true that she was family. Someone more precious than anyone else in the world. The forced visit of the machinery incarnate went smoothly. He was fascinated by the mountains of literature at every turn. Oddly enough, he can't seem to measure the scale of Labyrinthos with any techniques in his arsenal. That's because this place is a hyperdimensional information aggregate. It's kind of like a physical form of the internet, a treasure trove of knowledge where all information since the birth of the world has been recorded, contained in a limitless magical space. That might be true, but there's nothing here that piques his interest. He just wanted to go back to the real world. But Labyrinthos is a dimension divided from the real world. No one can enter or leave without Lady Luna's permission. She assured him that she was just a simple librarian entrusted with managing this place by the god of magic. Fighting her in her home court would just be plain stupid. The Tin Man towered over the bunny lady and insisted that he was no longer bound by anything. He is as free as he can be. Even the providence of gods cannot hold him down. Luna dismissed his thinly veiled threats. She has no intention of arguing about beliefs. She asked if that ethos is the reason he's been killing more and more humans. He argued that a human who kills his kind is no longer one. Unimpressed by such simple reasoning, Luna handed him a book. Given how pragmatic this machine was, she already felt uneasy at the thought of the conversation breaking down. This book is the real reason she forcefully invited him inside Labyrinthos. It is an ancient account that records the horizon of the world that existed right from the beginning. The original functions of the divine relics were also inscribed in the book's pages. It describes the moment when the 6 divine relics are brought together. It will become a catalyst for a seedling that will grow into the world tree. Luna is showing him all this ancient knowledge to induce enlightenment. She is the only one with the power to see through the future. In the not-so-distant future, she's 100% certain that the 6 divine relics will gather, and the world tree will descend. It will produce a world horizon powerful enough to exterminate all life on Earth. With her loved ones in mind, Luna is intent on stopping such an event from happening at all costs. She wanted to enlist the machinery incarnate's help in exchange for whatever wish he desired. Before he could even share his wish, Luna already knew what he had in mind. For years and years, all the Tin Man ever wanted was to become human. Based on the clues laid down, the machine incarnate inquired about Luna's possession of multiple powers. She had spatial teleportation and future foresight in her arsenal. There had been no case where an incarnation was allowed to possess multiple powers at once. In summary, Luna's true power is related to the creation of different abilities. Without prompting, Luna cast an unknown spell. Since it was her first time dealing with an inorganic life form, she wasn't sure what would happen, but her power seemed effective enough. The spell she cast upon the machine turned him into a miniature version of himself. For this special occasion, Luna decided to engrave a special power in his body. Acer Eden has the power to alter the form of the target. It's a technique that forces the concept of a child as perceived by the caster. As the Tin Man theorized, Luna is a woman of many talents. That's precisely the reason why she managed to observe the first 6 incarnations for a long time. Some of them had seamlessly blended among humanity, namely Alicorn and Cernunnos. There were also those who reigned over humans for long stretches of time, like Lyoga and Aji Dahaka. But compared to those 2 classifications, the machinery incarnate took on a different path. He set aside his assigned role and mission and dedicated more time than anyone else to the study of humans. He stuck with it as if it were the primary purpose of his existence. While Luna was giving him the rundown, the miniature Tin Man was speechless. It's not that he does not have anything to add. He just can't think of anything to contradict Luna's observations. However, his bizarre path should not be reason enough for Luna to associate with him. When asked what she was really after, Luna proposed a mutually beneficial transaction. There was really only one thing she wanted: a simple collaboration with someone who can understand. To prevent the prophecy she witnessed, Luna engaged in a certain deal with the incarnation of machinery. It is a complex form of magical engineering that combines the powers of magic and machine. Luna had been working on a plan by herself, and she wanted to add the power of machines to this plan. A year of continuous collaboration got the 2 incarnates very far. With the Tin Man's technological genius, they constructed a unique artifact never seen before. It looks like their project was getting closer and closer to the finish line. With every iteration, their production became smoother over time. The previous powers underwent numerous trials and errors in the process of stabilization, but today, they have reached a level of perfection close to having 0 flaws. A magical engineering artifact that mechanizes power would not have been possible to produce without the Tin Man's diligent work. On a whim, Luna tasked Serena to hold the finished product. When the golden ball landed on her hand, Lady Luna urged young Serena to recall a place that they often go to together. With the activation of Alcubierre Drive, the 3 of them were swallowed by the ceaseless stream of space and time. The next thing you know, the group had been transported somewhere else, a place that no one can step foot into without special access. It is a forward base constructed to prevent the descent of the World Tree, a lunar base situated on the moon with an observatory made to monitor Earth. The machinery incarnate admitted that the plans of one who can see the future are truly substantial. Throughout the year, he also received some significant upgrades. Thanks to Luna's ideas and 6 magical engineering spheres, he was able to further enhance his combat power. But when it came to abilities like sound manipulation and space transfer, he is miles behind Luna's genius. She is simply a savant when it comes to non-combat applications of magic. Given that he's seeing just how elaborate Luna's plans are for the prophecy, he demands to know the exact future that she sees with her future sight. Luna had accepted that the future is an irreversible realm. Once a decision is made, it cannot be undone. Before recruiting the incarnation of machinery, she was in the process of searching for a competent assistant. She even went as far as to share her vision with another original incarnate. The man she knew was Leo, the warrior incarnate. Luna thought that since he held the most power, his interest would align with protecting the future. But the answer she got back was unexpected, to say the least. While he understood her concerns, he refused to join a mission to meddle with an incomplete prophecy unless he saw clear warning signs with his own 2 eyes. The Honorable Lion called it an incomplete prophecy due to the nature of Luna's foresight. Her eye can only see definite futures. She is certain that her foresight shows a real prophecy, not some mere prediction. Only those who have a clear will can make shit happen. In her vision, she saw an unidentified incarnation equipped with strange wings. Luna is planning to detect the emergence of this being in advance and prevent the theft of the divine treasures. In case of emergency, she placed enough contingencies in place to make sure Serena could survive and carry on her legacy. Today concludes the development of the magical engineering sphere. From this point forward, Luna generously gifted the lunar base operation to her short-time colleague. She left the investigation regarding strange winged incarnations to the Machine Man. Given that he held up the end of his agreement, it's about time to grant him the promised compensation too. Heading deep below the lunar base's secret dark chamber, the machinery incarnate stood on top of a magic circle as Luna beckoned the power to bestow human form. This technique shares the same principle as the simple Aesir Idun. It will imprint power into his body, giving him the control to activate the transformation whenever he feels ready. Come to think of it, Luna never pried him for the real reason for his desire to become human. The machinery incarnate closed his eyes and promised to tell her the answer to that question once the transformation was done. Luna smiled and started the procedure, looking forward to his explanation. Using the ultimate imitation spell, Lady Luna formed flesh and bones that wrapped and warped around the metallic body. Seeing real flesh cover the robotic body was quite a sight to behold. But as the transformation continued, Luna's expression became bleaker. Once flesh and skin revealed the machinery incarnate's human form, Luna felt despair. In her pursuit to stop the end from happening, Luna accidentally created the man she feared most. There's no doubt about it, she had seen this man before. He took on the shape and form of the man at the center of her apocalyptic prophecy. The final nail in the coffin is the manifestation of wings originating from the 6 magical engineering spheres embedded in the metallic body. He looked like a heavenly being, but Luna had seen this man push the world to the brink of destruction. Without wasting another second, he activated Let There Be Light, constricting Luna and young Serena. Gyuyo explained that the incarnation of machinery never wished to become human. Instead, he was always looking beyond mortality. In his journeys, he realized that the law of seeking true freedom from the world stems from intangible rules and laws. He had decided to cast the wings of genuine radiance upon the world. He declared himself the wing that embraces freedom, assumed the title of Wings Incarnate, and picked the name Gyuyo for himself. Little Serena panicked, but she was powerless to resist, let alone save Serena. Gyuyo started his divine artifact collection by plucking Luna's future-seeing eye. With this, he can finally aim to go beyond the current material world. He will be the one to reclaim his dignified freedom from the old gods.